Chapter 2701, Chapter 2692 Mercury Man. Bella, don't be nervous. This matter is indeed very important and difficult to explain. I need to talk to Ah Fei face to face. Do you still not believe me? Han Tianyu walked over and said. Bella hesitated. Although Jiang Fei had warned her before he went into seclusion not to disturb him unless it was something particularly important. Bella knew about the relationship between Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei. It was a little exaggerated to say that the two of them were so good that they were on the same page. However, Jiang Fei really trusted Han Tianyu very much. Bella turned around and looked at the other girls. She wanted to get some opinions from them. However, the girls looked at each other, and no one said a word. Initially, among the girls, nobody doubted Bella's final decision. Nina had a calm personality, and was able to persuade the impulsive Bella. Aurelia was also resourceful. Together, they could solve many problems. However, now that Nina was trapped in the black hole and Aurelia was leading troops outside, there was only Bella left on Skoda Star. Although the other girls wanted to help, they could not do much. Bella, why don't we give it a try? Maybe they really have important information? Hua Mulan stood out at this moment. She knew that Bella needed support. Alright. Bella had actually been persuaded by Han Tianyu. She asked the other girls to get their support. You guys can wait here for a while. Bella turned around and left after saying that. The other girls on the other side called out to Han Tianyu and Lena. The two of them looked at each other and exchanged some information. After leaving the living room, Bella went straight to the time room. It had been a long time since she had seen Jiang Fei. Is it really okay to be in the time house for so long? Bella's heart was beating fast. She had wanted to come in and take a look for a long time. However, she was afraid of disturbing Jiang Fei, so she did not dare to. This time, Han Tianyu had asked to see Jiang Fei. It could be considered as giving Bella a reason. After entering the time house, Bella quickly looked for Jiang Fei to beat up. She saw Jiang Fei sitting cross-legged on a piece of grass. His body was already covered in a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had been meditating for a long time and had not woken up. Seeing Jiang Fei in such a sorry state, Bella could not help but feel sad. She knew that the main reason why Jiang Fei was so desperate to study the secrets of the inheritance space was to save them. Facing Jiang Fei, who was in a meditative state, it was definitely not possible to wake him up directly. The damage to Jiang Fei would be immeasurable. Therefore, Bella could only sit cross-legged opposite Jiang Fei and spread out her spiritual power. Moreover, she had invaded Jiang Fei's body. Bella was actually taking a huge risk by doing this. Although she would not hurt Jiang Fei, she was taking a huge risk. After all, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was extremely terrifying. If Bella used this method to wake Jiang Fei up, without Jiang Fei's knowledge, it would be very easy for him to mistake it as a spiritual attack. Therefore, he would subconsciously counterattack. When Jiang Fei reacted, it would be too late to stop. With the strength of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, his counterattack could cause irreparable damage to Bella. Hubby! Hubby! Wake up! Bella's spiritual power entered Jiang Fei's body and began to call out to Jiang Fei. However, there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Bella panicked. If she was immediately attacked, although she would be injured, she could still feel at ease. However, the current situation made Bella completely panic. At that moment, Jiang Fei was like a SHL. She could not find any trace of his aura in Jiang Fei's body. Hubby! Hubby! What happened to you? You? Bella's tears immediately fell. She did not even dare to guess. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would never wake up again. Hubby! You can't die! If you die, what are we going to do? Bella frantically used her spiritual power to search for traces of his spiritual power in Jiang Fei's body. Hubby! Are you kidding me? You're playing hide-and-seek with me, aren't you? Bella was completely flustered. She did not know what to do, other than constantly searching and calling. She did not know what she should do or what she could do. At that moment, Jiang Fei, who was completely immersed in the inheritance space, had no idea that Bella had arrived. At first, he had left a trace of his spiritual energy outside to wait for Maleki's calculation results. However, Maleki's progress was slow in the face of such a huge calculation task. Moreover, Jiang Fei's spiritual energy consumption in the legacy space was constantly increasing. In the end, he had no choice but to divert all of his spiritual energy inside. There was only a SHL outside. Therefore, when Bella entered, she was dumbfounded. She even suspected that Jiang Fei had been dead for a long time. However, this answer only existed in Bella's subconscious. She did not even dare to think about it. While Bella was panicking, Jiang Fei was also facing a huge challenge. Although the test of the nucleus of will had temporarily come to an end, Jiang Fei had encountered a new problem when he was searching for the boundary of the inheritance space. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei asked as he stared at the person in front of him. This person, or rather, the person who looked like a human, did not have a face. He looked like a human made of mercury. His face was as smooth as a mirror without any facial features. This question stumped me. I don't know who I am either. Although the person did not have a mouth, the inheritance space was all communicated through spiritual power. Therefore, this was not an obstacle. Then, why are you here? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know either. From the day I became conscious, I have been here, said the mercury person. How long have you been here then? Jiang Fei could feel that the fellow opposite him did not seem to be a liar, although it was just a kind of intuition. With Jiang Fei's strength, their intuition was often more accurate than seeing it with their own eyes. There's no concept of time here. God knows how long I've been here. The mercury man shrugged. Then, what are you doing here? Jiang Fei frowned even more. This guy was clueless, but he was obviously not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in his own inheritance space for no reason. I'm waiting for you. Finally, the mercury man was no longer clueless. Waiting for me? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, waiting for you, or anyone who has this space, the mercury man said. Are you saying that you do not only exist in my legacy space? You have other clones? Jiang Fei was stunned, because at least two people had the legacy space. Jiang Fei and Yu Ting. If the first dragon sage was still alive, there would be three. Chapter 2702, Chapter 2693. The mysterious her. No, I don't have a clone, the mercury man replied. You don't have a clone? Could it be that you can freely travel through several legacy spaces? Jiang Fei was shocked. No, you're wrong. There's only one legacy space, the mercury man said. What? Could it be that the other legacy spaces are fake? Jiang Fei was stunned. After all, this news was too shocking. Your train of thought is completely wrong. It does not mean that whose legacy space is real or whose legacy space is fake. There is only one legacy space. You different people only have a certain entrance to this space, said the mercury man. Only have a certain entrance? Jiang Fei was completely stunned because the information from the mercury man had overturned his understanding of the legacy space. All this while, Jiang Fei had thought that the inheritance space was his own. Even Yu Ting had thought so. No one had expected that this space did not belong to them. The ability that they had mastered. It had only opened up an entrance to this space. No wonder everyone said that all the secrets are in this space. It seems that I still lack a basic understanding of this space. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Yes, all you have is an entrance to this space. Moreover, you are only using the space near the entrance, said the mercury man. Then, can you tell me what this space is? Jiang Fei asked. He felt that the mercury man should know all the secrets of this space. I can tell you part of the information. But more than that, I need you to ask her directly, said the mercury man. Who is she? Jiang Fei immediately asked. Sorry, the access is limited. This question cannot be answered, said the mercury man. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although the mercury man did not say anything, his way of speaking was too strange. This was definitely not the way a person spoke. He was more like an artificial intelligence that was restricted by a ban. When Jiang Fei first came into contact with 0541, the conversation between the two always appeared in this way. Were you created by someone? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, I was created by someone, the mercury man replied. Then, what can you tell me? Jiang Fei asked. Do you remember what I told you? There is only one inheritance space, but there are many exits, said the mercury man. Yes, I remember. Jiang Fei nodded. Moreover, the owner of these exits is not limited to the people in your three-dimensional universe, said the mercury man. You mean? Jiang Fei's mind flashed. That's right. Find the exit that belongs to the gamma space. Then, the owner of that exit will be able to bring you out, said the mercury man. Does that mean that I can directly descend into that dimension? Jiang Fei asked. Of course not. If you find the exit of the court of you, you can indeed use your physical body to pass through and teleport in time. However, if it's the gamma dimension, your physical body will be instantly destroyed due to the dimensional anomaly. warned the Mercury Man. Although this exit could indeed allow Jiang Fei to go from the three-dimensional space to the gamma dimension, there was something strange about the two-dimensional space. When Jiang Fei's three-dimensional body entered the four-dimensional gamma dimension, it would be pulled out of shape and collapse. Similarly, people in the four-dimensional space could also enter the three-dimensional world through the legacy space. However, if they entered it with their physical bodies, their bodies would be instantly reduced in dimension, and they would lose their vitality. In other words, if I want to truly enter the gamma dimension, I also need a carrier from the other side. Right? Jiang Fei asked. That's right. It's like this, said the Mercury Man. Phew? Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he had not really solved all the difficulties yet, the information provided by the Mercury Man gave him a clear direction to enter the gamma space. Although he needed to borrow the power of the carrier to make Jiang Fei lose his super immortal power in the three-dimensional world, at least after his soul entered, his spiritual power was still there. In the gamma space where almost everyone was an ordinary person, Jiang Fei already had absolute power. Therefore, he could not enter the gamma space with his physical body. This was not a big obstacle for Jiang Fei. Moreover, he had already expected it. After all, the two dimensions were different. It was impossible to enter directly. Then, how do I find the entrance to the gamma space? Jiang Fei asked. It did not matter who the entrance belonged to now. Anyway, with Jiang Fei's spiritual power, it was not difficult to control the other party. I can't help you with that. But she might be able to, said the Mercury Man. Her? Then, can I see her? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know about that. Maybe. The Mercury Man shook his head. He really did not know the answer. Then, is she also in the inheritance dimension? Jiang Fei asked. Maybe she is. Or maybe she isn't. This dimension was created by her. She can definitely enter. However, I don't know if she is here or when she is here, said the Mercury Man. Alright. Jiang Fei sighed. The person that the Mercury Man mentioned was obviously a key person. However, the Mercury Man did not want to tell Jiang Fei who she was. However, Jiang Fei had a guess. She must be someone he knew. Otherwise, there was no point in keeping it a secret. Who exactly are you? Could it be Natasha? The image of a little girl suddenly flashed in Jiang Fei's mind. You? Just as Jiang Fei was about to ask more questions, he suddenly had a premonition in his mind. Hubby! Hubby! Bella's voice rang in Jiang Fei's subconscious. Her voice was sad and desolate. Something happened to Bella. Jiang Fei was shocked. He could not care about anything else and immediately left the inheritance space. Swish! As soon as Jiang Fei's spiritual power returned to his body, he felt a wave of spiritual power enter his body. The spiritual power in his body immediately made a counterattack. However, at the same time, Jiang Fei also reacted. This wave of invading spiritual power belonged to Bella. Bang! Although Jiang Fei hurriedly stopped the automatic counterattack of the spiritual power, Bella was still sent flying. Honey! You're awake! Bella's mouth was still bleeding, but her face was full of joy. She really thought that Jiang Fei had died just now. Silly girl! What are you doing? He'll hurt you! Jiang Fei rushed over and hugged Bella in his arms. Chapter 2703, Chapter 2694. A private chat. You're okay. That's great. Bella forced a smile and passed out. Bella! Jiang Fei immediately used his spiritual power to probe into Bella's body. Fortunately, he had just retracted his strength in time. Bella was only knocked out by the spiritual power impact and did not suffer much damage. Sigh! Why are you so reckless? Jiang Fei sighed and picked Bella up. Although Jiang Fei had met the Mercury Man in the inheritance space, he had too many things to ask. However, now that something like this had happened to Bella, how could he just let it go? Therefore, Jiang Fei temporarily put aside exploring the inheritance space and asked about the Mercury Man's plans. Then, he carried Bella out of the time house. As Bella did not have time to speak, she was knocked out by the shock. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know that Han Tianyu had come. He also did not know that Bella had risked coming over to wake him up because Han Tianyu wanted to see him. After carrying Bella back to her room, Jiang Fei carefully placed Bella on the bed and covered her with the blanket, as Bella had only fainted from the shock. The damage that she received was not very serious. Therefore, there was no need to treat her injuries. Jiang Fei quietly stayed by Bella's side and waited for her to wake up. Time passed by slowly. Han Tianyu was very pleased with himself. As he drank his tea, he chatted with Hua Mulan and the others. However, Lena, who was beside him, was a little anxious. Bella had never returned. It was unknown what had happened. Did she not wake Jiang Fei up? Or did Jiang Fei not want to see them after he woke up? Can you hurry up? We really have something urgent to look for Jiang Fei, said Lena. What's the hurry? Could it be that Yuanqiu has changed her mind and wants her body back? Sylvie said sarcastically. Like Bella, she was unhappy that Jiang Fei had given Lena to Han Tianyu. In their eyes, even if Yuanqiu was not the same person as before, her body was still the same person as before. Even if Jiang Fei did not have the heart to kill her, he had to lock her up and imprison her for life. Calm down! Calm down! Han Tianyu pulled Lena to the side. I'm afraid that something might happen, Lena said in a low voice. What are you afraid of? Jiang Fei is my brother. If I knew that I was here, I would definitely meet him, Han Tianyu said confidently. I'm afraid that something might happen, Lena said. I don't think so. With my brother's strength, even if he is not the strongest in the universe, he is still one of the top few. Who can hurt him? Han Tianyu said. There are many people who can hurt him. It's just that. Lena suddenly shut up. Just what? Han Tianyu asked. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. Lena smiled awkwardly. All right. Han Tianyu shrugged and said to Sylvie, Sister-in-law, Bella has been out for half a day. Did she not find Ah Fei? Why don't you go and take a look? All right. I'll go and take a look for you. However, your Kobe is wandering around randomly. Sylvie looked at Lena warily. Then, she whispered to Hua Mulan. Keep an eye on them. That woman is not simple. The one with the surname Han might have been bewitched. I'll keep an eye on her. Don't worry. Hua Mulan nodded. Actually, Sylvie had agreed to Han Tianyu so easily. The main reason was that she and the other girls were also quite worried. After all, Bella had gone out for almost 3 hours. However, she had not returned until now. Although the space in the time house was quite large, it had already been 90 hours, including the time flow deficit. That was a few days' time. Even if Jiang Fei was hiding in a corner, he should have been found long ago. After coming out of the living room, Sylvie went straight to the time house. Before she entered the time house, she saw a servant running past her in a hurry. Sylvie instinctively felt that something was wrong, so she called out to the attendant. Wait! Sylvie called out. Miss Sylvie, is something the matter? The attendant asked. What are you panicking for? Sylvie asked. Miss Bella is injured. The Grand Marshal asked us to prepare some medication to calm her nerves, the attendant said. Bella is injured? Sylvie was stunned. Although she didn't usually get along well with Bella and often quarreled with her, it was still an internal conflict within the class. Now that she heard that Bella was injured, she was actually quite worried. Yes, Miss Bella is injured, but it's not serious. She was just knocked out by the shock, the attendant replied. How did it happen? Sylvie asked. I think when I woke up the Grand Marshal, I was accidentally knocked out by the Grand Marshal's spiritual force, the attendant said. No wonder I didn't go back after such a long time, Sylvie thought to herself. Then, she said to the attendant, Take me there. Where are they? They are in Miss Bella's room, said the servant. All right. Hurry up then. Before Sylvie could finish her sentence, she had already disappeared. She had mastered the power of time. Her speed was very shocking. How could an ordinary servant possibly keep up with her? Bang! Bella's door opened and Sylvie walked in. You're here. Jiang Fei had already noticed Sylvie's aura from afar. Therefore, he was not surprised that she had appeared. I heard that Bella was injured, said Sylvie. I accidentally injured her when I was awakened. Jiang Fei nodded and said. Is it serious? Sylvie asked. It's nothing. I just need to sleep for a while, Jiang Fei said. That's good. I'll take care of it here. If you're free, go to the living room. Han Tianyu has brought that woman to look for you, said Sylvie. Han Tianyu? Looking for me. Jiang Fei was stunned. He immediately understood why Bella was in such a hurry to wake him up. They want tell me the details. Just say that it concerns your life, Sylvie said. All right. I'll go take a look. Jiang Fei nodded and stood up. However, his feet did not move. He turned around and looked at Bella, who was sleeping soundly. All right. Leave this to me. Isn't Bella all right? I'll call you when she wakes up, Sylvie said. All right. Take good care of her. I'll go take a look at what happened, Jiang Fei said before walking out of Bella's room. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the door of the living room. At that moment, Han Tianyu was chatting with Hua Mulan and the rest. Brother, you were looking for me. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and said, Hee hee, I'm finally here. Han Tianyu stood up and said, What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Fei asked. Things are a little special. Can we talk alone? Lena walked up and said, Talk alone? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not think that there was anything that he needed to hide from these girls. Chapter 2704, Chapter 2695. This is a special matter. If they knew about it, it would only make them more worried, said Han Tianyu. Alright, let's talk in private then. Jiang Fei nodded. After instructing Hua Mulan and the others, he brought Han Tianyu and Lena to the room next door. Alright, brother you. If you have anything to say, just say it. Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a barrier. Okay. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, he said to Lena, You can say it. Okay. Lena walked forward and said to Jiang Fei, You should know my identity. Right. Yes. I'm the daughter of the sheriff. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Other than that, I have another identity. It was not a coincidence that I used Yuanqia's body as a carrier. My purpose was to get close to you. However, there was a little accident midway, Lena said truthfully. Oh. Jiang Fei looked at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu's expression was normal. It was obvious that he already knew about it. My purpose in getting close to you is very simple. I hope to recruit you, said Lena. Recruit me? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, said Lena as she nodded. How do you want to recruit me? Jiang Fei asked. We hope that you can join us. For that, we will provide you with a few resurrected seats, said Lena. Resurrected seats? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes. We can provide you with a few carriers in the gamma space so that you and your family can be transferred over, said Lena. A memory transfer? Jiang Fei asked. I'm sorry. I actually wanted to lie to you and say that it's okay. However, for the sake of Han Tianyu, I don't want to lie. Technically speaking, it's impossible for us to transfer souls with memories, said Lena. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not believe what Lena said at all. If the people in the gamma space could not transfer souls with memories on a technical level, then how did these players come to the three-dimensional world through the carriers? Moreover, how did they complete it when they returned? These people could only play a game. They could not just go back and become idiots. Right? The reason why Lena dared to lie to Jiang Fei was because she had already planned out a complete set of lies. No matter how much Jiang Fei asked, she would be able to complete it. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not ask at all. He trusted his instincts more. Although I cannot allow you to bring your memories into the gamma space, the destruction of this world is only a matter of time. Isn't it better to survive than to die completely? Lena continued to say. All right. I can agree to it in principle. Jiang Fei did not wait for Lena to persuade him further and agreed immediately. What? Lena was stunned. On the way here, she had thought of many ways to persuade Jiang Fei. In the end, she did not use any of them. Jiang Fei actually agreed so easily. I can't just think about myself. I still have my family. Therefore, I need more carriers, Jiang Fei said. No problem, Lena immediately said. Initially, Jiang Fei had agreed so easily that she had some doubts in her heart. However, now that Jiang Fei had proposed a condition, she was actually relieved. In fact, Jiang Fei had his own plans for agreeing to Lena so easily. Of course, he would not really listen to Lena's suggestion. After his memory was erased, he would enter the gamma space. That would be no different from death to him. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei would just laugh after hearing Lena's words. He would definitely not agree. However, it was different now. After interacting with the Mercury Man, Jiang Fei knew how to bring his memories into the gamma space. What he needed now was a carrier. Lena and the others could provide Jiang Fei with a carrier. This was the key to Jiang Fei agreeing to it. Then, how can I be considered to have joined you? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Just make a verbal agreement. We believe in your character, said Lena as she pretended to be relaxed. In fact, she wanted to use the loophole in the spatial compensation mechanism to bind Jiang Fei. As long as Jiang Fei agreed to the condition. Once he violated it, they would have a reason to kill Jiang Fei. Alright, how do we make the agreement? Jiang Fei asked. It's very simple. We will provide you with a certain amount of carriers. You will do something for us. You just have to agree. said Lena in a deliberately vague manner. You are too hasty. Let me draw up a contract. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not agree rashly. It was not because he understood the principle of the spatial compensation mechanism and knew that Lena wanted to trick him. Instead, he simply felt that it was too hasty. He was afraid that the forces behind Lena would go back on their word. How do I draw up a contract? Lena was stunned. I'll do it. Han Tianyu opened his mouth at this time. He had been watching the conversation between Lena and Jiang Fei, but he did not interrupt. During this time, Han Tianyu was thinking. He had gathered all the information that he had gotten from Lena, although he could not come up with the principles of the spatial compensation mechanism. Han Tianyu was a smart person. He quickly guessed that Lena must have the ability to restrict Jiang Fei through a verbal agreement. Therefore, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would be fooled at this time. So he stood up personally. Okay, brother, you do it. Jiang Fei still had a lot of trust in Han Tianyu. Okay. Han Tianyu took out a pen and paper. After pondering for a while, he wrote on the paper. I, Jiang Fei, am willing to pay a price for the services of a special organization in the Gamma space in exchange for a number of Gamma space carriers. The exact number would depend on the situation. In principle, there would not be more than 50 of them. The service content would be limited to my abilities. In principle, I would not be allowed to go against my views on right and wrong. Therefore, this was the agreement. What do you think? Take a look. Han Tianyu handed the paper to Lena and Jiang Fei to have a look. Okay, I have no problem with that, Jiang Fei said after taking a look. Han Tianyu's simple agreement was actually very biased toward Jiang Fei. This was because the two key terms in the agreement were extremely subjective. Whether it was the number of carriers that Lena's organization provided or the things that Jiang Fei had to do for them, it all depended on Jiang Fei's understanding. For example, although there was a limit to the number of carriers, as long as it did not exceed that limit, Lena and the others would have to provide as much as Jiang Fei wanted. Moreover, the limit was set very high, as for when Jiang Fei had to fulfill his obligations. However, he had to use his sense of right and wrong as the standard. This was difficult to measure. A person's sense of right and wrong was not fixed. Moreover, this thing could not be measured with a fixed standard. For example, killing and arson were definitely wrong. However, for a bandit who robbed for a living, this was actually not a big deal. Therefore, when Lena and the others completed their quest, Jiang Fei wanted to find an excuse to not do it. That was too easy because his sense of right and wrong could be extremely selfish. Laziness could be a reasonable reason. Chapter 2705, Chapter 2696. A non-binding agreement. I have no objections. As long as you can provide me with enough carriers and guarantee that we can evacuate before the world is destroyed. I don't mind helping you do whatever you can, Jiang Fei said to Lena. I told you that my reputation is good. This is my brother. If I step in, he won't refuse. Han Tianyu chimed in. Moreover, he even hugged Lena's shoulder. It seemed like he was being intimate with her. In fact, he was trying to distract Lena from thinking about the details of the terms and conditions. Well, just now, Bella was injured when she woke me up. If you think it's okay, let's sign the agreement. I'm in a hurry to go back and see Bella. If you think it's not okay, let's talk about it later, Jiang Fei urged. What? Bella was injured? Han Tianyu was shocked. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Tianyu had an idea. Brother, Bella's health is more important. You should go first. We'll talk about this later, Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei. Alright, I'll leave first, Jiang Fei said as he was about to leave. Wait a minute, Lena shouted. Well, I'm really in a hurry to go back. Let's talk about this later, Jiang Fei said and left without turning his head. Wait, I've read it. Sign it. The time to write a name won't take too long, Lena said, although she felt that there might be something fishy about this agreement. She felt that Han Tianyu would not lie to her. After all, the two of them were intimate. Moreover, Lena could also feel that Han Tianyu had feelings for her. Therefore, subconsciously, she felt that although Han Tianyu might not be sincere in helping her, at least he would not lie to her. Moreover, there was one more thing that Lena could not wait to complete the quest. After all, she had already obtained Yuanqia's carrier for a few months. But she had not made any progress in the quest. Today, she finally had a major breakthrough. How could she let Jiang Fei leave just like that? After all, things would change if Jiang Fei left now. If he left now, he might be affected the next time they talked. However, There was a high possibility that something would go wrong. That was not what Lena wanted to see. Therefore, Lena did not have the time to think about it. Although she had a vague feeling that there might be something wrong with the agreement. Due to her trust in Han Tianyu and her desire to complete the quest, Lena gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. This was exactly what Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu wanted. After that, Jiang Fei and Lena signed the non-binding agreement. Due to the natural disadvantage of the low-dimensional space. If Lena and the others did not provide Jiang Fei with a carrier, he would not punish them. At most, he would terminate the cooperation. On the other hand, although Lena and the others from the Gamma space had the absolute advantage of the space dimension, because of the many loopholes in the agreement, it gave Jiang Fei 10,000 reasonable reasons to breach the contract. Under the restrictions of the space compensation mechanism, they were also helpless against Jiang Fei. In the end, this was a non-binding agreement. Its actual purpose was just a verbal agreement. This was exactly what Lena had said in the beginning. Happy working together. After the agreement was signed, Jiang Fei smiled and said to Lena, Happy working together. Lena smiled back. No matter what, her mission was completed. Alright, I have to go back and see Bella. Brother I won't be accompanying you anymore. Please bear with me, said Jiang Fei as he left. Go do your thing, said Han Tianyu with a smile. Phew, I'm finally done, said Lena with a relaxed smile. Shall we go home next? Asked Han Tianyu. I have to go back first to see what they have to say. Is there a second step of the operation? You can wait for me here for a few days, said Lena. Alright, then go back quickly. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, Lena went offline in a flash of white light. Jiang Fei went back to Bella's room. At this time, Bella had not woken up yet. Sylvie was waiting by the bed carefully. What are Han Tianyu and the others doing here? Asked Sylvie. There seems to be some changes within the development team. Or rather, the higher-ups of the Gamma dimension. Let's wait for everyone to gather together and talk about it. Jiang Fei smiled and asked. Where's Aurelia? Just now, Jiang Fei realized that almost all the girls were there except for Aurelia. After all, she was one of Jiang Fei's important think tanks. Aurelia is in the Dominic Galaxy, Sylvie replied. What is she doing there? Jiang Fei asked. Of course, she's helping you divert your attention. Sylvie rolled her eyes and told Jiang Fei about Aurelia's plan. Sigh. It's been hard on all of you. It's been hard on all of you. After learning that Aurelia had once again led her troops into battle to help him attract the attention of the development team, Jiang Fei sighed. Actually, it's a very happy thing that we can help you. Husband, do you know that? The thing that we're most afraid of is that you're out there risking your life alone while we can't do anything. That feeling of waiting and helplessness is simply maddening, Sylvie said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Thank you. Jiang Fei could not say anything else at this moment. Although the girls did not seem to be able to help him much, their existence was the greatest motivation for Jiang Fei to continue fighting. If it was not for the girls supporting him silently from behind, if it was not for the group of girls waiting quietly at home, Jiang Fei might not have been able to continue fighting. After all, Jiang Fei had experienced too many blows and despair. These creatures from the high-dimensional space were like gods to the three-dimensional space. How much faith would it take to defeat them? It was these girls who gave Jiang Fei such strong faith. Report! At this moment, someone suddenly shouted outside the room. Come in, Jiang Fei said. Grand Marshal, urgent message from Dominic Galaxy. A messenger came in with a folder. At that moment, the news that Jiang Fei had returned to Skoda planet had already spread. Read it, Jiang Fei said. Yes. The messenger nodded and read the contents of the message. This message was sent by Aurelia. The main purpose of the message was to report the situation in Dominic Galaxy. At that moment, the Imperial Army and the Resistance had already exchanged fire. Moreover, both sides had suffered serious casualties. However, both sides were mainly engaged in the player fleet. Aurelia's fleet was not at the front line, so the casualties were not very high. Alright, call back the Dominic Galaxy and tell Aurelia to avoid casualties as much as possible. If the opportunity allows, we will end this war in one fell swoop, Jiang Fei said. Yes, Grand Marshal. The messenger nodded and left. Chapter 2706, Chapter 2697. Plotting against allies. After the signalman left, Sylvie asked, Did you let Aurelia end the war because you were confident that you could solve the problem? More or less. I'll tell you in detail later. Jiang Fei nodded. After a while, Bella let out a soft moan. Then, her finger moved slightly. Bella is about to wake up, Sylvie said. Okay. Jiang Fei went straight to the bed. At that moment, Bella opened her eyes. Honey, are you okay? After opening her eyes, the first thing that Bella cared about was Jiang Fei, who had been asleep for a long time. I'm fine. It's you. Silly girl. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Although Jiang Fei was blaming Bella, his eyes were filled with concern. After spending some time with Bella, Jiang Fei asked Sylvie to gather the other girls. I called everyone over because I have something important to say. Jiang Fei paused for a moment before continuing. I have made a major discovery in the legacy space. Really? What discovery? Si Tine could not help but ask. I have found a way to enter and exit the Gamma Dimension. However, this requires the cooperation of the locals, said Jiang Fei. You need the cooperation of the locals? Then, what should I do? Si Tine asked. Initially, I did not think too much about it. Now, it's easy. Brother Yu has already prepared everything for me. Jiang Fei smiled and said, Everything is ready? Bella and the others were stunned. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Lina's original purpose might not have been like this. However, Brother Yu played a word game with her, so my problem has been solved. Then, Jiang Fei briefly mentioned the Mercury Man to the girls. Although he did not explain the details in detail, the girls had a general understanding of the matter. So, what you need to do now is to find the right exit, Sylvie asked. You can say that. This is the biggest problem at the moment. The rest can wait, Jiang Fei said. It seems that we can't help you again, Bella sighed. Yeah, you'll have to figure it out yourself, Sylvie said. That's what I plan to do. I was just asking the Mercury Man a crucial question. I could have asked Bella to interrupt me halfway. So, I have to go back and find him, Jiang Fei said. Can you find him? Bella asked. She was really afraid that she had done something wrong and Jiang Fei would never be able to find the Mercury Man again. It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll definitely find him. After all, he's in that space. It's just that it's hard to say how long it will take, Jiang Fei said. It's all my fault. Bella blamed herself. Silly girl. If you did not wake me up, how could I have cooperated with Brother Yu to trick those carriers? Although the Mercury Man was difficult to find, he was there. As long as he was found, everything would be fine. However, if I can't find the carriers now, it will not be easy to find them in the future. Jiang Fei comforted her. You don't have to comfort me. Go and do your thing. It was not easy for Aurelia to buy you this time, Bella said. Oh right, husband. Since you still have to spend a lot of time to find the exit to the Gamma Dimension, why did you let Aurelia end the war earlier? Sylvie asked. Aurelia led the army to attract the attention of the development team. Now that Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation, there was no reason for him to let Aurelia end the war earlier. Don't I already have a new ally? Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Jiang Fei laughed. It was impossible for Lina to come to him for no reason, since they wanted Jiang Fei to be loyal to them. It meant that Jiang Fei had something worth using. Therefore, to Lina and the people behind her, since Jiang Fei was valuable, they could not die. Moreover, they had to satisfy his wishes under certain conditions so that he could cooperate. Therefore, this was the time for Jiang Fei to make unbridled requests. Can you do it? Bella asked. Let's give it a try. Didn't they not leave yet? Jiang Fei smiled. Han Tianyu did not leave. Lina is missing. She must have gone back to report. Hua Mulan said. All right. I'll go talk to Brother Yu. You guys take good care of Bella, Jiang Fei said as he stood up and left. After leaving Bella's room, Jiang Fei went straight to a guest room. Hua Mulan had arranged for Han Tianyu to stay there. Pa. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Pa duh. The door opened. Han Tianyu smiled when he saw Jiang Fei. He said to Jiang Fei, I knew you would come. Come in. Let's talk. Hee. Brother Yu. It was not convenient for me to ask in front of her just now. What exactly happened today? What kind of person is she? Jiang Fei closed the door after he entered the room. Sigh. Speaking of which, I, Brother Yu, am a self-proclaimed lover. There are times when I have made eye contact with her. This Lina is actually not as simple as she appeared to be. Han Tianyu sighed. Then, he told the whole story. Brother Yu, what do you think? Jiang Fei asked. That woman is very tight-lipped. She should have received professional training. She did not let go when she was having fun. Therefore, I could not figure out her true purpose. So, in order to prevent you from being cheated, I made that kind of agreement. Han Tianyu said with a frown. I understand when I see the agreement. This woman and the forces behind her must have a purpose in looking for me. Moreover, they seem to be in a hurry. Otherwise, she would not have signed the agreement that was full of loopholes. Jiang Fei said with a nod. Oh right. There is another piece of information. It was given to me by Lena. However, it is hard to tell whether it is true or false. You can just refer to it. Han Tianyu said. What information? Jiang Fei immediately asked. He was currently lacking in information. Therefore, regardless of whether it was true or not, he hoped to get more information. Even if it was fake, it could still provide some useful information. Lena once said that she doesn't need you to do anything for the time being. As long as you can take the lead, it's fine. Han Tianyu said. Take the lead? Take what lead? Are you loyal to them or something else? Jiang Fei asked curiously. And not sure. Han Tianyu shook his head. Did she say when she would be back? Jiang Fei asked. It probably won't take long. When she signed the agreement, it was because we rushed her and did not give her time to think. However, there must be someone behind her who understands. This meaningless agreement will be exposed very soon. Han Tianyu said. Then what should we do? Jiang Fei asked. It's okay. She will probably make a fuss with me. But not too much. Because she needs you. And also needs me to continue to convince you. So we are still useful to them. They won't dare to directly make a fuss with us. Han Tianyu analyzed. Chapter 2707, Take a Day Off. Yesterday, I had to spend the night in the hospital. Physically and mentally exhausted. Take a day off. Chapter 2708, Chapter 2698. Planning. Alright. Let's discuss it before she comes back. Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. We have to plan. After this woman fell for it once, I'm afraid she won't be so easy to fool anymore. Han Tianyu nodded and whispered to Jiang Fei. While Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were discussing how to trick Lena. In the distant Dominican galaxy, Aurelia finally received news from Skoda Star. Fei has come out of seclusion? That's great. Aurelia saw the reply from the Grand Admiral of the Universe Empire. Her heart was filled with joy, especially when she saw Jiang Fei saying that she could end the war at any time. Aurelia's face immediately broke into a smile. Ever since she became a fleet commander, Aurelia's style had been very radical. Her motto was very simple. And that was attack. 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 Now! She was playing defense in a very conservative style. This was not what Aurelia wanted. Previously, in order to help Jiang Fei attract the attention of the development team, she had to make a big deal out of it. She had to stall for as much time as possible. In the end, it resulted in the current situation. Although Aurelia was leading an unprecedentedly large fleet, she was only fishing in troubled waters in the Dominican galaxy. She was only playing guerrilla warfare at the side. The true main force was still the Player Legion, under Amon. But now, Aurelia's combat objective had changed. She did not need to delay any longer. So her combat style had returned to the side she liked. Pass down the orders. We are going to switch from defense to offense. Aurelia smiled. Taking the initiative to attack was her style. Yes. The adjutant immediately passed down Aurelia's orders. Send a message to Eamon. The Imperial Army is taking over the battlefield now. Ask him to cooperate with us. Aurelia continued to give orders. Yes. Commander. The adjutant immediately drafted a message and sent it to Eamon's flagship. What? Eamon was dumbfounded after receiving the message. Big brother. What does that NPC mean? Didn't she not want to be at the front line before? Such a large fleet was hiding in the Dominican galaxy to fight guerrilla warfare. How did she change her mind now? One of Amon's underlings asked. How would I know? Maybe she triggered the storyline? As a professional gamer, Amon's thinking mode was actually a little fixed. In his subconscious mind, this universe was just a game. The NPCs here all reacted according to a certain program. However, he didn't think that the NPCs here were actually people with flesh and blood. People with feelings. Therefore, the first thing Amon thought of when these NPCs reacted was what kind of quest they triggered, and what kind of storyline they lived through. He didn't think too deeply about it. Then what should we do? One of Amon's underlings asked. Ignore them. Let's continue fighting, Amon said. Alright. Those newbies are really happy these few days. I'm about to teach them a lesson too. One of Amon's lackeys sneered. These few days? The players thought the Resistance Army had been launching attacks on the dominant galaxy. With the support of the development team, they had built a huge fleet with extraordinary strength. Even if Eamon and his player theater company had orbital defense facilities, they would still be under a lot of pressure. Sir, General Eamon hasn't replied to us. Olaria's adjutant told Olaria about Eamon's attitude. It's fine. Don't worry about them. I don't need their cooperation. I'm just informing them as a matter of routine. After all, we're still considered allies. Olaria's lips curled up into a smile. She was finally going to counterattack. She could not suppress the excitement in her heart. Lord Commander, the fleet is now ready for battle. Please instruct us. Very soon, all the ships of the super fleet were ready for battle. Yes. Pass down my orders. Aurelia began to give out orders in an orderly manner. On this side, the counterattack of the Imperial Army was on the verge of breaking out. Meanwhile, in a meeting room in the Gamma space, a group of people were also quarreling with each other. Lena, what's wrong with you? What's the use of this agreement? It can't restrict that low-level creature at all. A middle-aged man slammed the table to express his dissatisfaction. Father, time was of the essence at that time. That Jiang Fei had something to do and had to leave. I didn't have the chance to read this agreement carefully. Then, I'll go back and look for them now. Lena was like a child who had done something wrong. The middle-aged man was clearly Lena's father, the sheriff of the Gamma space. What's the use of looking for them now? The agreement has been signed. Do you want to sign it again? Do you think this is a game? The sheriff frowned. Then, he looked at Lena and asked, Do they know our purpose? No. I did not tell them too much information, Lena said. Well, the sheriff hesitated for a while. Then he said, How about this? When you go back, give them some information and tell them the truth. Otherwise, they won't be willing to cooperate with us sincerely since they don't know anything. How much do I have to say? Lena asked. You can tell them the purpose, but don't tell them the process in detail, the sheriff said. I understand. Father! Lena nodded. Okay. Go do your work. The sheriff nodded. Okay. Lena turned around and left. After Lena left, the screen in the room turned and a person walked out. Are you really going to start the operation? The person behind the screen asked. I have been planning for so long. If I don't carry out the operation, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The sheriff laughed. But have you thought about the consequences of failure? The man asked. If you don't succeed, you will die. The sheriff replied. Okay. Then I wish you success. The man said. With our friendship, you want help him? Right. The sheriff asked. The three of us are the best brothers. This situation is the last thing I want to see. I want help either of you. If the situation is out of control, I will help you clean up your mess. But at that time, the man didn't finish his words. I know what to do at that time. Don't worry. The day you are worried about won't come, the sheriff said confidently. I hope so. The man sighed and turned to leave. After Lena left her father's place, she went straight to her room. Then, she entered a set of dedicated game equipment. Soon after, the indicator light on the game equipment lit up. At the same time, on Skoda star in the three-dimensional space, a white light flashed, and Lena appeared. Chapter 2709, Chapter 2699, Full-on Confrontation. Miss Yuanchio, do you have any orders? A waiter noticed that Lena was looking around. They did not know that Yuanchio had changed. Where's Han Tianyu? Lena asked. She did not explain to the waiter. Mr. Han lives on the 7th floor. 7015. The waiter replied. Okay. Got it. Lena nodded and went straight to the elevator. Soon, Lena came to Han Tianyu's room and knocked on the door. Please come in. Han Tianyu's voice came. Pata. Lena pushed the door open and walked in. Yo, you're back so soon? Han Tianyu smiled. You bastard. Lena took 2 steps in front of Han Tianyu, then threw her pink fist at Han Tianyu. Lena's pink fist landed on Han Tianyu's chest. The force was not very strong. It was obvious that she was acting coquettishly. In fact, in Lena's heart, she already hated Han Tianyu so much that her teeth were itching. However, she could not show it. If she fell out with Han Tianyu at this time, it would be even more impossible to convince Jiang Fei to sign a new agreement. Ouch! It hurts! Han Tianyu acted very well. As he avoided Lena's pink fist, he took advantage of the situation and pulled her into his arms. Then, he moved his hands up and down to take advantage of her. Although Lena was annoyed, she acted like she wanted to reject him. She and Han Tianyu were both well versed in this. For the sake of their goals, their bodies, and even their emotions could be weapons. However, humans were emotional animals. Even a trained agent could not completely control their emotions. In a full-scale confrontation with an enemy agent of the opposite sex, even if they won, they would be covered in bruises. Those who lost would lose the entire game. At this moment, Han Tianyu and Lina were in the midst of such a confrontation. Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both deeply involved. Tell me, why did you screw me over? Lina panted as she stopped Han Tianyu's next move. Who screwed you over? Han Tianyu said with a cheeky smile. You? You're the only one who likes to set me up, Lina said in a coquettish tone. She had to let Han Tianyu know that she was dissatisfied, but she could not make things difficult for him. There's more to it now. Han Tianyu laughed. He did not care about Lina's resistance and directly carried her in his arms, heading straight for the bedroom in the inner room. Lina used her pink fist to hit Han Tianyu a few times, and then stopped resisting. Then, the bedroom was filled with the sound of fierce collisions. After the pleasure, Lina lay in Han Tianyu's arms like a kitten. Her face was flushed after the pleasure. You're not angry anymore? Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Humph. You only know how to bully me, Lina said coquettishly. I know other things. Do you want to try? Han Tianyu asked with a wicked smile. Stop it. Tell me the truth now. Why did you set me up? Lina pushed Han Tianyu away. How did I lie to you? Didn't you agree to the agreement? Besides, didn't you say that you don't need Jiang Fei to do anything? You just need him to nod his head. Han Tianyu had already thought of an excuse. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lina finding fault with him. Humph. Lina glared at Han Tianyu. She could not say anything. Could it be that she told Han Tianyu that they planned to use the spatial compensation mechanism to control Jiang Fei? All right, let's give it a try. Tell me your real purpose. Only then can I help you, Han Tianyu said. All right, I'll tell you then. Lina pretended to hesitate for a moment. Then, she said to Hanyu, we have no problem with the previous agreement because we really do not need to plot against Jiang Fei. We can totally make a fair deal. Okay. Han Tianyu nodded and waited for Lina to continue with the main text. For example, he can use his own charisma to provide us with some carriers, said Lina. Carriers? Han Tianyu frowned. The carriers used by the players were all of high standards. To put it bluntly, a person with Han Tianyu's strength was not even qualified to be a carrier. Yes, we need a lot of carriers this time. Ordinary people will do. However, the number is a little big. We need at least 100,000. Therefore, we need to make use of Jiang Fei's influence in the Universe Empire, said Lina. After all, Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal, was a legendary existence in the Universe Empire and even the entire three-dimensional universe. His legend spread throughout the entire universe. He had countless admirers and loyal fans. There was no lack of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for Jiang Fei. These people were exactly what Lina and the others needed. Although Lina and the others said it nicely that the souls of the carriers would be preserved and they would enter a higher dimension to enjoy a better life. However, this kind of soul transfer required a memory wipe as the price. Therefore, there was no difference in being reincarnated. Being in a hurry to be reincarnated was never a good thing. This was a curse everywhere because being reincarnated meant that one had to die. No one would be willing to die if they were alive and well. If only a small number of people were persuaded to sacrifice their bodies and go to the gamma space to be reincarnated, it would be easier. It would be better to cast a wide net. There would always be people who would agree for various reasons, especially those experts who were close to their lifespans. However, there were hundreds of thousands of people. If they were to rely on one-on-one persuasion, how long would it take to persuade them? Therefore, Nina and the others wanted to use Jiang Fei's influence to encourage their admirers and fans to give up their bodies. Is that so? After Han Tianyu heard what Lina said, he looked straight into her eyes and asked. Yes. Lina nodded. No matter if it was her eyes or her expression, there was nothing strange. Then why do you need so many carriers? Don't tell me that you suddenly have hundreds of thousands of players wanting to join the game, Han Tianyu asked. My dear, in our line of work, it's not a good thing to know too much. Lina smiled slightly and stood up to kiss Han Tianyu's mouth. She used her actions to tell Han Tianyu that she would not answer this question. All right. After the kiss, Han Tianyu nodded. He also knew that if Lina was not willing to tell him, he would not be able to ask her. After all, Lina was not as innocent as Aisha and the others. She had gone through professional training. How about it? This small request is not high. Right. Go and talk to Jiang Fei. As long as he agrees to this, we will fulfill some of his small wishes. Lena threw out the bait again. All right. I will go and talk to him. But why don't you go and talk to him yourself? Aren't you afraid that I will trick you again? Han Tianyu asked. Of course. But this time, we have a win-win cooperation. I did not plot against him. If he does not agree, then forget it. Lena shrugged. So, you were scheming against him before? Han Tianyu asked. Aren't you scheming against me? Lena rolled her eyes, then turned over and pressed Han Tianyu under her body. Chapter 2710, Chapter 2700 Insight. 2 hours later, Han Tianyu appeared in Jiang Fei's room. She's back? Jiang Fei asked. He had already received the news from the attendant. Yes. Han Tianyu nodded. Have you made any progress? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. She has made a new request. Han Tianyu said. What request? Jiang Fei asked. She hopes to use your influence to send a large number of people to the gamma space and give them their physical bodies as carriers. Han Tianyu said. How many people does she want? Jiang Fei asked. At least 100,000. Han Tianyu said. That many? Jiang Fei was shocked. Yes. Anya nodded and continued. The number is shocking. Right. Yes. More than 100,000 people. What do they need so many carriers for? And where am I going to find so many experts? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know what they want to do. However, she said that they don't need to be experts. Ordinary people are also fine. Therefore, she hopes that she can use your fame to let you help promote them. After all, you have quite a number of loyal fans. Han Tianyu said. Really? Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not know that he had such a loyal fan. At least that's what she told me. Han Tianyu said. Do you think her words are reliable? Jiang Fei asked. It's hard to say. She has gone through professional training. She is different from Aisha and the others. I cannot ask her about things that she does not want me to know. Han Tianyu said. What about your feelings? Jiang Fei asked again. My feelings. It's hard to say. This woman is not ordinary. It's hard to deduce with common sense. However, one thing is certain. They definitely did not come up with this request just to test you. Han Tianyu said. So, they really need more than 100,000 carriers. Jiang Fei frowned. He did not know what Lena and the forces behind her were trying to do. Maybe. Maybe not. Han Tianyu said with a frown. Didn't you say that they did not ask for more than 100,000 carriers for no reason? Jiang Fei asked. That's true. But who knows if they really want carriers or something else? Han Tianyu said with a frown. Could it be that what they want is? Jiang Fei seemed to have thought of something. Souls. The next second, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu said in unison. That's right. These guys definitely do not want hundreds of thousands of ordinary people as carriers. What they want is these souls that enter the gamma space. Han Tianyu said. Brother you. Do you have any ideas? Jiang Fei asked. Fei. Do you still remember how Bella and the others came? Han Tianyu suddenly asked. Bella and the others? Jiang Fei's mind was instantly pulled back to the past. Bella, Hua Mulan, and the others were all resurrected by him from the game world. That's right. Bella and the others were just a group of programs in the beginning. Later, they awakened their consciousness and became artificial intelligence. For the people of the gamma space, we are creatures of the three-dimensional world. Isn't that the same for the people of the gamma space? Han Tianyu paused for a moment. Then, he continued, to the people of the gamma space, we are just a bunch of NPCs. To them, our souls are just a bunch of data. Moreover, they can provide us with a carrier. What is the difference between this and you resurrecting Bella and the others? What do you mean? Jiang Fei suddenly understood. Don't forget, these guys are not like what you did to Bella and the others. They did not resurrect these people into the gamma space to transfer their memories. Instead, they wanted to erase their memories. If they were reincarnated into the body of a newborn, they might be able to start a new life. However, what if they were reincarnated into the body of a clone? Han Tianyu asked. Clones? Jiang Fei was stunned. That's right. A group of ready-made clones. A group of blank souls that had their memories erased. Coupled with the infusion of memories and knowledge. What do you think will appear? Han Tianyu asked. A clone army that completely obeys orders and is not afraid of death? Jiang Fei cried out. Lena's father is the public security officer of the Gamma Dimension. although I do not know much about this position. I know that this is a real power position. He is not the ruler of the highest level. However, what if he controls more than 100,000 people who listen to his orders and his clone army? Han Tianyu asked with a smile. That's too scary. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. From the information that he had obtained previously, the number of people in the Gamma dimension was not very large. More than 100,000 clone soldiers were definitely an invincible army that could wipe out any faction. In addition, the public security officer himself had the power. If Lina's father were to launch a coup, it would be a piece of cake for him to ascend to the throne and become the emperor. Lina's father is playing a big game. Han Tianyu was also shocked by his own analysis. Brother, are you sure? Jiang Fei asked. No. But as the saying goes, one does not get up early without benefits. Moreover, being in such a position, I think that Lina's father definitely does not lack further ambition. Therefore, the probability of him having such a plan is very high, Han Tianyu said. I believe in your analysis. Jiang Fei nodded. Since we have more or less understood Lina's plan, what do you think? Han Tianyu asked. That's hard to say. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Lina's father had plotted a coup d'etat and tried to form an invincible clone army, it did not conflict with his interests. Jiang Fei had never thought of dominating the Gamma space or bringing his family there to settle down. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Fei only wanted to get rid of the Gamma space's control over the three-dimensional universe. He only wanted to live freely in the three-dimensional universe. Therefore, whether Lina's father rebelled or not, whether or not he could overturn the current ruler and become the new emperor, it did not matter much to Jiang Fei. I feel that there is room for us to cooperate with her, Han Tianyu said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. If he has desires and ambitions, he will need something from us. This way, we can also get more benefits and help from them. For example, the carrier needed to go to the Gamma space. You cannot get it from the development team. But they might not, Han Tianyu said with a smile. He loved to work with ambitious people. Then, how do you think we should work together? Jiang Fei asked. I have to think about it slowly. However, since we understand their intentions, we will be in a position to take the initiative. After all, the current you is in a state where they have no desires or desires. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you are strong. You are invincible now. And if they need something from you, they will be on the passive side, Han Tianyu said. Although Jiang Fei needed a carrier to go to the Gamma space, he had not yet found an exit to the Gamma space from the Legacy space. So he would not need those carriers for the time being. Chapter 2711, Chapter 2701 Negotiations. That's true. For the time being, I can't ask them for anything. On the contrary, if they really want to start a coup d'etat, this matter cannot be delayed for too long. Therefore, in order to obtain this clone army, they will definitely increase their bargaining chips. Jiang Fei nodded and said, although the rebellion did not know the urgency of the matter, it needed to be slowly planned. However, once it entered the execution phase, it would be a race against time. After the plan was carried out, there would definitely be traces left behind. If it was dragged out for a long time, it would definitely be discovered by others. Therefore, it had to be decided before the other party could react. If Han Tianyu's analysis was correct, then Lina and her father would not be able to drag things out for too long. They would definitely be eager to get their hands on the clone army. They had even prepared a carrier for this. As long as Jiang Fei provided the soul in place, their coup could be carried out immediately. For Jiang Fei, working with Lina this time was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. He had to take a huge risk. Once Lina and her father, the sheriff, failed in their coup, the father and daughter would definitely not end well. And when it comes down to it, in order to prevent anyone from recreating the clone army, it is imperative to eliminate the hidden danger of the three-dimensional world. So, the ruler above the sheriff's head would immediately order the destruction of Jiang Fei's three-dimensional universe. At that time, Jiang Fei and the others would be completely destroyed along with the three-dimensional universe. However, after Lina and her father, the magistrate, succeeded in the coup d'etat, Jiang Fei would be able to reap the benefits? The answer was obviously no. If the magistrate successfully completed the coup d'etat and succeeded in becoming the ruler, then he would definitely know how he overthrew the previous ruler. Therefore, in order to prevent any future trouble, if he did not allow others to follow his path and overturn him, it was necessary to destroy the three-dimensional world. Therefore, once the coup d'etat was initiated, regardless of whether it was successful or not. Jiang Fei and the three-dimensional world would definitely be sacrificed. Even if Lina and his father still had some humanity, they would only provide some carriers to allow the souls of some three-dimensional creatures to enter the gamma space. Moreover, it was the kind that did not carry soul memories. It seems like I have to make good use of this golden period. Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu looked at each other. They could not stop the sheriff from staging a coup. The sheriff had already prepared so many clones. Even if he did not launch a coup, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. When that time came, he would not have a good ending. A rebellion was something that could not be undone. Once it started, there was no turning back. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei did not provide them with a source of souls, they would still think of other ways. After all, Jiang Fei was not the only person in the entire universe who had the power to rally the masses. They only thought that it would be easier for the Grand Marshal to do this. Moreover, Lina had Han Tianyu's connections. That was why they would give priority to Jiang Fei. Once Jiang Fei explicitly rejected them, they would definitely choose someone else without hesitation. Even if they chose Jiang Fei, they might have already made contact with someone else. Therefore, at this moment, the magistrate's coup had objectively accelerated the countdown to the end of the three-dimensional universe. Once he launched a coup, or the matter was exposed, the end of the three-dimensional world would come. However, before that, this was Jiang Fei's golden period. He could use the excuse of providing a soul as an excuse to ask Lina and her father for a sky-high price. For his own ambition, as long as Jiang Fei's price was not too exaggerated, the sheriff would probably agree to it. "Ah, Fei, do you have any plans?" Han Tianyu asked. "Let's delay Lina first and let them be anxious. I have to hurry as well. We don't have much time left now," Jiang Fei said. The main reason he held Lina and the sheriff was to increase his bargaining chip during the negotiation. At the same time, Jiang Fei also needed time to find the entrance to the gamma space. Once he found the entrance, he could really negotiate with the sheriff. However, before that, it was useless even if he made a condition. That's what I thought. We have to let them wait for a while." Han Tianyu nodded. "Then, brother, you can reply to her. I have to go into closed-door cultivation as soon as possible," Jiang Fei said. Go do your thing." Han Tianyu nodded. "Oh, right. Brother, you tell Lina that if they really want to cooperate, I hope that the development team will not disturb me while I'm in closed-door cultivation." Jiang Fei smiled. "All right. I will tell her." Han Tianyu nodded. He also knew about the war in the Dominic Galaxy, coupled with the fact that Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation. It was not difficult to guess Aurelia's purpose. "Then, I'll leave it to you. I have to go and buy some time," Jiang Fei said. "Go and do your work." Han Tianyu waved his hand. On the other hand, Jiang Fei disappeared into thin air and teleported in front of the girls. "How was it? Is everything settled?" Bella asked. "No. I'll leave them alone for now. I have to go back to my seclusion. Please treat them well. However, when they ask about me, just say that you don't know," Jiang Fei said. "TSK, who knows what you're doing?" Si Tang rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, that's the attitude." Jiang Fei smiled. After a few more words of advice, he returned to the time house. He was in a hurry to find the Mercury Man. Other than asking about some things, he had to find a way to find the exit from the Mercury Man, otherwise it would not be easy for him to find a specific exit in the endless inheritance space. On the other hand, Jiang Fei went into seclusion. Han Tianyu also turned around and returned to his room. At this time, Lina was already dressed. She was sitting in the living room drinking tea. "How is it? Is there any result?" Lina asked. "Cooperation is fine, but he wants you to show him some sincerity." Han Tianyu shrugged and said, "Sincerity? What sincerity?" Lina asked. "He wants to play a game with you guys," Han Tianyu said. "A game?" Lina was stunned. "Yes. He will hide for a period of time. However, during this period of time, no one can disturb him, whether it is the apostles or the development team's various methods. Otherwise, he will feel that you guys are not sincere and will refuse to cooperate." Han Tianyu said. "Hide? Is he trying to do something secretly? And he wants us to stop the development team from interfering with him." Lina was not stupid. Although Han Tianyu lied, she could still sense Jiang Fei's true intentions. Who knows? Anyway, that's what he told me, said Han Tianyu with a shrug. "All right. if he wants us to stop the development team from interfering with him. That's fine. However, there must be a time limit. I will only give him a week's time. If it is more than a week, if he cannot solve his little secret, then it is not my fault," said Lena as she spoke. She stared into Han Tianyu's eyes, trying to read his expression. Chapter 27:12. I have to ask for a day off. Today, my daughter-in-law and my child were discharged from the hospital. After a long day, I will update my reply tomorrow. Please forgive me. Chapter 27:13. Chapter 27:02 began. Just a week. That's too little. Why don't you tell him? It's just a few days. I don't have the face to ask. Han Tianyu frowned. Then 2 weeks? Lena frowned. At least a month. Otherwise, how can I ask? Han Tianyu said. No. 2 weeks. No more. Lena refused. Then go ahead and say it. Han Tianyu was very determined. Who exactly are you? Lena glared at Han Tianyu. What do you mean? Do you still want to scam my brother? Han Tianyu frowned. No way. Clearly. And the one who gets scammed every time. Okay. Lena rolled her eyes. Then what do you mean? Han Tianyu asked. How about this? Let's compromise for 3 weeks. You tell him. Lena said. The reason why she compromised so much was that she was afraid that Jiang Fei would not trust her. Han Tianyu was Jiang Fei's best brother. If he told her, it would be much more effective. The effect would be much better. Moreover, this time, Lena had already set the conditions. She was not afraid that Han Tianyu would interfere again. Jiang Fei's side was just agreeing or not agreeing. All right. 3 weeks then. However, it's too late today. I won't go. I'll go and talk to him tomorrow. If the deal is successful, we'll start from the day after tomorrow. Han Tianyu bought 2 more days for Jiang Fei without a trace. All right. Lena nodded. She was too lazy to argue with Han Tianyu about this. The next day around noon, Han Tianyu went out of the house. Then, he found a random place to rest. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already started his closed-door cultivation. He had nowhere to go. Moreover, there was no need for him to go and look for him. Now, all he could do was to buy more time for Jiang Fei. That evening, Han Tianyu returned to his room calmly. At that moment, Lena was already waiting anxiously. She was pacing back and forth in her room. When she saw Han Tianyu push the door open and enter, she suddenly woke up. How is it? Lena asked. It's done. If I step in, how can my brother not agree? Han Tianyu said proudly. That's good. But if we show our sincerity, he can't go back on his word. Lena said. Don't worry. My brother is a man of his word. Han Tianyu promised. That's good. You wait here for a while. I'll go back for a while. Lena said and disappeared into the white light. Lena went offline to report Jiang Fei's conditions to her father. At that moment, Aurelia's counterattack was about to begin. Send a message to Amon's fleet. Have his fleet assemble before 3 p.m. today, Aurelia said to his adjutant. Yes, Commander. The adjutant immediately accepted the order and sent the message to Amon's flagship. F***CK. What the H.L. is this idiotic NPC trying to do? Amon was stunned after receiving the message. In the past few days, the Imperial Army's player fleet did not fight as smoothly as they had imagined, although they were backed by the orbital defense facilities, due to the laziness of Aurelia's fleet. Hence, Amon's fleet had no choice but to fight against the rebel army's fleet alone. One had to know that at this moment, under the balance of the development team, the rebel army's fleet had obtained a large amount of superior equipment, although their combat experience was far inferior to Amon and the other all players. The advantage in equipment was too obvious. As a result, Amon's fleet fought exceptionally hard in the defensive battle. And today, the Imperial Army's NPC fleet finally sent a message. It seemed that they wanted to participate in the battle, which made Amon both happy and worried. Amon was happy that once the Imperial Army's massive NPC fleet joined the battle, their strength would greatly increase. He was also worried that the Imperial Army's second-in-command would randomly fight, dragging the situation that could still be supported into the abyss. Call back and ask the commander of the Imperial Army's fleet what strategy and tactics they want to adopt, Elman said to one of his subordinates. Yes, boss. That subordinate immediately sent a reply to Aurelia. Soon, Aurelia's reply came. But this reply made Elman curse out loud. Damn it! That idiotic commander is here again! She will kill us sooner or later. How did this ignorant woman get to the top? Amon cursed in his flagship. Because Aurelia's reply was very simple. You do not need to care about the tactical core. You just need to cooperate with the allied fleet to attack. Clearly, Aurelia did not care about Aemon at all. Previously, she had only treated the commander of the player fleet as cannon fodder. Aurelia was confident that she could end this war alone. Therefore, she did not care whether Aemon would cooperate or not. It is said that Aurelia is the lover of the Imperial Army's Grand Marshal Jiang Fei, said one of Aemon's underlings. This kind of gossip about NPCs was actually very popular in the player circle. No wonder. Aemon immediately found a reasonable explanation for his judgment. Now, he even thought that Aurelia was just a facade. In fact, she did not understand the command of the fleet at all. Boss, what should we do? One of the underlings asked. Forget it. Let's fight with those NPCs first. If they kneel down, we will continue with the original fighting method. However, don't let these NPCs be the books of experience for the guys on the other side, Aemon said after thinking for a moment. Yes. The underlings nodded. A few hours passed quickly. It was very convenient for the player fleet to gather. Therefore, Aemon's army had already gathered at around 2:30 p.m. As for the fleet under Aurelia's command, they had never been scattered. She had always kept the fleet in a state where they could attack at any time, as long as Jiang Fei gave the signal to allow them to attack. Aurelia's sharp blade could be unsheathed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Aurelia's flagship sent a message to Aemon's fleet. He ordered his fleet to prepare for battle and move toward Area D9. Region D9? Why would they go there? Aemon and his subordinates were all stunned. Region D9 was relatively far from the battlefield. Maybe they want us to ambush the enemy there? One of his subordinates guessed. Could it be that they have received intelligence that the enemy's reinforcements will arrive there? Another player asked. That's impossible. My informant didn't even send a message back. How could those NPCs know? Aemon frowned. Then should we carry out her orders? A player asked. Let's do it first. If they can't hold on, we'll rush back. It's not that far, Aemon said after thinking for a moment. After all, Aurelia was the commander of the Empire's fleet. Although he commanded the player fleet, he could not openly disobey orders. Yes. After Aemon nodded, the players below immediately took action. They piloted their warships and moved towards Area D9. Chapter 2714, Chapter 2703 Super Weapon. Commander, did you transfer the Allied fleet to Zone D9 because there might be enemy reinforcements there? One of the captains under Aurelia asked through the communication. It's almost impossible for enemy reinforcements to appear there. Or in other words, it's impossible for the enemy to have reinforcements, Aurelia said with a smile. Then why did you transfer them there? The captain asked. Because that's the auditorium. Aurelia's lips curled into a smile. She wanted to let Aemon see what the art of commanding was. Almost all the captains in the communication channel were stunned. They did not expect their commander to be so willful. Of course, from another perspective, they also understood Aurelia's confidence. If victory was not in their hands, how could Aurelia not use such a powerful fleet? Therefore, when Aurelia explained why she moved Aemon's fleet to Zone D9, the captains and officers of the Imperial fleet immediately put down their apprehensions and became confident and calm. The morale of the entire fleet also rose by a notch. 80% of the captains of the Imperial fleet were Aurelia's old subordinates. They had once killed their way into the hinterland of the Vassalid Legion and galloped wantonly within the borders of the Vassalid Legion, entering deep into the enemy's territory. During the days when the tip of the blade danced, Aurelia had won the trust of the captains with her amazing commanding ability. Therefore, when Aurelia showed great confidence this time, these captains were naturally filled with confidence. They trusted their commanders very much. Even though the enemy's fleet was also huge, their equipment and technology were also more advanced. But Aurelia's presence still filled the entire Imperial fleet with confidence of victory. This was perhaps the charm of a powerful commander. Even if she was only commanding a patrol fleet, you would believe that she could easily defeat the enemy's main fleet. There was no scientific reason for that. You could not even think of a way for her to win. But you just believed that she could do it. At 4:15 a.m., Aurelia's second order was issued. However, it was not to the fleet, but to a certain resource star in the Dominic Galaxy. Load a slaughtering warhead and aim at Area C4. Prepare to fire. Aurelia personally sent the most confidential communication. At this moment, including most of the captains in the fleet, they did not know when Aurelia had completed the deployment on that resource planet. A slaughtering cannon had already been quietly built there. During the time when Aemon was dealing with the resistance fleet, Aurelia was not simply watching from the sidelines. She had been quietly deploying her own plan. After giving up on the plan of quickly attacking the Vasily Legion, Aurelia had talked about how a large number of players from the rebel army would definitely attack them. When that time came, Amon's fleet would not be able to stand against this super fleet that had been strengthened by the development team. Therefore, Aurelia had no choice but to make a plan. She activated the ultimate weapon plan that Jiang Fei had already prepared. This plan had been formulated a long time ago. However, almost everyone who knew about it, including Jiang Fei and Aurelia, did not think that this plan would be implemented one day. That was because at that time, Jiang Fei had never thought of ending the game and completely destroying the Vizari army. Moreover, the Vizari army, which had always been in a weak position, was unlikely to force the Imperial army into a desperate situation. However, this time, in order to avoid too many casualties, Aurelia directly activated the ultimate weapon plan. Then, she built a super weapon in the Dominican Galaxy, the Slaughtering Cannon. The Slaughtering Cannon was one of the super weapons that Jiang Fei had reverse engineered based on the Titan's blueprint that he had obtained from the players previously. This was because the construction of the Titan required the Star Core as the power source. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to obtain this thing. Therefore, it was destined that he could only have one Titan in his possession. However, Jiang Fei was clearly unwilling to have only one Titan battleship. However, he could not get a second Star Core. Therefore, he took a different path and led a group of engineers to give up on developing more Titan battleships. Instead, he focused on the Titan battleship's super weapon and enhanced it extremely. Hence, two super weapon blueprints were born. The Slaughtering Cannon and the Death Star Cannon were the results of Jiang Fei and the engineers' research. This kind of cannon could not be built on a planet because not only did it consume a lot of energy, but the reaction force was too strong. If it was installed on the planet's surface, when it fired, there would be a strong earthquake near the cannon. When that happened, all the infrastructure around the cannon would be destroyed. The cannon itself would also be destroyed by the impact. Therefore, this kind of cannon could only be fixed in the planet's orbital space. Moreover, a large number of support equipment had to be built to ensure its smooth operation. In this way, within the gravitational orbit of a planet, there was almost no room for other buildings. The built Death Star Cannon or Slaughtering Cannon could only be protected by the nearby fleets, and could not enjoy the protection of the orbital defense facilities. Other than that, the energy consumption of this super weapon was also very terrifying. A normal planet could not support it at all. Only those with rich resources and close to the star. Only high-quality resource stars with rich antimatter resources were qualified to build such a super weapon in orbit space. And there happened to be a planet like that in the Dominic Galaxy. Therefore, Aurelia did not hesitate to dock her fleet there. It seemed that she was afraid of the battle and let Amon take the lead. But in fact, she was quietly building the Slaughtering Cannon. About half an hour later, the slaughtering warhead of the Slaughtering Cannon was fully loaded. Furthermore, it adjusted its muzzle and aimed at Area C4, which was the focus of the Resistance's player fleet. Just as Aurelia was getting ready for the final battle, the players of the Resistance were also having a meeting. What's going on with Amon and his gang? Why did they suddenly go to D9? I don't know. They must have fallen out with the Imperial Army's NPCs. I think so too. He's a classic quitter. Then should we go over and kill them? These damn turtles are lying behind the orbital defense facilities. Now that they've finally appeared, it's a good opportunity for us. What if it's a trap? They suddenly ran over there for no reason. No matter how you look at it, it looks like they're trying to set us up. What if we go over and they ambush us? The player leaders of the Resistance were debating non-stop. This was because they were almost all new generation players. Even the professional players among them did not have the rallying and commanding power that Amon had. Therefore, the other guild leaders would not submit to the leadership of a single person. This caused the players of the rebel army to be like a pile of loose sand. Chapter 27:15, Chapter 27:04 The massacre began. Don't worry about Amon and the others. Even if we destroy those guys, they can still buy new ships and make a comeback. If it is a trap, we will suffer even more losses. Now that they have left the garrison area, it is the best chance for us to attack the enemy fortress, a young player said. He was a professional player in the Resistance. Although he was not as famous as Amon. As a rising star, he was known as the person who had the best chance to replace Amon. Ryan? Are you serious? Another player leader looked at him. Although the Resistance did not have someone like Amon who could control the overall situation, Ryan, a newly risen professional player, was undoubtedly someone that everyone thought highly of. Instead of arguing over whether Eamon's retreat is a trap or not, we might as well play along. We should ignore those guys and directly take down the enemy NPC's fortress. Once the dominant galaxy is broken through, we can march straight in. Even if we can't destroy the universe empire in one fell swoop, we can still cause a large number of losses within them. At that time, we can turn the tide of the resistance. Ryan analyzed. Even though the development team had been leaning towards the rebel army recently, Ryan knew that this was definitely not normal. Once the balance of the development team was adjusted, with the universe empire's powerful economic strength, they would be able to recover very quickly. As for the Vazari army, they could not be counted on anymore. They had been completely crippled by the previous attacks. Moreover, with the weak economic system of the Vasily Legion, it would take decades for them to recover. Hence, it was already impossible for the Vasily Legion to catch up to the Universe Empire in terms of strength. What Ryan and the other Resistance players could do was to drag the Universe Empire down with them. The Vasily Legion's economic system might have collapsed. But if the Universe Empire's economy was also heavily damaged, then both sides would be able to return to the same level again. Alright. I agree with Ryan's plan. I agree too. I don't think this is reliable. It's more practical to chase after Eamon and the others. Nonsense. What if we get ambushed? I agree with Ryan's plan too. After a series of arguments, Ryan's proposal received the support of the majority of the Resistance player leaders. After unifying their targets, the Resistance player fleet quickly gathered. They crossed the Stargate, formed a formation in front of the Imperial Army's position, and then slowly advanced forward. Reporting, Commander. The enemy is about to enter Zone C4. An intelligence officer in charge of monitoring the Resistance Army fleets immediately reported to Aurelia. Aurelia nodded, and then continued to quietly close his eyes to rest. Reporting, Commander. The enemy advanced fleet has arrived at Area C4. Aurelia was still unmoved. Reporting, the enemy central fleet has arrived at Area C4. The intelligence officer's voice trembled. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or excitement. But at this moment, the Resistance fleet had already approached the Imperial Army's orbital defense facilities. Their ultra-long-range attack cruisers had already started firing plasma regiments to attack the Imperial Army's orbital defense facilities. Order the fleet to get ready for battle. At this moment, Aurelia opened his eyes calmly. Yes. After receiving the order, the adjutant immediately relayed Aurelia's order, and for a moment, the entire Imperial Army's fleet was mobilized. The engines of all the warships roared, and all the combat personnel were in position. Everyone's battle nerves were tensed up. Report, Lord Commander. The enemy fleet has all entered Area C4. The intelligence officer shouted loudly. Fleet, prepare to meet the enemy. Aurelia immediately sat up straight. Yes. For a moment, the entire Imperial Army fleet moved out. The engines of the warships spewed out long ion beams, pushing the huge warships forward. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the long-range attacks of the Resistance Army also began to take effect. Those high-energy plasma clusters continuously bombarded the Imperial Army's defensive structures. The shields of these defensive structures were on the verge of collapsing. Commander, shall we start attacking? The adjutant asked. No rush. Let the orbital defense facilities attack automatically. They will attract the attention of those guys. Aurelia did not plan to rely on these orbital defense facilities from the start. In her eyes, these things were bait to attract the enemies. Hong. Hong Hong. One after another, Gaussian railguns and hangar defense platforms were destroyed. This made the Resistance players happy, as Eamon's squadron had retreated to Zone D9. They could not return to the battlefield even if they wanted to. Hence, the Resistance had time to clear out these obstructing defense facilities. Damn it! Is that NPC commander an idiot? Why didn't she cooperate with the orbital defense equipment to defend against the enemy's attack? What is this now? Should we wait for them to finish demolishing the defense structure before dealing with them peacefully? Eamon was hopping mad on his own battleship. Boss, what should we do? One of his underlings asked. Forget it. Forget about that idiot commander's order. Well, return to support. Eamon gritted his teeth and said, Yes. The Imperial Army's squadron had just arrived at Area D9. But before they could drink a mouthful of water, they turned around and ran back. They're going back? It seemed like Area D9 was indeed a trap. These guys willingly became bait to lure us in. Unfortunately, we ate the bait. But you guys should keep the bait for yourselves. Seeing Eamon's squadron rush back, Ryan's face revealed a proud smile. It seemed that after this battle, His dream of replacing Aemon would take a step further. Commander, the Allied fleets are starting to come back. The adjutant reported to Aurelia. It doesn't matter. Let them come back. Their mission is over anyway. Aurelia smiled. She sent Aemon's fleets out mainly to attract the Resistance fleets to attack. Aemon's quick return would make the Resistance more confident in their judgment. This would speed up the pace of the attack and allow the fleet to move forward. At this moment, Aurelia's Imperial fleet had already reached close to the orbital defense facilities. If they moved any further, they would have to include the Resistance fleet in their firing range. Start executing the slaughtering plan. Aurelia personally issued this encrypted order. Along with the order, they had already locked onto the target, and the fully loaded slaughtering cannon had also entered the firing sequence. Chapter 2716, Chapter 2705 Slaughter Power. Hung. Following a silent explosion, a slaughter warhead shot out from the cannon and headed straight for the targeted area C4. It was said to be silent because there was no air in space and sound couldn't be transmitted. It was said to be a loud explosion because as long as one saw the scene of the cannon firing, even if one's ears were silent, you could also imagine the terrifying roar in your mind. As a super weapon, the range of the slaughtering cannon was quite terrifying. The slaughtering cannon moved at warp speed and in theory, it could hit any target within 1,000,000 light years. However, the further away it was, the longer its flight time would be. It was not a big problem to hit a planet with a relatively stable orbit. However, if it was aimed at a fleet outside a few galaxies, unless they had been waiting there all along, they would have long disappeared by the time the slaughtering cannon arrived. Fortunately, the slaughtering cannons were built in the middle of the Dominican galaxy, so they were not too far away from the C4 region. In just a few hundred astronomical units of distance, they could reach the C4 region in a matter of seconds under warp speed. Whoosh! In the C4 region, the slaughtering warheads detached from the subspace and detonated directly in the Resistance fleet. Because the warheads detonated immediately after they left the subspace, the Resistance fleet had no time to react. Although they had detected the spatial fluctuations and had a portion of the warships aimed there. But this was meaningless to the slaughter warhead. The Resistance players had done well enough. If it was a warship that jumped out of the subspace, then it would immediately be blasted into pieces by countless main cannons. But what jumped out of the subspace was a slaughter warhead. A slaughter warhead that no players had ever seen before. Boom! The slaughtering warhead detonated. Even Aurelia, who was far away in region C3, felt the surrounding space shake. This was not the shockwave from the explosion of the giant nuclear bomb on Earth. Instead, the entire space shook violently from the explosion. In the violent explosion, at least thousands of rebel player warships were destroyed on the spot, causing devastating losses to the players of the rebel army. However, this was only the beginning. The power of the slaughter cannon was not limited to the power of the explosion. Other than those rebel warships that were destroyed on the spot, the slaughter cannon was not the only one. All the spaceships in Zone C4 were paralyzed due to the powerful electromagnetic interference caused by the explosion. This was the second kill of the slaughter warhead. For a moment, the players of the rebel army lost control of their battleships. The central control screen was flashing with snow. The battleships did not listen to the command and could only stay where they were. They could not do anything. This powerful electromagnetic interference. Without 20 minutes, there was no way to remove it. And 20 minutes was neither long nor short. In a space battle, 20 minutes was probably just the main fleet turning around, with the position of the Aurelia fleet. In 20 minutes, at most, they would enter the firing range and complete a volley of shots. For the huge rebel fleet, although they would suffer heavy losses, they would not be completely wiped out. Unfortunately, the terrifying power of the slaughtering warhead was not limited to the first two items. When it exploded, it also released a stable phase beacon, which could provide a stable warp point for Aurelia's fleet. Begin short-distance warping. At this moment, Aurelia's fleet was already prepared. When the Resistance fleet was paralyzed, the Imperial fleet immediately began to warp. Schwa! The short-distance warping time was extremely short. In just 2 seconds, the Imperial fleet appeared behind the Resistance fleet. Attack freely! Aurelia gave the order. Yes! At this moment, the Imperial fleet's captain and officers of all ranks were extremely excited. The Resistance fleet's warships were all paralyzed, and it would take at least 20 minutes for them to recover. And during this period of time, they were all fixed targets. Boom, 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 boom! The real 10,000 cannons were fired at the same time. The fleet under Aurelia's command was too huge. and its scale far exceeded that of the previous combined fleets. Although the technology of these ships could not compare to the player warships, they could not miss when firing at close range. The most fatal thing was not how high the attack power of the Imperial Army warships was, but the warships of the players of the Resistance Army were all paralyzed at this moment, and their shield systems were all out of order, just by relying on the armor and outer SHL of the warships, in front of the automatic cannons that mainly dealt kinetic damage. It was really like paper. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the player warships of the Resistance were destroyed. At this moment, Ryan was almost grinding his teeth to pieces. He was so unwilling. He was so close to victory. He had even begun to imagine the scene when he surpassed Eamon and became the #1 player. In the end, reality knocked him to the ground. Eamon had indeed been transferred, but he had been fooled by a group of NPCs. Moreover, he was about to be completely wiped out. This kind of failure was a stain on Ryan's reputation. It was enough to make him unable to raise his head in the professional player circle. A stain that he would never be able to lift his head up. Being beaten up by a group of NPCs was something that no professional player could accept. However, reality was cruel. No matter how unwilling Ryan was, he had no choice but to accept the fate of being defeated. All the warships under his command were affected by the electromagnetic interference and could not move at all. The massive fleet of the Imperial Army had surrounded them. The automatic cannons that he once thought were toys were now constantly destroying his warships, one after another. 20 minutes had never been so difficult for Ryan. Finally, 20 minutes had passed. A portion of the warships with stronger electromagnetic abilities began to regain their mobility. However, at this moment, they were facing an enemy army that was indeed surrounded by layers. These warships with strong electromagnetic abilities were not the type with strong combat strength. Most of them were auxiliary warships. Ignore these auxiliary cruisers. Attack the enemy's main fleet and heavy cruisers first. Aurelia's goal was very clear. As long as the enemy's main fleet and heavy cruisers were eliminated, then these auxiliary cruisers with weak attack power would not be able to cause any waves at all. Boom! 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 Space fireworks exploded one after another. Although the sound could not be transmitted over, those who saw the scene could almost imagine the loud noise that the warship made when it exploded. It's over just like that. Eamon, who was trying his best to help, was dumbfounded. He had not even covered 1/3 of the distance, which was even further away from Zone C4 than Zone D9. However, at this moment, more than 2/3 of the Resistance battleships had already been lost, and the remaining battleships were almost all injured. Looking at this situation, it was a foregone conclusion that the entire Resistance army would be annihilated. Chapter 2717, Chapter 2706, Victorious Return. The battle quickly entered its final phase. Before Eamon's fleet could even reach the battlefield, the battle had already ended. The remaining 30 to 50 rebel warships were fleeing toward the Stargate. However, Aurelia's fleet was holding them back. Based on the distance between the two sides, the rebel warships did not have the time to activate the Stargate. They would be completely destroyed. Damn it! What's going on? Is that NPC commander a genius or an idiot? And what kind of weapon was that just now? Isn't that too terrifying? It could destroy a fleet with one shot. Eamon was puzzled on his flagship. He could not understand how all of this happened in less than an hour. Space battles were never quick. In a battle between thousands of warships, it was impossible to determine the winner within a few months. It was normal to fight for a few years. But, in just a few minutes, after a super weapon, the Resistance fleet was crippled. Then, they turned off their shields and let the others fight as they pleased. The strongest defense of a warship was definitely not some high-tech alloy armor. No matter what kind of metal it was made of, or what proportion it was made of, its defense was limited. In the face of a warship cannon that was constantly increasing in power level, even a powerful armor would not be able to withstand a single blow. The strongest defense method of a warship was a shield. As long as this thing had sufficient energy, it would be able to withstand the enemy's attack, unless there were certain weapons, such as phase missiles, that could ignore the shield. However, the power of such a physical weapon was far inferior to the energy cannon. Hence, the armor alone could defend against it for a long time. However, once the warship deactivated its shield, it would be vulnerable to the destructive energy cannon. Hence, the Resistance fleet was almost wiped out in such a short period of time. The greatest power of the Slaughter warhead did not lie in the damage caused by the explosion. Instead, it lay in the powerful electromagnetic interference that it released. This would cause the enemy's warship to completely lose spacetime in a relatively large airspace. The engines, shields, and weapon systems were all ineffective. In addition, the phase beacons carried by the Slaughterer warhead were also very lethal. Because the Slaughterer cannon used by Aurelia this time was relatively close to the attacking area, the function of the phase beacons was not too obvious. If this was a cross-galaxy attack on a planet, then the power of the phase beacons would be displayed. For example, Aurelia used the slaughtering cannon to aim at the capital planet of Vizari's army Minsk. Then once the slaughtering warhead reached its target and detonated in the outer space of Minsk, the consequences would be very terrible. First, the Vizari's warships near the slaughtering warhead would be destroyed. Secondly, the orbit defense facilities within the gravity well of Minsk and the other warships of Vizari's army would be rendered ineffective. Then, Minsk would become a stable phase beacon, allowing Aurelia's fleet to directly warp across the Empire's borders. They would not need to enter the Vizari fleet through the Stargate of the Dominant Galaxy. Then, they would attack little by little. Through the phase beacon of the Slaughterer cannon, Aurelia's fleet could easily complete the decapitation operation and directly attack the capital of the Vizari fleet. This was the true purpose of the Slaughterer cannon. If it was not for Jiang Fei, Aurelia, and the others wanting to buy as much time as possible, and not wanting to end the game as soon as possible, they would have already had the ability to destroy Vizari's army in one fell swoop and unify the entire universe. However, if that was the case, the game would completely lose the possibility of continuing to play. Once the game was shut down and the server was shut down, the entire universe would be threatened. At that time, Jiang Fei and the others would be finished. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, although Jiang Fei and the rest had long had the ability to destroy the Vizari army, they had not made any moves. It was only until today that Aurelia could not help but show off his skills. He used the slaughtering cannon to take down the Resistance Army's huge fleet of players. After the Resistance Army's attack was thwarted and the entire army was wiped out, even if they were players, even if the development team tried their best to subsidize them. After all, these guys' battleships were not given away for free. They were bought with real money. However, they had to spend money to buy things. Not everyone was rich. Hence, after the warships were destroyed, many of the Resistance Army players went bankrupt. Without a certain amount of time, they would not be able to make a comeback. Aurelia's clean victory did not give the players on both sides of the Resistance Army and the Imperial Army the chance to earn money and experience. Hence, even if the development team wanted to subsidize them, the Resistance wouldn't be able to form a counterattack squadron for a while. As for Emmon's side, they were similarly powerless to attack. This was because the Vasily Legion had built up a large number of defense facilities. If they wanted to grind through them bit by bit, they would need a lot more time. Commander, we should take advantage of our victory and chase after them. We should charge into the Vasily Legion's territory and attack their capital Star. Eamon pleaded with Aurelia. Our universe empire is a country that loves peace. Even though we will give a firm blow to the enemy forces that invade our territory, we will never invade other people's territory. Aurelia's reply was righteous. However, anyone who heard it would roll their eyes. If this was said by a politician, it would be fine. Aurelia was the fleet commander who had invaded the Vizari army's territory several times. When she was rampaging within the Vizari army's territory, why couldn't she remember this righteous speech? Commander, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Eamon said, unwilling to give up. If you're willing to fight, then fight. The Empire's military expenditure is limited. Such a large-scale fleet assembly is a heavy burden for the Empire. So I've decided to withdraw my troops, Aurelia said. What? Eamon was completely dumbfounded. Up until now, he had no idea what Aurelia was doing. If one were to say that this fellow was an idiot, no one would be able to stop her when she was fierce. Thousands of warships were instantly reduced to ashes in front of her. But if one were to say that she was a genius commander, she actually turned a blind eye to such a rare opportunity, which made Eamon very puzzled. All right, there's no need to say any more. I wish you good luck. After Aurelia finished speaking, she cut off the communication, and then ordered the fleet to prepare to return. Sigh. Eamon was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. But there was nothing he could do. A few days later, Aurelia's huge fleet retreated out of the Dominic system in batches, and returned to their own garrison areas. Aurelia also brought her core fleet back to Skoda Star. Before returning, Aurelia did not forget to personally supervise the dismantling of the slaughtering cannon. Chapter 2718, Chapter 2707. Neighbor. On the other side, Aurelia had taken care of the rebel fleet. While Eamon was frustrated that he did not get any benefits, Jiang Fei was also searching for the Mercury Man in the inheritance space. Although he knew that the Mercury Man was in the inheritance space, and might even be waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival at his previous position, there were no landmarks in the inheritance space. There was also no sense of direction. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Jiang Fei would change his direction in the inheritance space. Generally speaking, if Jiang Fei lost his sense of direction on a certain planet, he could use his extremely powerful spiritual power to scan the entire planet. That way, he could go wherever he wanted. However, the problem was that the inheritance space was almost infinite. Although Jiang Fei's spiritual power was powerful, it could not cover the entire inheritance space. Jiang Fei could even sense that the part of the inheritance space that he could scan with his spiritual power was, compared to the entire inheritance space, it was not even a drop in the ocean. Under such circumstances, his spiritual power was clearly unable to help Jiang Fei. He could only rely on his instincts and fly in the right direction. As for when he would meet the Mercury Man, that was up to fate. If I can't meet the Mercury Man, I can just meet anyone, Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he flew at full speed. According to the Mercury Man, Jiang Fei was not the only one who had an exit to the legacy space. There were other people who also had an exit to the legacy space. One of them was a gamma space person. As long as he could find this guy, Jiang Fei would be able to find the entrance to the gamma space. His soul would be able to enter the gamma space. When that time came, with the help of the carriers provided by Lena and the others, Jiang Fei would be able to truly enter the gamma space and find a solution to the danger of the three-dimensional world. Therefore, while Jiang Fei was looking for the Mercury Man, he was also paying attention to his surroundings, trying to find any clues about the others. Unfortunately, he did not know if it was due to his bad luck, or was the inheritance space too big. He did not know how long he had been flying for, but he could not find any information about the others. What is that? Suddenly, Jiang Fei noticed a few bright spots in the distance. His initially confused mind instantly cleared up. There's someone! There's an exit! Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Then, he flew in that direction. As the saying goes, a horse dies when it sees a mountain. Although Jiang Fei had discovered the bright spot a long time ago, after flying for half a day, the bright spot still seemed very far away. However, Jiang Fei would not give up at this time. This was the first time he had found traces of other people in the inheritance space. After flying for an unknown period of time, Jiang Fei was about to give up when he finally approached the bright spot. When Jiang Fei got closer, he found that the bright spot was a few boxes. There was no lock on the boxes. They were just quietly placed there. Did he leave these here? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. It was very obvious that this was the entrance to someone's inheritance space. The other party was obviously the same as Jiang Fei before. They thought that this space was exclusive to him. Therefore, he placed the treasure here without worry. When he comes in, I will be able to determine where this exit corresponds to, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he sat down quietly beside the boxes. Dot! The surroundings were quiet. Jiang Fei was very bored sitting here. Gradually, curiosity welled up in Jiang Fei's heart. On one hand, he was too bored. On the other hand, the boxes were not locked. Therefore, Jiang Fei became more and more curious about the things that were stored in the boxes. Open it and see. I don't want his, Jiang Fei said to himself. Once this thought arose in his mind, Jiang Fei could not hold it in anymore. It was as if there was a kitten scratching him in his heart. He really wanted to open the box to take a look. He looked around and found that the surrounding space was very stable. It did not seem like someone was going to enter. Jiang Fei stood up and walked to the front of the box. Then, he reached out and pulled the lid of one of the boxes. The box was opened. There was a pile of colorful gemstones inside. However, Jiang Fei could not feel any energy fluctuations from it. What is this? A glass ball collector? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although these colorful gemstones were natural and could be priceless in some places, to Jiang Fei, these things were no different from glass balls. However, when he saw these things, Jiang Fei was secretly disappointed. These gemstones clearly belonged to the three-dimensional world. Clearly, this exit corresponded to a certain location in the three-dimensional space. From the things that the other party had collected, this exit should correspond to a planet that was not very developed. Whether it was a cultivation system or a technological system, that planet clearly did not go into space. Otherwise, they would definitely not treat these ordinary gemstones as precious items. When he thought of this result, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, if this exit corresponded to such a planet, then it really would not be of much help to him. Forget it. Such an exit. Even if I pass it, it would be meaningless. I won't wait anymore. Just as Jiang Fei was about to give up, the surrounding space suddenly flashed slightly. Jiang Fei's sharp senses detected the fluctuation of the space. In the next second, a human figure flashed in. It's possible! A physical body can enter and move freely! Jiang Fei was shocked. The other party's physical body had entered the inheritance space and could move freely. This meant that he had mastered the method to change his form by touching the energy string. After all, this skill was something that Jiang Fei had only mastered after he had put in a lot of effort and had reached a certain level of strength. According to his previous analysis, this planet was now a low-level martial arts or low-tech world. How could such an expert appear? With this thought in mind, Jiang Fei stopped in his tracks and looked quietly at the entrance. Who's there? The other party had clearly noticed Jiang Fei, although Jiang Fei had only entered the inheritance space in his spiritual form. Since the other party had such a space, the strength of his spiritual power would not be much weaker. Hello! Jiang Fei walked out directly. Since the other party had noticed him, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Who are you? Why are you in my space? The other party asked in fear. Actually, it was not his fault for being timid. If someone had come to the vicinity of Jiang Fei's exit before he met the Mercury Man, he would have been scared to death. After all, at that time, Jiang Fei also felt that this space was his exclusive. No one else could enter or leave. Therefore, he had placed all the good things in this space. Chapter 2719, Chapter 2708 turned out to be a thief. This problem is not easy to explain. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He wanted to find a more reasonable excuse, but he did not want to tell the guy the truth. However, at that moment, the guy suddenly moved. I don't care who you are, but you have entered my space and found out my secret. Go to hell! The guy suddenly roared and pounced on Jiang Fei. F***CK! Listen to me. Jiang Fei took a step back and tried to distance himself from the man. However, the man refused to let go and pounced on Jiang Fei in an instant. Go to H.L. The man used his spiritual power and tried to kill Jiang Fei's soul. At this time, no matter how good Jiang Fei's temper was, he could not just sit around and wait to be killed. Therefore, he used his spiritual power and charged at the man. Boom! The two people's spiritual power collided. Then, they began to devour each other and kill each other. However, very soon, Jiang Fei realized that although this guy had a huge amount of spiritual power, and its strength was not any weaker than his, he did not know how to use it at all. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had learned many spiritual attack methods from Tyrion. Moreover, he had also learned many skills. This showed the difference between the two of them. In the probing stage, the two of them were evenly matched. However, when they really went all out, the person was immediately no match for Jiang Fei. Who are you? The person's voice was filled with fear. Jiang Fei could clearly sense that the person wanted to escape. In the beginning, Jiang Fei did not have the slightest intention to kill him. However, now, Jiang Fei naturally would not let him escape. Therefore, when the person wanted to withdraw his spiritual power, Jiang Fei refused to let him go. As the battle of spiritual power continued, the guy was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, his spiritual power was completely devoured by Jiang Fei. Phew! Jiang Fei let out a long breath. At the same time, he thought to himself, why are you doing this? I did not intend to kill you. You are simply courting death. Actually, it was not the fault of this unlucky guy. No matter who had their biggest secret discovered, they would be anxious. It was normal for him to want to kill Jiang Fei to silence him. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponent's. He could only be killed by accident. Jiang Fei had indeed gained a huge advantage. Not only did he devour a guy whose spiritual power was almost as strong as his, he had also obtained a lot of this guy's memories. Moreover, there was a ready-made carrier right in front of him. When Jiang Fei entered the inheritance space, he did not bring his physical body with him, as Maleki was still calculating the fluctuation code of the nucleus of will. Jiang Fei could not bring him into the inheritance space. Therefore, he left his physical body in the time house and only sent his consciousness into the inheritance space. Now, Jiang Fei wanted to go out through this exit and see what was happening outside. He needed a physical body. Otherwise, if he only used his soul to go out, it would be like a lonely ghost. It would be very dangerous. If he really met a master. If he was taken in as an artifact spirit. Jiang Fei would really be in tears. This unlucky fellow was courting death. Not only did it increase Jiang Fei's mental strength, it also provided him with a complete physical body. Looking at the carrier floating in the air, Jiang Fei smiled and possessed it. When Jiang Fei was in the world of the five directions, he had read about this method in the ancient books. Although he had never used it before, he had a certain understanding of it. Although it might not be enough to snatch another person's body. However, it was not a problem for a ready-made carrier like the Aperture. After his soul entered this carrier, Jiang Fei realized that this guy was actually quite handsome. However, his ears were much bigger than a human's. Moreover, his ears were slender and long. He looked like a legendary elf. However, it was not quite the same. After that, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and began to comb through the remaining memories of that unlucky guy. From these memories, Jiang Fei knew that this guy was called Carreras. He was a ranger who lived on a low-level martial arts cultivation planet. He was able to obtain such a large amount of spiritual power and open the inheritance space. It was all due to coincidence. After going through the memories of the unlucky guy, Jiang Fei realized that the people on this planet were still in a relatively primitive state. They did not have any understanding of the unexpected places on this planet. In their understanding, this planet was the entire world. I'll go and take a look at this planet first. Perhaps I can find the location of this planet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei decided to go and take a look at this planet. Although he was in a hurry to find the Mercury Man and the entrance to the Gamma space, he had finally found another exit with great difficulty. If he did not go and take a look, he would feel an itch in his heart. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei directly left the inheritance dimension through the exit. Swoosh! With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared in Carreras' world. Phew! A refreshing and elegant fragrance blew into his face. This was the fragrance that was carried by the extremely pure air. This planet has been protected too well. If I live in such an environment, I would be able to extend my life. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The environment here was even better than the five directions heaven and earth. Looking around, Jiang Fei was in the middle of a forest. The trees around him were very tall. Even the smallest one was surrounded by two people. Where am I? Jiang Fei muttered. At this moment, other than his unusually large spiritual power, his strength was only around level 5 on Earth. His combat strength was about 10,000. He could be considered to be terrible. Moreover, as he had entered the legacy space with his soul, Jiang Fei did not bring anything with him. If he entered with his physical body, he could directly release the yacht and use the yacht to enter space. Then, he could pass through the star map. He could quickly lock onto the location of this planet. However, Jiang Fei did not have anything in his hands. With the power of his physical body, he could not leave this planet. Isn't this dry? Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he prepared to return to the legacy space and bring his physical body over to take a look. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, this group of people quickly surrounded him. These people looked very similar to Carreras. They were handsome men and beautiful women with long, thin ears. These people held weapons and bows in their hands. They were all aimed at Jiang Fei. It seemed that they were the ones who had captured him. Carreras, you can't escape. The beautiful woman in the lead stepped forward and said. Jiang Fei shrugged. He really had nothing to say. Let's go! Follow me back. Stealing the queen's treasure is already a felony. If you continue to resist, you will only die. No one can save you, the beauty said to Jiang Fei. Oh my god! No wonder this kid was so nervous. When he saw me, he was ready to kill me. So, he's a thief. Jiang Fei sighed. He had only read the remaining memories. Therefore, he thought that Carreras was a ranger. He did not expect that the ranger was just a cover. This guy's true identity was a thief. Chapter 2720, Chapter 2709. Ancient Book Prophecy. Hey, who are you guys? Jiang Fei asked. He did not expect Carreras to be a thief. He did not expect to be stopped the moment he came out. Don't waste your time. Carreras, you won't be able to escape this time. The beauty on the opposite side did not answer. She waved her hand and said to the people beside her. Take him down. Yes. The warriors on both sides did not wait for an explanation. They went up and captured Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not resist. Although he could completely wipe out the people in front of him with his spiritual attack, his carrier was too weak. It would be a pity if he was killed by a stray arrow. Moreover, because Jiang Fei could return to the inheritance space at any time. He was not afraid of being captured. Therefore, he did not resist. Humph! You know your place. The beautiful lady came in front of Jiang Fei. Then, she moved her face closer to Jiang Fei and said, "You are really brave. You even dared to steal Her Majesty's treasure." As she said that, the beautiful leader's hands were not clean. She directly hit Jiang Fei's lower abdomen with an elbow. Jiang Fei let out a muffled groan. This carrier was too weak. Being hit by the beautiful lady was really painful. "Kid, you really caused a lot of trouble," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He did not expect Carreras to die, and he would have to suffer for the guy. "Take him away." The beautiful leader did not bother to explain further. She immediately had her subordinates bring Jiang Fei into the forest. "Where are these guys trying to pressure me to go?" Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although he had obtained a lot of information and knowledge from Carreras' memories, other than learning the language here and some common sense, Jiang Fei still did not know anything else. After about half a day, Jiang Fei was brought to the bottom of a large tree. The size of the tree was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. The diameter of the tree was at least the same as a city. Such a large tree. It was definitely unusual. "Pa pa pa!" The beautiful leader knocked on the tree trunk 3 times. After a moment, a part of the tree trunk automatically split open and formed a large door. The beautiful leader walked in first. Her subordinates followed Jiang Fei in. After entering the inner part of the tree, Jiang Fei found that there was a different world inside. There were crisscrossing streets and hollow wooden houses. Moreover, these houses were not artificially carved. Instead, they were grown by the tree itself. As they passed through the bustling streets, the people led Jiang Fei through a few city walls that were guarded by soldiers. Then, they entered a heavily guarded castle. Everything that Jiang Fei saw, be it houses, castles, or city walls, everything that Jiang Fei saw was grown from the inside of the tree itself. This kind of magical scenery made Jiang Fei sigh in amazement. "Take him to the cell. He's better off running away. I'm going to meet Her Majesty the Queen." The beautiful leader instructed her subordinates before she turned around and left. "Come here. Behave yourself." A few soldiers pushed and shoved Jiang Fei to a place that looked like a prison cell. Although everything was made of wood, this kind of wood was very strong. Even if the carrier that Jiang Fei was using now had a little bit of power, it was impossible for him to break free. "Let me tell you, kid, your good days are over." One of the soldiers pushed Jiang Fei in and then closed the door. "Sigh." Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he thought about whether he should meet the queen or leave now. Anyway, if he wanted to enter the inheritance space, no one could stop him. As he was considering whether to leave, Jiang Fei subconsciously glanced at the cell. Soon, he realized that he was not the only one in the cell. In the corner of the cell, there was also an old man with a white beard and hair. However, this old man was just like the people here. He had long, thin ears. "Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be caught as well," the old man said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei was at a loss. The old man clearly knew him. However, in Carreras' remaining memories, there was no information about the old man. "What's wrong? Are you so stubborn that you don't even acknowledge your teacher anymore?" The old man laughed coldly. Jiang Fei was even more embarrassed. This old man was probably Carreras' teacher. However, Carreras had already died. He was only borrowing the carrier now. "I've already said it before. That ability of yours might not be a good thing. How is it? Are you out of luck now?" the old man said to himself. He did not care about Jiang Fei's embarrassment and confusion. "Back then, when I was adventuring, I encountered an ancient book. It recorded the things about this space of yours. This space is not as simple as you think. It is also the path to other worlds. Therefore, I warned you more than once. Do not use it. Do not use it. In the end, you did not listen. Now, it is a waste of your life," the old man said to himself. Jiang Fei stared at the old man. He did not know what the old man meant. Was it because Carreras had stolen the queen's things and was about to die? Or was it because he realized that Carreras was no longer the original Carreras and knew that his disciple had died? "All right. I know that you are very confused now. Your guess is right. I know that my unlucky disciple has died. You are only borrowing his body now." The old man seemed to be able to see through Jiang Fei's heart. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed. Since the secret had been exposed, he was calm. That disciple of mine just did not listen. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. The old man sighed. Then, he asked Jiang Fei, "Now, Can you tell me, which universe are you from? Jiang Fei was stunned. The old man's question was very mysterious. Haven't you noticed that the place you're in now is no longer in the same universe as the world you were in before? The old man asked. How do you know that I'm not from here? Moreover, even if I'm not a creature from this planet, I can still be a creature from other planets in this universe, Jiang Fei said. Because your arrival was recorded in ancient books as early as 100,000 years ago. When I was still young, Carreras had not been born yet. I knew that you would replace him today, the old man said as he twirled his beard. What? Jiang Fei was really shocked this time. It seemed that the world he had accidentally entered was actually related to him. Was the person who left the ancient books the same person who created the Mercury Man? Chapter 27:21, Chapter 27:10 Meeting the Queen. According to the ancient records, a person named Jiang Fei will replace my disciple and come to our world. I believe you are that Jiang Fei, the old man said slowly. Jiang Fei did not speak, but his brows furrowed. The old man actually knew his name. The ancient records were too detailed. Judging from your expression, I should be right. The old man laughed. What else do you know? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know much. This prophecy was too long ago. Moreover, I did not manage to read all the ancient books. I only glanced at them a few times, the old man said. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Jiang Fei said coldly. I don't have long to live. Even if you don't kill me, I will still be able to survive for less than 3 days, said the old man as he pointed at his chest. Jiang Fei followed the old man's finger and saw a bloody hole in the old man's chest. He could vaguely see that the heart inside had disappeared. If a vegetable has no heart, it will not die. Can a person live if they have no heart? The old man asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stared at the old man. He was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked the old man, What kind of answer do you want to hear? Jiang Fei had heard of books and legends since he was young. Back on Earth, there was a book called the God Ascension Board. There was a prime minister in it. He had once received guidance from an expert. Later, he had his heart dug out by the demon concubine. He would use similar words to ask someone for a gag order. If the other party said that he could live, Jiang Fei would be able to keep his life. If the other party said that he would definitely die, Jiang Fei would not be able to live. Now that the old man had suddenly asked such a question, Jiang Fei was clearly not in a rush to answer. As expected, when Jiang Fei said this, the old man's eyes lit up. His eyes, which were filled with death, suddenly had hope again. Of course, I hope that you can do this for my own good, the old man said. He could not tell Jiang Fei the answer directly because if he did, the seal would be broken and he would die without a doubt. Then I say that you can live, Jiang Fei replied with a smile. He did not mind helping the old man because the old man's strength was relatively average. Or rather, the overall strength of this world was very average. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not think that the old man could pose a threat to him. If he wanted to kill the old man, he only needed a thought, and a normal spiritual power appears. What did you say? The old man was stunned. I said, you can live, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ha! Ha ha ha! The old man laughed loudly. Soon after, the bloody hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the heart inside did not grow out, the old man suddenly became lively. Thank you! Thank you! The old man held Jiang Fei's hand and thanked him. All right. Since I have helped you, do you want to tell me everything that I am interested in? Jiang Fei asked. Okay. No problem. The old man nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, It's like this. When I was young, I used to be a ranger. A few of my friends and I went on adventures around until I saw the ancient book in a ruin. When he said this, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of grief. Then, he continued, But it was because of this ancient book that our brothers fell out. Through the old man's description, Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the situation. Originally, there were 5 people in the old man's team. Their identities were different. It was because of their interest in adventures that they gathered together. It was not until they found the ancient book filled with prophecies that one of them had an evil thought. He suddenly swung his sword at his other companions. He was caught off guard. 3 of his companions were killed on the spot. The old man was heavily injured and escaped. However, the ancient book fell into the hands of that person. Later on, that person gave the ancient book filled with prophecies to the court. At that time, the originally weak Habsburg dynasty had used the power of prophecy to become the strongest among the countless city-states. They even found this world tree. Although the old man was the first person to discover the ancient book, he only had time to read a few pages before his companions rebelled. Therefore, he actually knew very little about the contents of the ancient book. It seems that I really need to enter the Imperial Palace. Jiang Fei nodded after listening to it. Originally, he had planned to leave, but now, the ancient book had attracted his interest. If it was really as the old man had said, this was not the universe that Jiang Fei was in, then, this place would undoubtedly become a new sanctuary. If Jiang Fei could not solve the problem of the gamma space, then, he could at least move his family and friends here. That way, even though the universe that they were in would eventually perish, at least his family and friends could be saved. Although Jiang Fei did not want to give up his universe so easily, it was still good to have another way out. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei gave up on the idea of returning to the inheritance space immediately. He stayed in the prison cell in peace and quietly waited for the queen's interrogation. After about half a day, the prison door opened. You? Come out! A soldier pointed at Jiang Fei and said, Oh, I'm coming! Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of the cell. Behave yourself. Follow me! After coming out of the cell, Jiang Fei saw two fully armed soldiers. The two soldiers took a step forward and caught Jiang Fei in the middle. Okay! Jiang Fei nodded and followed the two soldiers into the palace. As Jiang Fei walked, he observed the palace. Although the palace was made of wood and was grown by the world tree itself, it was very beautiful. It could almost be described as a magnificent palace. After following the two escorting soldiers for about 20 minutes, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the door of a side hall. Stand still, one of the soldiers warned Jiang Fei. Then, he went forward and handed over to the samurai in front of the hall. After that, Jiang Fei was handed over to the 4 samurai in front of the hall to escort. Whoosh! When you see Her Majesty, you'd better behave yourself. Her Majesty has not been in a good mood recently. Don't drag us down with you, the leader of the samurai in front of the palace warned. Got it. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the 4 samurai in front of the palace. After entering the palace, Jiang Fei found that there were already a few people here. There was a beautiful woman sitting on the throne in the middle. She must be the queen they were talking about. Other than her, there was also the beautiful female leader, who had captured Jiang Fei, and 2 men in military attire. Your Majesty! Carreras has arrived! The leading warrior in front of the hall said. You may leave now. The queen on the throne nodded slightly. Yes. After the 4 warriors in front of the hall received the order, they turned around and left the hall. Chapter 27:22, Chapter 27:11. How dare you! Carreras, why aren't you bowing when you see Her Majesty the Queen? When the beautiful leader saw that Jiang Fei was not bowing, but was looking around, she scolded him on the spot. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and made a normal bow. This was what he found in Carreras' memory. Greetings, Your Majesty, Jiang Fei said. Yes. The queen nodded. She did not pursue Jiang Fei's etiquette. Logically speaking, as a sinner, Jiang Fei would have to kneel before the queen when he saw her. However, the current Carreras was not the previous Carreras. The only people who could make Jiang Fei kneel were his parents. No one else could make him kneel. Carreras, do you know your crimes? The queen's voice was very pleasant to hear. It was soft and soft, making people feel comfortable. Therefore, although she was making an accusation, Jiang Fei did not feel the slightest bit of sternness. Your Majesty, I do not know what crimes I have committed, Jiang Fei said, pretending to be stupid. Humph. You stole the queen's most precious treasure, yet you still refuse to admit your crimes. I think you are itching to get married, the beautiful leader said angrily. Sister, you're so hot-tempered. Be careful not to get married. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Impudent. The female leader was angered by Jiang Fei on the spot. She flashed in front of Jiang Fei and slapped him. Bang! Jiang Fei accurately grabbed the female leader's wrist. Although his body was terrible, the female leader was still the same. With Jiang Fei's reaction speed, it was easy for him to grab the female leader's wrist. You? The female leader widened her eyes. She did not expect Carreras to dare to resist in the hall. You're so beautiful. It's better to speak gently. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and let go of the female leader's wrist. You? After the female leader was let go, she was about to attack again, but was stopped by the queen. Enough. Edith! The queen's scolding made the female leader retract her hand that was about to attack again. All right, Edith. Since you have captured the person, there's nothing for you to do here. You may leave now, the queen said to the female leader. Yes. Edith nodded and turned around to leave the hall. Jiang Fei looked around. At this time, other than him and the queen, there were only 2 men in military attire left in the hall. Brother Gale, you can leave as well, the queen said to the 2 men. Your Majesty, this person is very dangerous, said one of the men in military attire. He is not as dangerous as you think. Or rather, if he really wants to do something, you can't stop him, said the queen with a faint smile. Jiang Fei frowned. There was a hidden meaning behind the queen's words. But your Majesty, the Gear brothers clearly did not want to continue like this. All right, there's no need to say any more. You may leave now. The queen's face darkened. The Gear brothers did not dare to say anything more. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they glared at Jiang Fei as a warning. Then, they walked out of the hall. Your Majesty, is there anything you want to tell me in private? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He estimated that the queen had already known his identity. After all, an old man who had only read a few ancient books could already guess his identity. It was impossible for the queen, who had an ancient book, not to have thought of it. Indeed, I have many things I want to talk to you about. The queen nodded. Then, she walked down from the throne and came right in front of Jiang Fei. The queen stood in front of Jiang Fei. She was very close to Jiang Fei. The 2 of them were almost face to face. Jiang Fei could even smell the faint scent of the orchid that the queen breathed out. Your Majesty, is there a need for you to stand so close? Jiang Fei took half a step back without leaving a trace. He kept his distance from the queen. You are just as described in the records. The queen smiled. Ah? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know what was recorded in the ancient books. You don't have to worry. I don't mean any harm. The queen smiled. Your Majesty, let's start a frank discussion. Jiang Fei did not want to beat around the bush anymore. You want that ancient book? Right, asked the queen with a smile. That's right. Jiang Fei did not deny it. What do you want in exchange? Asked the queen with a smile. Your precious treasure? Asked Jiang Fei. It's just some gemstones. Although they are beautiful, their value is far less than that ancient book, said the queen with a smile to Jiang Fei. Then what does your Majesty want? Jiang Fei asked. You? After the queen said that, her face actually turned a little red. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. He could not help but take 2 steps back. He thought to himself that even if he loved to attract women, it should not be so exaggerated. I was just joking. The queen's expression suddenly changed. The shyness from before instantly disappeared. She changed into a calm expression. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, I was just testing you according to the records in the ancient book to see if you are the person in the prophecy. Damn! Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and asked, What about the test results? The results are completely in line, the queen said with a smile. You? Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Now, he was even more curious about the ancient book. Who exactly wrote the prophecy that even his reaction could be predicted? Now, let's talk about cooperation, said the queen. Cooperation? Jiang Fei looked at the queen in confusion. Of course. You can't expect to take the ancient book for free. Right. The queen rolled her eyes. All right. What do you want? Jiang Fei asked. I want to unify the entire Lycra forest, said the queen as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. Unify the Lycra forest? Jiang Fei was stunned. That's right. The Lycra forest is where we live. In this forest, our Habsburg Empire is only one of the forces. Other than us, there are 3 other dynasties and some small tribes. I want to unify them. If possible, I hope to obtain the power to fight against the humans of the Kachu Plains, said the queen. Jiang Fei was at a loss. He could not find any relevant information from Carrera's memories. Oh, I forgot. You are not from our world. Let me give you a brief introduction first. The queen looked at Jiang Fei's confused face and immediately reacted. Through the queen's description, Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the planet. Other than the rivers and seas, the planet was mainly divided into 3 parts. The Luca mountain range in the north, the Kachu plains in the middle, and the Lycra forest in the south. The Luca mountains in the north were inhabited by barbarians. The Kachu plains in the middle were inhabited by humans. The Lycra forest in the south was the home of the fairies. Chapter 27:23, Chapter 27:12. The first problem. Through the queen's introduction, Jiang Fei had a general understanding of the general structure of this world. So, you want to unify the fairy race? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. The queen nodded. Alright, let's get to know each other again. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the queen in a very serious manner, My name is Jiang Fei. I come from another universe. I will help you unify the fairy race. However, in exchange, you have to give me that ancient book. Sure. The queen agreed immediately. However, let me be clear. If you do not keep your promise after this is done, I have plenty of ways to make you regret it. Jiang Fei did not forget to threaten her in the end. Don't worry. Our fairy race is ultimately honest, said the queen. That would be the best. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Sophia? Sophia? I heard that you caught the thief. Where is he? At this moment, a series of annoying shouts came from outside the hall. The person who was shouting should be a man. However, his voice was hoarse and shriveled. It was very uncomfortable to hear. This is the first problem that you have to help me solve. He is the only son of the Great Elder. He is an annoying fly, said the queen helplessly. Alive or dead? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked. The Great Elder has a lot of power in our Habsburg Empire. He even took away a part of my power. If you have the confidence to kill him, I don't really care if he is dead or alive, said the queen. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded and said to the queen. I don't like to call others your majesty. Sophia should be your name. Right. Can I call you that? If you can help me solve this problem in front of me, then you can call me whatever you want, said Queen Sophia. Deal? Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, the guy with the sour voice also walked quickly into the hall. Sophia, is he the one who stole your treasure? The person asked. The fairies were generally good-looking, but this guy was clearly an exception. His face was not bad, but he had a pair of fangs in his mouth. Moreover, he even poked them out of his mouth. It was disgusting to look at. Trudeau, this is the palace. What's the point of being so noisy? Queen Sophia had already sat back on her throne. Sophia, is this the guy who stole your treasure? Trudeau pointed at Jiang Fei and asked. If you point your finger at my nose again, I guarantee that you will regret growing such a hand, Jiang Fei said with a smile on his face. He was very busy at the moment. He did not have time to complete the quest bit by bit. That was why his methods were all simple and crude. However, they worked very quickly. Previously, Jiang Fei had thought of subduing Queen Sophia and forcing her to hand over the ancient book. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei gave up on that idea. He did not know what exactly was recorded in the ancient book. If it included his current predicament, the queen would definitely not give in easily. When that time came, it would be even more difficult for Jiang Fei to obtain the ancient book. Now, although the queen's request was not easy, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to solve the problem with violence. This was because this world was a low-level martial arts world. This resulted in the absence of an expert who could fight against Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had borrowed Carrera's physical body, causing his own combat strength to be not very high, he still had his spiritual power. With his terrifying spiritual power attacks, Jiang Fei could easily defeat 10,000 people. With his powerful martial power, Jiang Fei felt that it would not be too difficult for him to help the queen unify the demon race. It would not take too long. It was precisely because of this thought that Jiang Fei agreed to cooperate with the queen. Under the influence of this thought, since Sophia did not care about Trudeau and the Great Elder's lives, what was there for Jiang Fei to be polite about? In the face of absolute force, killing people was the easiest thing to do. It was also the most efficient way to solve problems. After all, people were already dead. Naturally, there would not be any problems. How dare you, a thief, talk like that in front of me? Are you tired of living? Trudeau was used to being arrogant and domineering. When he saw Jiang Fei talking to him like that, he immediately flew into a rage. As he pointed at Jiang Fei, he could not stop cursing. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was a criminal. If he was not in a good mood, he could even have the queen execute this guy. Swish! Jiang Fei did not waste any time talking to this guy. He directly flashed to Trudeau's side and grabbed his outstretched finger. With the speed of Carrera's body, to Jiang Fei, it was as if he was moving in slow motion. However, in Trudeau's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. This guy did not even have time to react. Jiang Fei grabbed his finger. Crack! Jiang Fei did not waste any more time and directly broke this guy's finger. Arg! Trudeau let out an inhuman scream. Sophia's eyes twitched. There was no record of Jiang Fei being so brutal. In fact, Jiang Fei was not a petty person. Trudeau only pointed at him. Based on Jiang Fei's usual character, He would not do such a thing. However, this unlucky guy would not be in a hurry. Now, Jiang Fei needed to intimidate Queen Sophia so that she would fulfill her promise and not go back on her words. Therefore, Trudeau just happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun. He was treated as the chicken that was used to make an example. I told you not to point your finger at me anymore. Why are you so disobedient? Although Jiang Fei was still smiling, Trudeau's eyes were even more ferocious than the face of a demon. How can this guy be so brutal? Is it right or wrong for me to cooperate with him? That damned ancient book only recorded his appearance. As for what kind of person this guy is, there is nothing written in the ancient book. How am I supposed to judge? Sophia was also very troubled. Jiang Fei's brutality made her feel a little afraid. Just you wait. I will definitely tell my father. You will definitely die a horrible death. Trudeau was a spoiled person. Although he had been beaten up, he did not give in at all. In his opinion, as long as his father, the Great Elder, was around, no one in the entire Habsburg Empire would dare to bully him. Not even the Queen. Is that so? Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he said to Trudeau, then you better work harder so that your father doesn't dare to make a move. As he said that, Jiang Fei massaged Trudeau's arm and thigh with his right hand. Following that, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! I want you to die a horrible death. Ah! It'll kill you. Trudeau's scream was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. For a moment, the entire hall became creepy. Chapter 27:24, Chapter 27:13. Violent Resolution. Jiang Fei threw Trudeau to the ground. At that moment, all the bones in his body had been crushed. His entire body was like a pile of mud as he collapsed to the ground. You? At that moment, Queen Sophia was also a little uncertain about Jiang Fei. Get someone to invite the Great Elder. I will help you secure the throne first. There was a faint smile on Jiang Fei's face. This method of using violence to directly resolve a problem was really satisfying. All right. Sophia gritted her teeth and made up her mind. At this point, she could only trust Jiang Fei. As the saying went, it was easy to invite the gods, but difficult to send them away. If she had not gotten someone to capture Jiang Fei in the beginning, everything would have been fine. However, Jiang Fei had already arrived. Unless she gave the ancient book to Jiang Fei for free. Otherwise, this transaction would definitely go ahead. Moreover, it was too late for Sophia to regret. Trudeau was already in such a state. This matter had to be settled with the Great Elder. Soon, under Sophia's instructions, one of them left the palace and went straight to the Great Elder's official residence. When the Great Elder received the news that the only son's life was at stake, he did not delay for even a moment. He almost ran all the way to the palace. At the same time, he had a large group of guards behind him. Logically speaking, the guards of the First Elder could not enter the palace. However, his power was too great, to the point that he had already usurped the authority of the king. Hence, the guards of the palace did not dare to stop him. Just like that, they watched helplessly as the First Elder led a group of guards into the palace hall. Son! Where are you? The First Elder shouted loudly as soon as he entered the palace hall. Woo! Hiss hiss! Trudeau had been screaming for too long, so he couldn't make any sound. He could only whine in a low voice. But his voice still caught the First Elder's attention. When he saw his son become like this, the First Elder's eyes turned red. Who did this? Who did this? The First Elder almost went crazy. Trudeau was his only son. Trudeau had been his treasure since he was young. It was not an exaggeration to say that Trudeau was afraid of him. Otherwise, he would not have become so arrogant and domineering. I did it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Who are you? The Great Elder turned his head and stared at Jiang Fei for a long time. He did not even know Carreras, let alone Jiang Fei. As for the ancient book, that was a secret of the royal family. Although the Great Elder was powerful, he did not know about it. It does not matter who I am. What matters is that you are old. It is time for you to retire and return to your hometown, while your son is still alive. Wouldn't it be good to see him? Get him a wife, and then have a few grandchildren and enjoy the happiness of family? Jiang Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty, is this what you want? After the Great Elder heard Jiang Fei's words, he turned his head abruptly and shocked Sophia. The Great Elder had been standing in front of Sophia for a long time. Therefore, Sophia was a little afraid when he glared at her. However, after a moment, Sophia made up her mind. Then, she said to the Great Elder, Great Elder, you have worked hard. Now that you are old, I really can't bear to let you continue to work hard. Good. 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 You stupid king. The great elder pointed at Sophia with his finger. His entire person was trembling in anger. Clang! At that moment, the guards around the great elder drew their weapons. It was obvious that as long as the great elder gave the order, these people would rush forward and kill Sophia. Then, they would appoint the great elder to the throne. In other words, they had been planning for this for a long time. Yo! Have you seen Tu Chiong's dagger? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Men, cut this murderer into pieces. The great elder roared. He did not even ask Sophia about it. He had already ordered the murder in the hall. It was clear that the old man really did not care about the Queen Sophia. Yes! The guards did not wait for Jiang Fei to speak. They took out their weapons and charged at Jiang Fei. Get down! Jiang Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual power. Plop! Plop! Before the guards could even get close to Jiang Fei, they fell one by one. Each of them was bleeding from their 7 orifices. They could only breathe in and out. The great elder was dumbfounded. He did not understand what had happened. Why were all of his guards dead? Could it be that someone had poisoned them? Great elder, I don't know if you've heard of this saying. As the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. Why are you so disobedient? Jiang Fei shook his head and sighed. Who exactly are you? The great elder asked with a trembling body. It was unknown whether he was angry or scared. It doesn't matter who I am anymore. So what if I say a name that you've never heard of? You gave up your only chance to live just now. Now, I can only apologize to you. You still have your son. The two of you are traveling together on the road to the netherworld. This is not loneliness anymore, said Jiang Fei as he used his psychic power to pierce through the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's life was instantly taken away. Following that, Jiang Fei stabbed Trudeau again, completely fulfilling the wish of the two. You, Sophia, who was sitting on the throne, was dumbfounded. She never thought that Jiang Fei would be so bloodthirsty that he would kill all these people in the main hall. Your Majesty, why? Don't you have the heart? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he continued, from the attitude of these people towards you, it is obvious that they have already turned against you. Although I do not understand the laws of your Habsburg dynasty, the crime of treason is almost always the death penalty. Right? But they. Sophia still wanted to argue. Your Majesty, at this time, we do not have time to be merciful, Jiang Fei said coldly. In fact, he mainly did not want to waste time. If he were to compete with the Great Elder in terms of intelligence and courage, it would be impossible to defeat his rebellion plot without bloodshed. That would not be possible without a month's time. Jiang Fei was pressed for time. He could only kill the Great Elder to solve the problem and reclaim his power. What Jiang Fei wanted to do now was to complete the transaction as soon as possible and get the ancient book. In the meantime, if anyone stood in his way, he could only apologize. The creatures in this universe, be it humans or the demons, they were still not as important to Jiang Fei as his family and friends. In order to remove their danger as soon as possible, at this moment, Jiang Fei could no longer care about moral principles. What should we do next? Sophia asked. Now that the Great Elder was dead, there was no turning back. You gather the ministers and announce the Great Elder's rebellion. Say that he has failed in his rebellion and has been executed. Jiang Fei said. All right. All right. Sophia nodded. Everything that had happened today had indeed exceeded her expectations. Chapter 2725, Chapter 2714 Pro-Government. Under the summons of Queen Sophia, the ministers of Habsburg quickly gathered in the main hall. Of course, those who could enter the palace and enter the main hall were all high-ranking officials. Low-ranking officials were not qualified to enter the palace. Your Majesty, why are you in such a hurry to summon us? Did something important happen? Where's the Great Elder? Why haven't we seen him? Yeah. According to the Great Elder's temper, there's no way he would be late. After the officials entered the hall, they started discussing among themselves. No one knew what had happened. In a corner of the hall, the Great Elder and his son's bodies were lying there, covered with a piece of white cloth. Unfortunately, no one noticed it this time. At this moment, Queen Sophia and Jiang Fei were behind the screen. Sophia looked a little nervous. After all, for a long time, the authority of the Great Elder had been in the hands of the entire Habsburg Empire. Almost everything was in his hands. Although Sophia had the ambition to be a pro-government official, she had never thought of using this method to resolve the threat of the Great Elder. Don't be nervous. Just do as I say. If anything happens, I will help you solve it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. All right. Looking at Jiang Fei's smiling face, Sophia felt much more at ease. In the end, she made up her mind. Now that things had come to this, it was too late to go back on her words. Moreover, Jiang Fei was the person who was predicted in the ancient books. If she did as he said, there should not be any problems. After taking a deep breath, Sophia walked out of the screen. Her Majesty the Queen is here! A servant shouted loudly. Greetings, Her Majesty the Queen! The officials bowed one after another. For so many years, although the Great Elder had absolute authority, the Queen was still the Queen. In terms of etiquette, these officials did not dare to be as impudent as the Great Elder. Get up! Sophia waved her hand and sat on the throne. At this time, Jiang Fei also walked out from behind the screen. Who is this person? I don't know. I've never seen this young man before. Could he be the Queen's boy toy? It's hard to say. After all, the Queen is already at this age. The officials discussed among themselves. Although their voices were very low, the space in the hall was limited. Jiang Fei and Sophia could hear them clearly. Sophia's face turned slightly red, but Jiang Fei's face fell instantly. Impudent! How dare you frame Her Majesty the Queen? Men, take her down! Jiang Fei suddenly shouted. Yes! The samurai in front of the palace roared and immediately stopped the two ministers. These samurai in front of the palace had already received orders from Sophia. Therefore, they immediately took action as soon as Jiang Fei gave the order. Your Majesty? All the ministers present were dumbfounded. Usually, the Great Elder had absolute authority. The Queen was just a decoration. Everyone respected her only out of courtesy. In fact, no one took her seriously. Only a few royalist factions were loyal to her. Moreover, over the years, there were actually quite a number of officials who spoke nonsense in the imperial court. However, they had the authority of the Grand Elder. Sophia had always pretended not to hear them. Therefore, these people did not take her seriously at all. They did not expect the Queen's boy toy to be serious today. Your Majesty, these people have no respect for the Emperor. They deserve to be killed, Jiang Fei said immediately. This made Sophia a little nervous. After all, since the start of the cooperation, it had only been a few hours. However, Jiang Fei's killing intent was really shocking to Sophia. Agreed. Sophia gritted her teeth. At this time, she definitely could not ruin Jiang Fei's reputation. Otherwise, once Jiang Fei gave up, she would not be able to clean up the mess. What? All the officials, including the royalist faction, were dumbfounded. Although they supported Sophia's personal politics, they did not expect to break with the Great Elder's faction right now. After all, many conditions were not ripe yet. After seeing Sophia nod, Jiang Fei waved his hand. The warriors in front of the hall dragged the two officials out of the hall. Once they were out of the hall, their heads would be moved. Wait! We want to see the Great Elder! You can't kill us! We want to see the Great Elder! When their lives were at stake, the two men remembered their backers. They were clamoring to see the Great Elder. All right, then I'll let you see him. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. You? The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. In their minds, as long as they saw the Great Elder, they would only be reprimanded and not allowed to do it again. After that, the matter would be settled. Bring them over. At that moment, Jiang Fei waved his hand. A few warriors in front of the hall immediately went to the corner of the hall and carried the two corpses to the center of the hall. Swish! Jiang Fei tore off the white cloth that was covering the two corpses. Did you see that? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he said to the warriors in front of the hall, their wish has been fulfilled. Retreat and kill them! Yes! The warriors in front of the hall did not wait for Jiang Fei to say anything. They dragged the two guys who had already lost their minds and walked out of the hall. At that moment, not to mention the two unlucky guys who were about to be killed, the entire hall was completely silent. The news of the Great Elder's death was too shocking. It caught everyone off guard. Everyone was a little stunned. The Great Elder had conspired with his son to rebel. Now, he has been executed. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Fei said as he looked at the officials in the hall. Dot! The entire hall was silent. The heavy breathing of the people in the hall was particularly ear-piercing. The Queen's good name. We firmly support Her Majesty the Queen. We are loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. The first to react were not the people from the royalist faction, but the few closest confidants of the Great Elder. These guys knew that once the Great Elder died, they would be the ones who would be in trouble. Moreover, now that the Great Elder was dead, it seemed that they had no chance to rebel. If they did not show their loyalty now, if they disowned the relationship with the Great Elder, they would end up like the two unlucky guys who were pushed out. Long live the Queen! At this time, the people from the Royalist faction finally reacted. Long live the Queen! The other ministers also knelt down. Although the death of the Great Elder was a little sudden, not only was the Queen not ready, but the Great Elder was also not ready. Therefore, when he died, it meant that the monkeys had scattered after the tree fell. Everyone, get up! Jiang Fei looked at Sophia. Then, he said to the ministers, everyone knows what you have done before. Her Majesty is kind and will not pursue you. However, you must be grateful and do not have any thoughts that you should not have. Chapter 27:26, Chapter 27:15. After warning the Great Elder's henchmen, the next thing to do was to reward them. After all, it was not easy for the Royalist faction. They had been following Queen Sophia from the very beginning. If they did not reward them more, it would definitely chill the hearts of these people. After everything was settled, the entire Habsburg dynasty was peaceful. It was as if the death of the Great Elder had never happened. Queen Sophia easily took over the power that the Great Elder had once held. She did not meet with any resistance. The matter of the Queen ruling the kingdom was easier than Jiang Fei had imagined. All of this was due to the Great Elder's suspicious character. Because of the Great Elder's suspicious nature, he did not trust anyone, including his family. This resulted in his absolute leadership position in the party. He did not even have a second-in-command or heir, because the Great Elder was too suspicious. He was afraid that the second-in-command or heir would threaten his power. So he tried his best to disperse the power of his subordinates. This led to his sudden death. His henchmen became leaderless in an instant. No one could stand out and reorganize their power. These guys, who appeared to be in a state of disunity, naturally did not dare to confront the Queen. They obediently accepted their fate and handed over the power in their hands. In exchange, they would return to their hometown and enjoy the treatment of a peaceful life. This became their only choice. After all, although the business of rebelling was profitable, it was also risky enough. A state of disunity was not something that could be done. After helping Sophia obtain the throne that belonged to her, Jiang Fei only waited for one night. He was ready to mobilize his troops to attack the nearest fairy faction. Logically speaking, the easiest way to unify the fairy clan was to attack them from afar. The Habsburg dynasty was definitely considered as a powerful force in the entire Lycra forest, as long as they were given sufficient time. Actually, unifying the Lycra forest was not a difficult task. However, Jiang Fei did not have the time. In order to get the ancient book as soon as possible, he could only use a simple and crude method that was efficient. Therefore, the several generals of the Habsburg Empire gathered in the main hall of the palace the next morning. Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is the military advisor that I have invited for our Habsburg Empire. From today onwards, he will manage the military and political affairs of the Habsburg Empire, Sophia said to the generals. Jiang Fei had told her the title of military advisor. In fact, there was no such position in the entire fairy race. Speaking of which, Sophia was really bold. She had just taken back the throne that belonged to her, and she had already handed all the power to Jiang Fei, although he was the person recorded in the ancient books. As a ruler, it was not easy to do what Sophia did. Military advisor? In charge of military and political power? All the generals were dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened to the Queen. Yesterday, she had suddenly killed the Great Elder and taken back her royal authority. Today, she had given all the power to this guy who no one had ever seen before. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Fei. Please take care of me. Jiang Fei smiled and said his real name. Jiang Fei? A beautiful lady in the crowd frowned. She was the female leader, Edith, who had captured Jiang Fei. She was also the only general of the royalist faction. Edith looked at Jiang Fei and then looked at Queen Sophia. He had some guesses in his heart. This guy used to be called Carreras. Yesterday, he was captured and brought to the palace. In the end, the Great Elder was killed. Then, the Queen took back the throne. Edith would not believe that it had nothing to do with him. Greetings, military advisor. All the generals bowed to Jiang Fei. After all, the Queen had given all the military and political power to Jiang Fei. He was now the boss of these people. Greetings, military advisor. Although Edith was confused, she did not show it. She bowed to Jiang Fei like the others. Very good. Jiang Fei nodded and said to the generals, "Gather your men and get ready for the war." War. But we are not ready for war at all. Now! It was almost time for the autumn harvest. The people were busy harvesting and did not have time to send us food. Without food, how can we fight the war? Yides asked. You don't have to worry about that. I have my own plans. Jiang Fei smiled. Was there a need for supplies in a war? When Aurelia had entered the territory of the Visari army alone, the Visari army had caused a ruckus within the Visari army without any supplies. This time, Jiang Fei planned to use the same method, which was to fight to sustain the war. The soldiers and horses would move first without any supplies. This meant that they had to fight for a long time. For a blitzkrieg battle, supplies were not very important. As long as they could quickly defeat the enemy, they could completely seize the enemy's supplies for their own use. Yes! Other than Edith. The other generals all nodded. But? Edith was still a little unwilling. Edith, there's no buts! Everything will be done according to the military advisor's instructions. Sophia spoke at this moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Facing Sophia's orders, Edith could not say anything else. The population of the fairy race was not very prosperous. The Habsburg Empire was considered a large force among the entire fairy race. However, the total population was only a few million people. The total number of regular troops added together was only 30 to 20,000 people. Therefore, it did not take too much time to gather. In just one day, the 30,000 fairy army had already lined up outside the World Tree. How about this? It would be troublesome if so many people were to march together. Leave 20,000 people to guard the Imperial City and be prepared for any unexpected situations. I will take 10,000 people and leave. Jiang Fei looked at the demon soldiers. Their weapons were mainly bows and arrows. A small number of strong demons held swords and shields. However, their strength was mostly average. Although they were much stronger than the Earthlings, they were not even considered as cannon fodder among the mainstream forces in Jiang Fei's universe. Their strength was not even considered as cannon fodder. The combat strength of these guys was mostly between 3,000 to 5,000. According to the standards of Earth, they were almost level 4 experts. However, if they were sent to the 5 directions, these people would only be sent to be fed to the ferocious beasts. Just do as you see fit, Sophia said to Jiang Fei. She now placed all her hopes on Jiang Fei. At that moment, although Sophia had regained her royal authority, her foundation was not solid. She needed a glorious victory, a feat that could be remembered in the annals of history, in order to become a true queen, a great queen. And this feat, she hoped to unify the fairy race, control the entire Lycra forest. Chapter 27:27, Chapter 27:16, General. Your Majesty, I request to join the battle. Edith stood up and said, You? Queen Sophia looked at Edith. She originally wanted Edith to stay behind to defend the Imperial City. After all, Edith was a loyal protector of the Emperor. He was also her trusted aide. If she were to stay behind, Sophia could feel more at ease. However, now that Edith had taken the initiative to ask for battle, it was obvious that she was worried about Jiang Fei. She was afraid that Jiang Fei, this mysterious guy, would mess things up. Just as Queen Sophia was hesitating, Jiang Fei nodded and agreed. It's the same for everyone. Just you, Jiang Fei said very casually. All right. Then, you will follow the military advisor and go on the expedition. Queen Sophia nodded. Naturally, she would not go and ruin Jiang Fei's reputation at this time. Your Majesty, I also request to join the expedition. A very handsome young military officer stood out from the side. Chris? Sophia looked at the young military officer and then looked at Edith. Edith frowned but did not say anything. Chris was an ardent admirer of Edith. This was something that almost everyone in Habsburg knew about. Naturally, Queen Sophia also knew about this. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and agreed. After all, Chris was very powerful. With him on the expedition, the operation to unify the Lycra forest would increase their chances of winning. Military advisor, what do you think? Although Sophia agreed to Chris' request, she still looked at Jiang Fei. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. Your Majesty, how can you leave me out of this? I would like to invite you to battle as well. A bald man with short hair and a pair of boxing gloves stood out. This guy was a different kind of fairy. Almost all of the fairies were handsome men and beautiful women. However, this guy was born with a rough face. This face could not even be considered delicate when compared to humans. It could even be compared to the barbarians in the northern Rocky Mountains. Kelp! Forget it! Sophia glanced at the bald man. Then, she whispered to Jiang Fei and explained. This guy's name is Kelt. He's a hybrid between a demon and a barbarian. He has a rough personality and is extremely reckless. I'm afraid that if he follows me, he will cause trouble. Reckless? Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Then, he said to Kelt. All right. I'll take you. Really? Are you really going to take me? Kelt was so excited that he was dancing with joy. Although he had taken the initiative to invite Jiang Fei, he did not believe that the military advisor would bring him there. That was because he loved to cause trouble since he was young. Therefore, although he was powerful and brave, he was rarely entrusted with important tasks. Of course, Jiang Fei smiled. Military advisor. This time, I promise that I will not cause any trouble. I will think twice before I act. In order to be able to join the expedition, Kelt even swore an oath. No need. Just be yourself. Jiang Fei laughed. Age? Kelt was stunned. The others were also stunned. Kelt's ability to cause trouble was the best in the world. They really could not understand the advisor's plan now. All right. You each take 3,000 people. I will personally lead the 1,000 governors formation. We will set off at 3:45 p.m. Jiang Fei said with a wave of his hand. Yes. The 3 men who were called out bowed to Jiang Fei and went down to prepare. As they were only leading 10,000 men, the troops were assembled very quickly. By noon, the 10,000 elite troops had already assembled. The fairies were good at archery. Therefore, 2/3 of the soldiers were archers. Only a few strong guys were in charge of melee combat with guns and shields. Your Majesty, we are leaving. Before leaving, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Queen Sophia, who had come to send him off. Advisor, I wish you success. Queen Sophia brought a glass of wine. Your Majesty, prepare the ancient book. I will be back soon. Jiang Fei said with a smile. As long as you fulfill our agreement, I will definitely hand over the ancient book, Queen Sophia said, because the prophecy in the ancient book had ended when Jiang Fei appeared. Therefore, it was meaningless for the queen to keep the ancient book. She was happy to use a useless ancient book to exchange for the unity of the fairy race. We have a deal. Jiang Fei gave Sophia a high five. Then, he turned around and said to his soldiers, Let's go! A team of 10,000 people set off from the imperial city of Habsburg. They walked eastward. 300 miles away, there was a small country of the fairy race called Coraline. The population there was only 1/3 of the Habsburg dynasty. The number of troops there was pathetic. This was Jiang Fei's first stop. Although the fairy race's soldiers were weaker than the mainstream warriors in Jiang Fei's universe, they were at least level 4 on Earth. Therefore, the 300-mile jungle journey was not too far for them. In just a day and a half, they arrived at the foot of the imperial city of Coraline. The Coraline dynasty was not as lucky as the Habsburg dynasty. They did not have the prophecy. So naturally, they could not find the world tree as the imperial city. Their city was more like a fortress to Jiang Fei. The city walls made of tree stumps were filled with the warriors of the Coraline dynasty. It was obvious that they had already known about the arrival of Jiang Fei's army. When Jiang Fei and the others were marching, they did not deliberately hide themselves. Even if the enemy did not have any spies, the civilians who were out hunting had already discovered such a large group of people. Therefore, when Jiang Fei and the others were approaching the city, the enemy had already been prepared. Does our military advisor know how to fight? Coming here with such a big fanfare. Are we going to forcefully attack the city? How many warriors would we have to lose? If every city-state continues to fight like this, let alone unifying the entire Lycra forest, we might not even see the 3rd city-state before we die. Yides complained from the side. Perhaps he has some unique methods. Chris sighed as well. He was one of the more capable generals in the Habsburg dynasty. Not only was his personal strength outstanding, but he was also quite proficient in strategy and tactics. In his opinion, Jiang Fei's entire journey could be described as a layman's journey. I feel that our military advisor must have a way. Otherwise, how could he have come to the city with so much fanfare? Kelt had a very good impression of Jiang Fei, so he kept saying nice things about him. Kelt, go and get the enemy to scold us. At this time, Jiang Fei came to the front of the formation and said to Kelt, All right. Kelt laughed loudly and ran to the front of the formation. Trash from Coraline. Listen up. The Habsburg army has arrived at the city gates. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and surrender. Kelt shouted loudly. Kelt, did I ask you to persuade them to surrender? I asked you to scold them. Jiang Fei shouted at Kelt from behind. Chapter 27-28, Chapter 2717. Demon Law. Curse? Military advisor? Is that okay? Kelt turned around and asked. If you don't curse, why would I ask you to do it? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Kelt. Alright. Kelt laughed loudly. He felt awkward when he said such a cliché. Jiang Fei's words had instantly freed his true nature. Kelt had half of a barbarian's bloodline. This made him a rude person. At the same time, he was also full of foul language. As for the fairies, all of them were gentle and refined. Even if they wanted to provoke the enemy, they would not say anything nasty. Just like what Kelt said just now. To the fairies, it was already very rude. However, now that Jiang Fei had freed Kelt from his nature, his next words were too nasty. Almost every word was like ashes in a furnace. Even his teeth were broken. Not to mention the people from the Quarry Blue Dynasty. Even the soldiers on Jiang Fei's side could not stand it anymore. Kelt, shut up. You have completely humiliated our Habsburg Empire. Yaidi shouted at the top of his voice. What are you doing? Don't disturb my plan. Jiang Fei glared at Yaides and then shouted at Kelt. Ignore them. Continue. Yes. Military advisor. Kelt was also extremely excited. He stood outside the shooting range of the Quarrelan soldiers and cursed at the city wall. The Quarrelan dynasty, from the king to the peddler, had been cursed at by him for 18 generations. Boom. Just as Kelt was getting addicted to cursing, the enemy's city gate opened and a large group of knights rushed out. These knights who rode on ferocious beasts brandished their swords, spears, bows, and arrows. All of them rushed towards Kelt. At this moment, the faces of these Quarry Blue Dynasty soldiers were flushed red, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. They had lived in a civilized society since they were young. So who had ever suffered such curses? At this moment, the king of the Quarry Blue Dynasty had been scolded so badly by Kelt that he had almost fainted. The entire dynasty almost wanted to swallow Kelt alive. Therefore, the Quarrelan army, who had originally planned to use the city to defend, rushed out. They could not care less anymore. If they did not kill the guy who was spewing feces outside now, they felt that they would not survive until nightfall. They would be angered to death. F***CK! When Kelt saw that the enemy had killed thousands of people, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. Although he was reckless and rude, he was not stupid. The enemy had thousands of people charging at him. Yet he was still standing there. What was the difference between this and suicide? Prepare to face the enemy, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Yes! On the other side, the Habsburg soldiers also felt that self-scolding was too harsh. However, because they were not the ones being scolded, although everyone felt that it was harsh, they could still accept it. At this moment, when they heard Jiang Fei's battle order, the soldiers quickly picked up their weapons. The spear-shield warriors stepped forward, while the archers followed behind. Everyone drew their bows and swords out of their sheaths. Fall! Just when the Quarrelan army was within the firing range of the Habsburg dynasty soldiers, Jiang Fei suddenly shouted. Then, he used a mental attack, and the soldiers of the Quarrelan dynasty fell to the ground. Plop! Plop! The knights of the Quarrelan dynasty fell from their mounts, as if they were dumplings. Release the arrows? At that moment, Jiang Fei gave the order to attack. Whoosh! 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 The Habsburg dynasty's soldiers fired tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. In an instant, the entire battlefield was covered. The knights who fell to the ground had no time to get up. Some of them were even pressed under their mounts. In the blink of an eye, they were all shot into hedgehogs. Attack the city! Jiang Fei waved his hand. Yes! The soldiers shouted and rushed toward the open city gate. Because the victory just now had been too easy, the soldiers of the Habsburg Empire were in high spirits. One by one, they roared and rushed toward the imperial city of Quarrelan. Quickly close the city gate! Quickly close the city gate! The guards at the gate shouted loudly. So! A sharp arrow shot out from afar and accurately hit the officer guarding the city gates. The officer's body fell down. A few soldiers valiantly tried to close the city gates to stop the Habsburg dynasty soldiers from entering. However, a few arrows followed. Poo poo poo! A few soldiers guarding the city gates reached the end. In the distance, Edith put down the bow and arrows in his hands. At this moment, Chris had already brought the soldiers to the bottom of the city wall. Release the arrows? Release the arrows? On the city wall, Quarrelan's officers were also organizing a counterattack. However, for some unknown reason, whenever the soldiers approached the city wall, before they could draw their bows, these soldiers would inexplicably fall down. Although the city wall was made up of tree stumps, it was still more than 10 meters tall. If they lost consciousness and fell down, there would only be one consequence: their brains would burst open. Kill! Under Chris' lead, the Habsburg soldiers charged into the city gate and quickly occupied the city gate, allowing the following troops to enter smoothly. All of you get out of my way! I want to capture the king! At this time, Kjeld had already changed his equipment. When he went to scold the battle earlier, he was light armored. At this time, he had already put on his armor and gloves. The gloves made of pure steel were filled with ferocious spikes. If he was hit by Celt's punch, not to mention a human, even a strong beast would not be able to withstand it. Kjeld relied on his own powerful strength to lead his troops to rampage around the royal city of Corellon. This guy did not know where the king was, so he was shouting that he wanted to capture the king. Therefore, he could only wander around. Wherever he passed by, any Corellon who interfered with the resistance, be it soldiers or civilians, were all beaten to the ground. As for whether they were dead or alive, that would depend on one's own luck. How is it? Is my amateur command okay? Jiang Fei said to Edith unhurriedly. Humph. You only relied on that kind of demonic magic, Edith said disdainfully. After the battle just now, she could already tell that this military advisor was relying on the kind of magic that made the enemy faint for no reason. Although she did not know how Jiang Fei had used this kind of magic. However, the enemy soldiers had collectively fainted. This matter definitely had something to do with Jiang Fei. Although Yides did not like Jiang Fei and disdained his amateur level of command, she had to admit that if Jiang Fei could keep using this kind of demonic magic to make the enemy faint for no reason, then it would not be difficult for them to unify the demon race. After all, the current battle was as if the enemy was waiting to be killed if they did not fight back. Even if an idiot came to this kind of battle, it was impossible to lose. Chapter 27-29, Chapter 27-18. The Empty City Plan. The street battles in the city did not last long. Very quickly, the Habsburg dynasty's soldiers cleared out all the remaining resistance forces in the kingdom of Corellon. On the other side, the crazed Kjeld directly charged into the palace. He captured the king of the kingdom of Corellon. Military advisor! How do we deal with this old fellow? Kjeld led his men and helped the king of Corellon to come before Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at the king from head to toe. Then, he said slowly, It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. Hee. But I don't want to meet you in this way, said the king with a bitter smile. Although the king still addressed him as His Majesty, he had already become a prisoner. I wonder what Your Majesty plans to do, Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Sigh. Do I still have a choice now? King Corellon asked back. Of course. You can announce the merger of the Corellon Kingdom and the Habsburg Empire. Then, you can temporarily take over everything in the Corellon Kingdom. Of course, this is only a name. We will leave a consultant and some security personnel here for you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. And then, when the situation has completely stabilized and my people have accepted the rule of the Habsburg Kingdom, will I lose my value? The king of the Corellon Kingdom asked. Although he had been reduced to a prisoner, as the ruler of a country, he was not that stupid. He knew very well the fate that he was about to face. That is hard to say. The main thing depends on Her Majesty, Queen Sophia. However, at least you can live for a little longer. Moreover, your people can also safely transition to a brand new country. Right. Although Jiang Fei had a smile on his face, the threat was obvious. Sigh. It seems like I really don't have a choice. King Corellon sighed. Jiang Fei's intentions were very clear. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to giving up the independence of the entire kingdom. Moreover, once the political situation was stabilized, he might become an abandoned child and be killed. However, if King Corellon did not agree, the result would be death. Moreover, in order to leave for the next fairy kingdom as soon as possible, Jiang Fei would definitely use the simplest and most brutal method of high-pressure rule. When that time came, the people of the Corellon Kingdom would definitely suffer. As the saying went, for the sake of his own life and the safety of his people, King Corellon had no choice at all. He could only nod his head and agree. Then, he would bet on Sophia's mercy. He hoped that after he was finally relieved of his position as the king, he would be able to live a wealthy life. As for power, His Majesty no longer had any extravagant hopes. Very good. Your cooperation has brought peace and harmony to the entire kingdom of Corellon. Jiang Fei smiled and bowed to King Corellon. Please treat my people well, General. King Corellon also bowed to Jiang Fei. As for the administrative matters, you guys handle them. Jiang Fei said to the few fairies beside him. This time, before he came out, he had specifically asked Sophia for a large group of administrative personnel. These people were in charge of taking over the conquered city-state after the war. Chris, arrange for 500 people to be stationed in the palace. You must protect the safety of His Majesty the King. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Chris. Yes, military advisor. Chris nodded. Although Jiang Fei was talking about protection, anyone could understand the meaning of his words. These 500 people were clearly used to guard the king of Coriolan. If he did not obey, these people could take his head at any time. Although there were not many 500 people, Carolan's main army had been completely defeated. Even if they gathered together, they would definitely fear the terror of the Habsburg army. Therefore, after finding some people to guard the king, on one hand, these people were afraid of taking action. On the other hand, they knew that they were not strong enough. If they angered the Habsburg Empire, they would cause great losses. Therefore, the probability of them continuing to resist was not very high. Moreover, even if they resisted, Jiang Fei did not care. At the very most, he could just fight once more when he won the battle. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei led his army, and did not even spend the night in the Blue King city of Kori. They immediately set off for their next target. In just a short week, Jiang Fei had led his army to wipe out 4 small kingdoms. On average, there was only one in less than 2 days. Moreover, most of the time was wasted on the journey. Under the interference of Jiang Fei's powerful spiritual power, each battle lasted less than 2 to 3 hours. The armies of the small kingdoms could not organize any effective resistance, and were completely wiped out. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others had a very smooth journey until they arrived at the imperial city of the Kingdom of Kaya. Unlike the previous kingdoms, the Kingdom of Kaya did not guard tightly. Even the city gates were not closed. However, there were no civilians coming and going at the city gates. Only 2 veterans were guarding the city gates. Jiang Fei looked up at the top of the city wall. There were a few military officers peeking out from the top of the city wall. However, there were not many soldiers on the top of the city wall. There were no defensive equipment. Yo! Are you trying to empty the city for me? Jiang Fei sat on the back of a black panther. He looked up and down at his current appearance and bearing. He was more or less like Sima Yi. However, he did not know if there was Zhuge Liang on the other side. Jiang Fei's army came all the way to the city gate. The soldiers in the front row were less than 50 meters away from the city gate. If Jiang Fei gave the order to attack the city, it would be too late for the people of Kaya Kingdom to close the city gate. Stop! Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for his soldiers to stop. Ka! After spending a few days with Jiang Fei, all the soldiers were completely in awe of Jiang Fei. Therefore, his order had reached the point where it was forbidden in the army. With his order, the army of the Habsburg Empire immediately stopped in their tracks. Chris, let the enemy's main general come out and answer, Jiang Fei said to Chris, who was beside him. Yes. Chris urged his mount, and came to the front of the city gate. This time, Jiang Fei did not let Celt scold him again, because he felt that the Kia Kingdom was different from the previous few countries. Therefore, he wanted to see what these guys were up to. Hey! People of the Kia Kingdom! Listen up. My military advisor has arrived at the city gate. Let your main general come and answer, Chris shouted loudly. Dot! The Kia Kingdom was silent. The 2 veterans were trembling at the entrance. However, they did not dare to run back. They could only stand there, and did not dare to do anything. The military officers on the top of the city wall had all retracted their heads. Clearly, they did not want Jiang Fei to mistake them for the main general guarding the city. Chapter 2730, Chapter 2719 Governor. What the H.L.? What is the meaning of this? Jiang Fei saw that all the officers had shrunk their heads. This really made him a little confused. Just as Jiang Fei was puzzled, a thin and small figure walked out from the city gate. His entire body was wrapped in a black cloak. He was about 1.65 meters tall. His body was very thin and small. The figure slowly walked to the front of the 2 armies. From the way he walked, it could be seen that this guy was not even a warrior. He was just a commoner who did not know anything. Dot! Jiang Fei did not speak. He looked at the skinny figure calmly. At this time, the skinny figure had already arrived in front of Chris. He suddenly raised his head and revealed a beautiful face. Dear General, I am the daughter of King Kia. My name is Doris. I think I should have the right to speak to your leader, the skinny figure said as he tore off his cloak. Doris was definitely a beauty. It could even be said that she was a rare beauty. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had seen countless women. He had seen all kinds of beauties. Whether it was seduction or purity, Jiang Fei had come into contact with all of them. However, Doris was different from these beautiful women. She was simple and beautiful. Her facial features were exceptionally exquisite. Moreover, they were perfectly matched. Her skin was also fair with a tinge of red. If one had to describe it, it could only be said that Doris was like a computer-generated beauty. She had integrated the aesthetic characteristics of a normal person. There were no flaws. No flaws. She was so beautiful that she did not even look like a real person.
Dot!
Chris did not answer. He turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. On the other side, Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Chris brought Doris to Jiang Fei.
General, it is a pleasure to meet you here.
Doris bowed to Jiang Fei.
Your Highness, there is no need to be so formal. Please forgive my armor. It is not convenient for me to return the greeting.
Although Jiang Fei said that, he was not wearing any armor.
General, there is no need to be so polite. As the saying goes, the minister of the upper kingdom is the ruler of the lower kingdom. Since you have come to the kingdom of Kaya, your position is the same as my father's. There is no need to return the greeting,
said Doris with a smile.
This girl sure knows how to talk.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he did not show it on his face and said,
Your Highness, why have you come to see me? General, I am here to persuade you to withdraw your troops,
Doris said.
Oh.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly and asked,
Princess, do you have any confidence in persuading me to withdraw my troops? No. I just brought a gift for you. General,
Doris said.
Gift? I have gone through so much trouble to come here. What gift can make me withdraw my troops?
Jiang Fei asked.
Me. As long as you are willing to retreat. General, I am yours.
Doris smiled. She was very clear about her own beauty and knew her own fate.
Princess, I think you have overestimated your own worth.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly.
General, do you think I am not beautiful?
Doris asked.
Beautiful. You are very beautiful. You can even be said to be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
Jiang Fei said.
Then, are you not willing to retreat for me?
Doris asked.
Unfortunately, the ruler of the Habsburg dynasty is Her Majesty Queen Sophia. Therefore,
offering a beautiful woman to her is not very tempting. As for me,
I have enough women already. I don't want to cause trouble for myself anymore,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
All right. Since the general is not interested in this small gift of mine, then please forget what I just said,
Doris said with a smile. She did not seem to be embarrassed or angry at being rejected by Jiang Fei at all. She was really not embarrassed at all.
Of course,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It seems that my first quest has failed. Then, let me begin my second quest,
Doris said as she took out a 1-foot-long scroll from her body.
General, this is the letter of surrender from the kingdom of Kaya. On behalf of my father, I surrender to you and the Habsburg kingdom that you represent,
said Doris as she raised the scroll above her head. A soldier beside her took out the scroll and opened it in front of Jiang Fei's mount. The contents of the scroll were indeed the letter of surrender from the kingdom of Kaya. The seal of the king of Kaya was still on it. Clearly, it had the force of law.
Oh, it's that simple?
Jiang Fei quickly browsed through the surrender letter. The other party did not mention any conditions.
General, your battle record has long been well known to us. Since the resistance was useless, why should we sacrifice ourselves for nothing?
My father has already left the palace with my brothers and family. I will stay behind to help you stabilize the people's hearts and let the people of the Kaja kingdom live through this period of turmoil peacefully,
Doris said with a smile on her face. However, Jiang Fei could not help but sympathize with this beautiful girl. Obviously, Doris was the biggest sacrifice of the kingdom of Kaya. If she could be exchanged for Jiang Fei's retreat, everyone would be happy. After this wish was shattered, the king took the princes and fled. Doris was left as a hostage and had to help them clean up the aftermath. As for Doris' future fate, it was obviously not within the consideration of the king and the princes. As the saying goes, if one was unlucky enough to be born into a royal family, especially a girl, regardless of whether the kingdom was strong or weak, their fate was often destined to be a tragedy. If your father and brothers are well behaved, then I will not mind the wealth they took away. They can be rich men anywhere. But the condition is that they are not allowed to enter the imperial city of Kia for all eternity. Otherwise, they will be killed on the spot, Jiang Fei said with a smile. However, Doris could feel the killing intent in Jiang Fei's words. Thank you for your kindness, General. Doris bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, she asked,
What about me? After my mission is completed, what do you want to do with me? Miss Doris, I have to congratulate you. After losing the title of princess, you have won your freedom.
Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then,
he continued, from now on, you are the governor of Kaya, a subordinate of the Habsburg dynasty. You can make your own decisions about the whole of Kaya.
Doris was stunned. Not only her, but even Chris and Edith were stunned.
Military advisor, should we first consult Her Majesty the Queen about this matter?
Chris interrupted.
There's no need. Her Majesty will agree.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Chris and Edith looked at each other. Although they had reservations about this, they did not dare to refute Jiang Fei.
Lady Doris, are you willing to take the governor's seal? As long as you and Kia have no intention of rebelling, I guarantee that you and the people of Kia will be safe.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Chapter 2731, Chapter 2720 The Kingdom of Kiadon.
Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I am willing to serve you.
Doris looked at Jiang Fei meaningfully and emphasized the word. You? Obviously. In Doris' eyes, Queen Sophia was not a wise and ambitious person. However, Jiang Fei, the military advisor, had the power to conquer the entire Lycra forest. Therefore,
Doris had two meanings behind her words. First, she was telling Jiang Fei that Doris could serve the Habsburg Empire. However, it was not because of Queen Sophia, but because of Jiang Fei. The second meaning was more intriguing. If Doris had said this to Jiang Fei in private, it might have been to show her loyalty. However, when she said this in front of everyone, it was as if she was trying to sow discord. However, Jiang Fei did not care about it. He did not have any intention of usurping Sophia's throne. He also did not care about any power on this planet. If in the beginning, Jiang Fei still wanted to use this planet as a backup home, once the other party's gamma space failed, he would transfer his family, friends, and as many people as he could to this place. However, ever since the ancient prophecy appeared, Jiang Fei's goal had changed. He believed that as long as he obtained the ancient prophecy, he would be able to obtain information about the mysterious person who created the legacy space. He could even use the ancient prophecy. He would be able to find the entrance to the gamma space. Once Jiang Fei entered the gamma space, he was confident that he would be able to protect his universe. Although Jiang Fei would need to change carriers when he arrived at the gamma space, Jiang Fei had already discovered from Carreras that even if the carrier was not strong enough, he could still do many things with his powerful mind power. With this kind of thinking, Jiang Fei was not interested in the power of this world at all. All he cared about was the ancient book. However, although Jiang Fei did not care, Yides and Chris frowned. They did not know Jiang Fei's identity. They thought that this guy named Jiang Fei, he was just Carreras, who had changed his name. Although they did not know what kind of bewitching potion he had fed the queen. As the backbone of the royalist faction, the two of them were always on guard against Jiang Fei. Although Yides and Chris were listening to Jiang Fei's orders, if Jiang Fei showed any intention of usurping the throne, the two of them would immediately aim their weapons at him.
Chris, leave 500 soldiers to protect Yides. At the same time, post a notice in the imperial city of Kaya. If the king and prince of Kaya are found entering the city, the informant will be heavily rewarded. Those who keep it in secret will be punished with death.
Jiang Fei instructed Chris.
Yes, military advisor.
Chris nodded. Very quickly, he arranged for someone to escort Doris back to the imperial city of Kaya.
Military advisor, don't you need to send an administrative officer?
Yides asked.
No need. Doris will do very well.
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
Do you trust her that much?
Yides frowned and asked.
I don't know her well, so there's no need to talk about trust. I only know that the threat of Habsburg is right beside me. The kingdom of Kaya will not be in chaos. Doris does not want to go back to the days when she could not control herself. She has to obediently work for the Habsburg dynasty.
Jiang Fei smiled and said.
All right. I hope your guess is correct.
Yides said.
Don't worry. As long as we maintain a winning attitude, the kingdoms that we have occupied will definitely not turn against us. On the contrary, if we lose the battle ahead, no matter how many people we send to station, these people will definitely not be at ease under our rule.
Jiang Fei said.
I hope so.
Yides nodded.
All right. It's time for us to set off. We have it open for 2 days. It's a little lonely,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. They had been on the road yesterday. They had thought that they would have a big fight in the kingdom of Kaya today. They did not expect to take down the kingdom of Kaya without any bloodshed.
Military advisor, You seem to be very eager for war? Chris asked. Am not interested in war. I just want to complete the agreement with the queen as soon as possible, Jiang Fei said with a smile. After that, Jiang Fei's army once again set off on their journey to the next fairy kingdom. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei and the Habsburg Empire's army were invincible throughout their journey. At this time, Jiang Fei still had less than 5,000 people with him. It was more than half of what they had when they came out. Those warriors did not die in battle. Instead, they went to every place. Jiang Fei had to leave a few hundred men to watch over the local king and officials. Therefore, he had scattered his men along the way. I miscalculated. If I had known earlier, I would have brought more men. Jiang Fei sighed. Military advisor. We can send a letter to the imperial city and ask them to send reinforcements, said Chris. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Didn't you guys say that there are only 3 forces left? Jiang Fei said. Yes. However, the kingdom of Raiden among these 3 factions is comparable to our Habsburg Empire. With just a few thousand of us, we won't be able to defeat them, said Chris. It's all right. I'm here. Jiang Fei smiled. All right. Since you're so confident, it's all up to you. Chris nodded. If someone else had said something like that, he would have scoffed. However, he could not refute Jiang Fei's words. After all, Jiang Fei's demon technique was too powerful. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the first small kingdom's imperial city. After the example of the Kia kingdom, there were a few kingdoms that had surrendered. This small kingdom was no exception. When Jiang Fei and the rest arrived, the king had been waiting at the city gate for a long time with a surrender letter in his hand. The next thing was simple. They left a few hundred people to monitor the king. After sending some administrative officials, Jiang Fei and the rest went straight to their next target. He and his army did not even enter the imperial city, although the second small kingdom resisted for a while. In front of Jiang Fei's immense spiritual power, their resistance was more like a symbolic gesture. Almost in a single encounter, the army of this small kingdom collapsed. Then, Jiang Fei and the rest easily occupied this place. After taking care of the 2 small kingdoms, in order to rush the time, Jiang Fei ordered his troops to travel night and night. Finally, they arrived near the imperial city of the kingdom of Raiden a day later. Before Jiang Fei and the others could get close to the imperial city, they saw flags fluttering in the distance. Almost 50,000 soldiers of the kingdom of Raiden had already gathered at the foot of the city. Oh, they are all ready! Jiang Fei smiled. However, the soldiers and officers around him became nervous. Although they had been invincible throughout the entire journey, the kingdoms were generally smaller and did not have many troops. With Jiang Fei's nefarious magic helping them, it was very easy to fight. However, the Raiden kingdom was different. They were as powerful as the Habsburg dynasty. Moreover, they were fighting on their own territory. With all the troops gathered together, the number of people alone was more than 10 times that of Jiang Fei's troops. Chapter 2732, Chapter 2721 Attacked. Charge! All troops, attack! Just as Jiang Fei and the others arrived, a loud shout came from the army of the kingdom of Raiden. Then, 50,000 soldiers rushed over with overwhelming force. Not bad. You even know how to wait for the enemy to attack you. Jiang Fei was also shocked by the opponent's attack. Jiang Fei had already fought more than a dozen large and small battles since he left Habsburg Royal City. The fairies were still more disciplined when it came to fighting. Usually, after the 2 armies met, the main general would first come up to announce his name and then announce his family background. After both sides had gotten to know each other, the main general would fight a few rounds. If one side's main general lost, the other side would take advantage of the situation to kill. Although there were occasional changes, it was basically the same process. However, when it came to the Raiden kingdom, the rules suddenly changed. The other party did not even bother to report their name and did not come forward to make small talk. Instead, they directly attacked with the entire army. It was obvious that they were bullying the other party because they had more people. Moreover, the 50,000 people in the kingdom of Raiden were all fresh blood. They had long known that the Habsburg dynasty's army was coming. Therefore, they had made sufficient preparations at home. Today, after having a good meal, they were ready to fight to the death with the Habsburg dynasty. They were just waiting to fight to the death with the Habsburg dynasty's people. On the other hand, the people that Jiang Fei had brought could be said to be a tired army. Although they did not encounter much resistance along the way, they had still fought their way here. Moreover, The daily march of the army had exhausted these soldiers. Therefore, according to normal circumstances, the strength of the two sides was not equal. As long as the Raiden Kingdom's army charged forward, they would be able to completely destroy the Habsburg dynasty's army. After that, it would be a one-sided massacre. It could be said that the Raiden Kingdom's army had the right timing, the right place, and the right people. The only winner of the Habsburg dynasty's side was Jiang Fei. "Prepare to face the enemy," Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then, he watched as the army of the Kingdom of Raiden closed in on him. "Kill!" The cavalrymen at the front held their sabers flat. Their mounts had already increased their speed. On Jiang Fei's side, there were almost no cavalrymen, other than the spear-shield warriors in front. There was a large group of archers. If these valiant cavalrymen were to close in on them, they would not even need to wave their sabers. Just by relying on the height and impact of their mounts, they could kill all the soldiers of Habsburg with their flat sabers. "Military advisor, use your ability," Yaidi shouted anxiously. "No rush." Jiang Fei smiled slightly and then ordered loudly, "Spear-shield warriors, raise your spears." "Yes." Although they were a little afraid, these spear-shield warriors were after all well-trained elites. After receiving the order, they immediately stabbed the tower shields in their hands into the ground. The bottom of the shield was directly embedded into the ground. Then, the long spear in their hands pierced through the groove on the shield. The tip of the spear was pointed straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, a strong defense was erected in front of the Habsburg dynasty's army. "Fall!" At this moment, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to attack. He did not attack the knights, but the mounts. Arg! Arg! The mounts suddenly bled to death. Under the effect of inertia, the mounts suddenly fell to the ground, and the knights were thrown out. It's just me!" A series of cracking sounds accompanied by screams rang out in front of the Habsburg army. The knights that were thrown out directly crashed into the spear-shield warriors' forest of spears. Instantly, they were pierced through like candied haws. "Archers, shoot upward!" Edith did not need Jiang Fei to remind him. He ordered the ranged attackers to start attacking. The arrows flew like locusts towards the follow-up troops of the Kingdom of Raiden. The archers of the Kingdom of Raiden were slow and had not reached the battlefield yet. More and more warriors were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. However, more and more soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden rushed forward. The gap between the number of people on both sides was too big. As a result, the archers of the Habsburg dynasty had used up all their quivers. The fingers that were pulling their bows were already twitching. However, there were still more than 20,000 enemies charging forward. At the same time, the archers from the Kingdom of Raiden had also entered the battlefield. They skillfully pulled out their arrows from the quivers on their backs and knocked their bows. "Sigh! Looks like I still have to make a move," Jiang Fei sighed. Previously, he had deliberately avoided direct killing. Therefore, he did not use any overly powerful spiritual skills. However, he could not do it now. If he did not make a move now, once the archers from the Kingdom of Raiden fired, then, as long as he fired a volley of arrows, Jiang Fei and the others would become hedgehogs. Because the difference in numbers between the enemy and himself was too great, the archers alone had more than 3 times the number of Jiang Fei and the others. With a wave of arrows, Jiang Fei and the others would not be far from being wiped out. "Get down!" As Jiang Fei shouted, a wave of mind power radiated out. The speed of the spiritual energy rippled was extremely fast. The archers of the Kingdom of Raiden had already drawn their bows. However, before they could let go of their bowstrings, Jiang Fei's spiritual attack had already arrived. Boom! Almost all the soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden felt their vision go black. They had lost all consciousness. Plop! Plop! The soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden fell to the ground one after another. Those with better physiques would have to lie down for a day or two before they could get up. Those with poor physiques would be considered useless for the rest of their lives. Even if they did not die on the spot, they would be vegetative for the rest of their lives. Chris was dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Fei as if he was looking at a monster. At the same time, he held his weapon tightly in his hand as if he was hesitating about something. "Who exactly are you?" Yides also stared at Jiang Fei. "Damn! Military advisor. You are too strong. With your ability, you don't need to bring us along. You can kill them all by yourself." Keld was very excited. This kid had half of a barbarian's blood in him. Therefore, he worshipped the strong. "Don't worry about these details. I'm not interested in authority at all. The reason why I helped the Habsburg Empire unify the Lycra Forest was mainly because I made a deal with Sophia," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Deal? With your strength, you could easily take over the entire Lycra forest, let alone a mere Habsburg Empire. I really don't know what kind of bargaining chip our queen can offer you, said Chris as he stared at Jiang Fei. He felt that Jiang Fei was too terrifying, although he was on the same side as him now. Once he rebelled, who would be able to stop him? Hee hee. I said that Sophia can use herself as a bargaining chip. Do you believe me? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. I do. Chris actually nodded very seriously. At this moment, he really could not think of anything else that could tempt a powerhouse like Jiang Fei other than himself. Chapter 2733, Chapter 2722. Ancient book in hand. Alright, Chris. I'll leave the rest to you, Jiang Fei said to Chris, who had yet to regain his senses after killing all the soldiers of the kingdom of Raiden. Yes. Yes. Chris nodded blankly and began to make arrangements for the rest of the matters. As all the armed forces of the kingdom of Raiden had been destroyed in this battle, they no longer had the strength to resist. Chris led his men into the city easily. The next step was to appease the people and take over the kingdom. Jiang Fei brought professionals with him, so he did not need to worry about these things. Moreover, the kingdom of Raiden was already the last country in the Lycra forest. Once it was pacified, the entire Lycra forest would be under the rule of the Habsburg Empire. Although these countries that had just been annexed might not be able to live peacefully in the short term, because of Jiang Fei's powerful deterrence, these countries did not dare to rebel easily. After a long time, the people would get used to the rule of the Habsburg Empire. Those who wanted to restore their country would have no hope at all. However, this was not important to Jiang Fei. He did not even care how long the Habsburg dynasty's unification would last. Perhaps it would be like some of the ancient dynasties on Earth, enjoying their country for hundreds of years. However, it was also possible that it would be like the Qin dynasty. Although it had created an era, it was quickly replaced by other dynasties in a short span of more than 10 years. These were all insignificant matters to Jiang Fei. He only cared about one thing, and that was the ancient prophecy book that Queen Sophia had promised him. Chris, you stay here and clean up the mess. Edith, come back with me. Jiang Fei did not even enter the capital of the kingdom of Heaton because he did not care at all. The reason why he brought Edith back was very simple. He needed a witness. After all, if he went back and told Sophia that he had already unified the entire Lycra forest, she might not believe him. However, bringing Edith was different. She was a loyal royalist and a close friend of Sophia. Therefore, Sophia would definitely believe her words. Are you in such a hurry to go back? At that moment, Edith's attitude towards Jiang Fei was much more respectful. I have finished my business. I have to go back and get my reward, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Military advisor. Although Her Majesty the Queen is incomparably beautiful, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Right. Even if you rush back now, there are still many procedures to go through to get married to Her Majesty the Queen, Edith said. Just like Chris, both of them believed that the Queen had promised Jiang Fei. Otherwise, how could a powerful person like Jiang Fei serve her? Hee hee. Just follow me. Jiang Fei did not bother to explain to these people. He immediately turned his mount and ran toward the capital of the Habsburg Empire. Sigh. We are already at the entrance of the kingdom of Raiden. In the end, we have to return before we even enter the capital. Yides pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't worry. Now, the entire Lycra forest is ours. You have plenty of time to play in the future. Perhaps Her Majesty will be happy and give this place to you as a fief. Chris laughed from the side. TSK! What a sarcastic remark. It's not you who will be dragged back. Yides rolled her eyes at Chris. Then, she turned her mount and flew in Jiang Fei's direction. 3 days later, Jiang Fei and Yides returned to the capital of the Habsburg Empire. After entering the World Tree, Jiang Fei quickly met Queen Sophia in the palace. Your Majesty, I have completed my mission. I have unified the entire Lycra forest, Jiang Fei said to Queen Sophia. Edith, is that so? Queen Sophia's eyes were filled with excitement. Actually, there was no need to unify the entire Lycra forest. From the previous battle reports, Sophia knew that the territory of the Habsburg Empire had expanded several times. Just her name alone was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Yes, I think you can be crowned as Sophia the Great at any time, Edith said with a smile. Your Majesty, my mission is complete. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Jiang Fei asked. Now? Sophia looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Your Majesty, should I leave? Edith was shocked. She thought that Jiang Fei and Queen Sophia had something to do on the spot. Yes. You can leave now. Sophia nodded. She did not want Edith to know about the ancient prophecy book. However, if she asked Edith to leave, it would further confirm Edith's guess. Yes, Your Majesty. On the other hand, Sophia and Jiang Fei had not done anything yet. Edith's face was red with embarrassment. She jogged away from the main hall. At the same time, she muttered, "Do you have to be so impatient? This is the main hall. You guys are too open. Your Majesty, where are my things?" Although Jiang Fei heard Edith's muttering, he did not care. He only wanted the ancient book. Once he got the ancient book, he could leave. Jiang Fei, are you really not considering staying here to help me? Sophia looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and said she needed this powerful man. If possible, she was willing to use herself to keep him. Let's talk about it in the future. I'm very busy right now, said Jiang Fei tactfully. All right then. Sophia knew that Jiang Fei did not directly reject her. He was giving her face. So she did not say anything more. She turned around and took out a beautiful box from behind the throne. Then, she opened the box. Inside was a book made of goatskin paper. This is it. It's yours now. Sophia handed the ancient book over with both hands. Thank you. Jiang Fei smiled as he took the ancient book and flipped through it. He had to confirm that the ancient book was real. After flipping through the ancient book, Jiang Fei found that the ancient book was like a history book. It briefly recorded some things in the liquor forest. Initially, this was not unusual. However, the book was formed before these things happened. This was terrifying. Jiang Fei did not believe in prophecies. This was because he believed that time was irreversible. Although the flow of time could be changed, the vector of time was fixed. However, some things later on made Jiang Fei's confidence waver. He had seen more than one prophecy event. He had even personally returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. This experience made Jiang Fei have to admit that time was reversible. However, Jiang Fei had no idea how it worked. Soon, Jiang Fei flipped to the part of the ancient book that was related to him. There was not much information about him. It was about a person called Jiang Fei who had transmigrated from another universe during the era of Queen Sophia. He had occupied the body of a thief called Carreras. He would assist Sophia in becoming the ruler of the liquor forest. Chapter 2734, Chapter 2723. The second half of the book. After looking through the ancient book for a long time, Jiang Fei still could not find anything about the inheritance space. He could not help but frown. Your Majesty, is this really the ancient book? Jiang Fei asked. Mr. Jiang Fei, our cooperation is based on trust. This is the ancient book that I am in charge of. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do, Sophia said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of the palace. Queen Sophia looked at Jiang Fei's back as he left. She did not say anything. There was no expression on her face either, other than herself. No one else knew what she was thinking at this moment. After Jiang Fei left the palace, he went straight to the prison outside the palace. This was the place where he was previously imprisoned. The reason why Jiang Fei came here was very simple. He wanted to meet Carreras' master. He wanted to verify the authenticity of this ancient book from him, because the old man was one of the few people who had seen this ancient book. Military advisor. The few guards outside the prison quickly bowed to Jiang Fei when they saw him. These guys' legs and stomachs were spinning. After all, Jiang Fei had been imprisoned here before. Although they did not bully Jiang Fei, who knew if this military advisor would take revenge on those who had seen him make a fool of himself? Open the door. I want to go in, Jiang Fei said. Yes, military advisor. The two guards did not waste any time and opened the door. Then, Jiang Fei walked into the prison. After entering the prison, Jiang Fei went straight to the old man's cell. Soon, he found Carreras' master among the haystacks. Although the old man's heart had been dug out, he was still in good condition. It seemed that Jiang Fei's gag was quite effective on him. You're here? The old man looked at Jiang Fei and smiled. I'm here to bring you out, Jiang Fei said. No need. I'm fine here. The outside world is too dangerous. The old man waved his hand. You're really open-minded. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. I've lived to this extent. I've even lost my heart. How can I not be open-minded? The old man smiled and said, All right. I'm not going to waste time with you. Help me see if this ancient book is the one that you found back then. Jiang Fei threw the ancient book to the old man. The old man took the ancient book and flipped through it carefully. After a long while, he raised his head and said to Jiang Fei, This ancient book is real.
Oh! Jiang Fei frowned. This ancient book was actually real. However, there was actually nothing about the inheritance space on it.
But this is only the first half of the book.
The old man continued.
The first half? Then there's still the second half?
Jiang Fei immediately asked.
Yes. These two books are placed together. The content of the second half of the book is written in a strange language. I can't understand it at all.
The old man said.
Then where is the second half of the ancient book? Is it also in the hands of the queen?
Jiang Fei asked.
No. I hid the second half of the ancient book. The guy who injured me did not find it.
The old man said.
Then, where did you hide it?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's still in the ruins. I hid it in a crack in the stone. The location is.
The old man lowered his voice and told Jiang Fei the location.
Thank you very much. Are you sure you don't want to leave?
Jiang Fei asked.
No. I'm fine here. It would be great if you could remind them to help me improve my food.
The old man said with a smile.
No problem. What do you want to eat? Just order from them.
Jiang Fei nodded and left the prison. When he reached the door of the prison, Jiang Fei instructed the jailers to take good care of the old man. They could not afford to be negligent. All the expenses would be paid from his salary. Anyway, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay in this world for long. As a military advisor, he had a lot of salary. Therefore, it was not bad to be able to improve the old man's food. As for whether the prison guards would be corrupt, Jiang Fei did not care at all. The old man did not care at all. As long as he ate well and drank well, it would be fine. After that, Jiang Fei brought a mount out of the imperial city of Habsburg. After identifying the location, he flew away at the speed that the old man had mentioned. The location that the old man and the rest had explored in the past was actually not in the Liquor Forest. This location had already entered the central Kachu Plains. It was considered to be the border between the Kachu Plains and the Liquor Forest, but it was leaning towards the side of the Kachu Plains. However, the fairies were still relatively harmonious with the humans. The boundary between the two sides was not particularly strict, although this was already considered to be the territory of the humans, because it was connected to the Liquor Forest. Therefore, there were often fairies around here. After Jiang Fei came to the small town that the old man mentioned, he did not attract anyone's attention. This was also the first time Jiang Fei had seen the humans here since he came to this planet. They looked similar to the Westerners on Earth. They were all hairy and had a body odor. Moreover, the living conditions here were very ordinary. People did not bathe very often, so these guys had a bad smell. In comparison, Jiang Fei preferred the cleaner fairies. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was not here for a vacation. He was here to look for the ruins. However, because the old man had only dictated a rough location, he needed to find a guide for himself. Soon, Jiang Fei found a tavern in the small town. After handing his mount to the waiter at the door, he pushed the door open and walked in. The tavern was very noisy. It was even a little annoying. The customers were sitting around the table, drinking very low-quality ale. The pungent smell made Jiang Fei frown. After looking around, Jiang Fei found an interesting thing on one of the walls of the tavern. It was a board. The board was covered with notes. The contents of the notes were very similar. They were all quest requirements and rewards.
Quest board.
Jiang Fei smiled and went to the bar counter.
Mr. Demon, what would you like to order? We have pure moonlight wine here. This is your hometown's fine wine. Would you like to try it? It's just that the price is slightly higher,
the waiter said enthusiastically.
All right. I'll have a glass,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
I knew you would be a forthright customer.
The waiter immediately poured Jiang Fei a glass of wine. The wine was very refreshing and exuded an alluring fragrance. It was a stark contrast to the ale that the burly man drank.
Come, let me ask you something,
said Jiang Fei as he gestured to the waiter.
Sir, what can I do for you?
The buddy came over.
How do you announce the quest on the quest board over there?
Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 2735, Chapter 2724. Corpse Gatherers.
Sir, are you going to issue a quest?
The waiter asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Let me help you.
As Jiang Fei was very generous, the waiter was especially enthusiastic.
Thank you very much.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not lack money. After all, he had worked for a few days in the Habsburg Empire's military. That was a powerful figure in the military and political power. Even if Jiang Fei did not deliberately make money, he would definitely not be short of this little bit of money.
Look at what you're saying. There's no need to be polite with me. It's my honor to serve you.
The waiter's face was full of smiles,
because he saw that Jiang Fei had taken out a handful of money from his body. To him, this money it was almost equivalent to his salary of a month working in a tavern.
I want to go into the mountain. I need a guide,
said Jiang Fei.
Enter the mountain? The Levy's mountain at the back? Sir, I have to remind you that the mountain is not peaceful. Occasionally, there will be demonic beasts. Many powerful rangers and warriors have died there,
said the man. He even tried to persuade Jiang Fei.
It's okay. Just some demonic beasts are not difficult for me,
said Jiang Fei with a smile, because he had obtained a part of Carrera's memory. He knew what demonic beasts were. This thing was similar to the low-level ferocious beasts of the 5 directions. However, it was much weaker. However, compared to normal wild beasts, these guys were much stronger.
All right, I will help you to issue a quest. What kind of reward are you willing to give?
The waiter asked.
This will do,
Jiang Fei said as he took out a handful of money.
You are really generous.
The waiter looked at the money. This money was about twice the money that Jiang Fei had given him earlier.
Since there is danger in the Levy's mountain, of course, I have to pay more,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Hee hee. Sir, if it were not for my old mother at home, I would not have been able to take this risk with you. I want to accept this quest. It is rare to see such a generous employer like you.
The man looked at Jiang Fei and said,
All right, hurry up and help me get it done.
Jiang Fei smiled.
All right.
The waiter nodded. Then, he quickly wrote a quest list and posted it on the quest board.
Sir, if you have time in the next 2 days, please come and take a look. I will inform you when I have news,
said the waiter to Jiang Fei.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he was ready to find a place to stay. However, before Jiang Fei could stand up, someone behind him shouted,
What are you doing in the next 2 days? Someone is accepting the quest now. Duncan, don't be a busybody.
The waiter frowned.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked. At the same time, he was also sizing up the guy named Duncan. This guy named Duncan was not quite what Jiang Fei had imagined. Although his voice was rough, he was very thin. His height was less than 1.7 meters, and his body was even more fragile. Jiang Fei did not even believe that he could walk into the mountain on his own.
This guy is a corpse picker. Sir, you'd better ignore him. It's too bad luck to walk with him.
The waiter frowned and said to Jiang Fei, because Jiang Fei had given him a lot of tips. He naturally considered for Jiang Fei.
Corpse picker?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Didn't I tell you just now? The Levy's mountain is very dangerous. Many rangers and warriors have died there. However, after the demon beasts killed these people, they would at most eat them up. However, the demon beasts are not interested in the equipment and items of these people. Therefore, the profession of corpse picker was born. They spend all year round in the Levy's mountain, looking for the equipment and items of the dead rangers or warriors. Once they are found, they can make a fortune,
explained the waiter.
Then, aren't they very familiar with the Levy's mountain?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, they are familiar. But these people are too unlucky. Who would be willing to go with them? Besides,
the waiter said as he glanced at Duncan. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Jiang Fei,
Moreover, these people usually sell the equipment and items that they picked up from the mountain. If they secretly harm you, they will come out later to sell your equipment and items. No one will suspect them. Thank you.
Jiang Fei smiled at the waiter and then gave him a tip. Jiang Fei was very touched that the waiter would risk offending someone.
So, I advise you not to go with him.
The waiter continued to persuade him in a low voice.
Okay, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Hey, what are you two whispering about?
Duncan walked over to Jiang Fei. Then, he ignored the waiter and looked at Jiang Fei and asked,
What? Are you going into the mountains? Yes,
Jiang Fei said.
Can I take you there?
Duncan looked at Jiang Fei and asked,
Are you familiar with the situation in the mountain?
Jiang Fei asked.
TSK, you're asking me that. There's no place in the mountain that I haven't been to before. Whether you're looking for demonic beasts or the ruins, I can take you there,
Duncan said. Jiang Fei frowned. Originally, after listening to the man's words, he did not want to hire Duncan anymore, although he was confident that he would not be tricked by others. As the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. There was no need for Jiang Fei to take such a risk for no reason. However, Duncan's words made Jiang Fei change his mind. This was because the kid had mentioned the word ruin. According to the old man, although there were many demonic beasts in the Libby's mountain, there was only one ruin. Moreover, it was hidden very deeply. Even if he went there by himself, he might not be able to find it. However, Duncan had actually said the word, ruin. This meant that he had really seen the ruin. Although he might not be able to enter the inner part of the ruin with his ability, at least this kid could find the location of the ruin.
What? You don't believe me? Or?
Duncan saw that Jiang Fei was hesitating and immediately stepped forward and said,
Did that guy tell you that I'm a corpse hunter? Are you afraid that he'll secretly harm you? I don't care if I'm a corpse hunter or not. I'm just afraid that you're bragging. If I can't find the demon beast after entering the mountain, I'll waste my time.
Jiang Fei did not mention the ruin.
Heh. I'm not afraid to brag to you. If there's a demon beast in the Libby's mountain that I, Duncan, can't find, then it doesn't exist,
Duncan said arrogantly.
Are you really that confident?
Jiang Fei asked.
Of course.
Duncan pouted and said,
All right then. This is a part of the deposit. You go and settle down. We'll meet here tomorrow morning.
Jiang Fei said.
What are you still doing tomorrow? Let's go now. Otherwise, some people will say that I went back to contact others to harm you.
Duncan rolled his eyes at the waiter and pulled Jiang Fei out.
Sir!
The waiter called out to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei only gave him a reassuring look and then followed Duncan out. Chapter 2736, Chapter 2725 Demon Beast.
Shall we enter the mountain now?
Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the setting sun.
So what if it's getting dark? Libby's mountain is so big. You won't be able to find what you're looking for in a day. It's inevitable that you'll spend the night in the mountain. What's wrong with entering now?
Duncan asked.
That's true. Let's go!
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the two of them left the small town and headed straight for Libby's mountain.
Don't you need to prepare anything?
Jiang Fei asked as he walked.
We, the corpse hunters, have always only brought things from the mountain. It's embarrassing to bring items into the mountain,
Duncan said with a disdainful tone.
Not even food?
Jiang Fei asked.
Are all you demons so annoying? What food do you bring? Aren't there food everywhere in the mountain?
Duncan rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei.
I'm the employer. Okay. Can't I just ask a few questions?
Jiang Fei was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He had never seen such a bossy guide.
You are the employer. But your money is only for me to lead the way for you. It doesn't include answering questions,
Duncan said.
Here. This is the money for answering questions and chatting with me.
Jiang Fei took out a large amount of money. He really did not care much about these things. Anyway, after he had gotten all the ancient books, he was ready to leave this place. When he came back, that would be many years in the future.
I'm sorry. I'm not a prostitute in a brothel. I don't have this kind of business.
Duncan pushed Jiang Fei's hand that was holding the money and said,
Huh?
Jiang Fei was stunned. This Duncan seemed to be very unusual. He actually did not want the money that he had obtained. The description of a corpse hunter by the tavern staff was quite different.
What? Do you think that we corpse pickers are all for profit? Do we do anything for money?
Duncan asked.
I have been in the liquor forest for a long time. I don't know about your profession.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
That's true. If you were like those people, if you looked at us like that, you might not have dared to ask me to bring you into the mountains.
Duncan shook his head and said. After that, Jiang Fei and Duncan chatted as they walked. Sometimes, when Duncan was in a good mood, he would reply to Jiang Fei with a few words. When he was in a bad mood, he would directly rebuke Jiang Fei. He really did not treat Jiang Fei as his employer. He did not hold back at all. After about 2 hours, the two of them entered the mountain. After entering the mountain area, Duncan felt as if he had returned home. The various rugged mountain paths were like flat land to him. Fortunately, the body that Jiang Fei used had some strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to walk on such a rugged mountain path.
All right. Tell me, what are you looking for in the Libby's mountain? Are you hunting demonic beasts?
Duncan turned around and asked.
No, I'm not interested in demonic beasts. I don't want to hunt them either,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh, then why did you enter the mountain?
Duncan asked.
For the ruins that you mentioned,
Jiang Fei said.
Ruins? What ruins?
Duncan asked with a confused look.
All right, stop pretending. As a demonic beast in the Libby's mountain, don't you know that there's a ruins here? Besides, you spilled the beans to the pub just now,
Jiang Fei said angrily.
What? What did you say?
Duncan was shocked. He could not help but take 2 steps back. Alright. We have already entered the mountain. Stop pretending. I already know that you are not a human. Why are you so nervous? I am not a human either.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Although the carrier that he was using now was very ordinary. However, his spiritual power was still there. As soon as Duncan appeared, he could see that the frequency of this guy's spiritual power fluctuation was completely different from the others. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to check and found out about this guy's background. It was just like how ferocious beasts could transform. The demon beasts in this world also had this ability. However, the difficulty of transforming a demon beast was much lower than that of the ferocious beasts in the 5 directions. According to the standard of the 5 directions, Duncan's combat power value was less than 100,000. He was only at the beginning stage of enlightenment. He could not even be considered as the cub of a low-level ferocious beast. However, in this low-level martial arts world, he was already considered a first-class expert. Moreover, he could transform.
Who exactly are you?
Duncan frowned as he stared at Jiang Fei. Although he could sense that Jiang Fei was not very powerful, he could vaguely sense a terrifying feeling from Jiang Fei. There was no basis for this feeling. It was just pure beast instinct.
I have already told you. I am the same as you. I am not a human. The only difference is that you are a transformed demonic beast, and I am a demon.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he said,
Look, we both have the word demon in our names. We can be considered relatives. How did you find out my identity?
Duncan asked.
Are you stalling for time?
Jiang Fei was slightly surprised, as he had already spread out his spiritual power. He could sense that a large number of demonic beasts were rushing over. It was no wonder that a large number of rangers and warriors died in the Libby's mountain every year, with a demonic beast in human form like Duncan as a guide for those guys. The deaths of those people were not unjustified. From the looks of it, none of the so-called corpse hunters were human. They were probably transformed demonic beasts. After all, other than the demonic beasts themselves, how could other people move freely in the Libby's mountain? These transformed demonic beasts moved around the small town. On one hand, they were here to find out about the rangers and warriors entering the mountain. On the other hand, they were here to sell the equipment and other things so that they could buy some things that the demonic beasts could use.
Who exactly are you?
Duncan stared at Jiang Fei and asked.
It doesn't matter who I am. If you bring me to the ruins, this matter will be over,
Jiang Fei said. At that moment, many demonic beasts appeared around the valley where Jiang Fei and the rest were. These demonic beasts had different forms, but most of them were in the form of beasts.
All right. Are all your people here?
Jiang Fei smiled and said to Duncan.
You seem to be a little fearless. With your strength, I can kill you 100 times. Not to mention, I have so many companions around me. What makes you so calm to say such things to me?
Duncan frowned and asked. If it was any other time, he would have already called his subordinates to swarm over and eat Jiang Fei. However, today, he vaguely felt that Jiang Fei was very dangerous, so he did not dare to act rashly.
My trump card?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly and said,
All right. If I don't show you some real skills, I'm afraid you won't cooperate with me obediently. What are you doing?
Duncan suddenly felt a sense of danger. His hair stood on end.
Get down!
As Jiang Fei shouted, Duncan suddenly felt as if his head had been smashed by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, and he instantly fell to the ground.
Roar!
As soon as Duncan fell, the other demonic beasts became anxious. They rushed down from the hillside. It seemed that they wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Chapter 2737, Chapter 2726. Curse.
If you don't want him to die, you'd better not move.
Jiang Fei roared at the demonic beasts that were charging down.
Swish!
After that single sentence, time seemed to have stopped. The demonic beasts all stopped in their tracks. None of them wanted their leader to die because of their own impulses.
Woo! It hurts so much!
At that moment, Duncan stood up shakily. Jiang Fei did not hit him too hard just now. His goal was to teach Duncan a lesson so that he would not be too arrogant. He did not want to kill him. After all, it was easy to kill these demonic beasts. However, who was going to lead the way for Jiang Fei?
You? Who exactly are you?
Duncan looked at Jiang Fei with fear in his eyes. Duncan was considered one of the top experts on the entire planet. Although there were people who were stronger than him and could even kill him, they would not be like this until now. Duncan did not know how he was defeated. This fear that came from the unknown made him feel a little afraid of Jiang Fei.
It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm not interested in hunting demon beasts, Jiang Fei said calmly. Can I ask them to disperse? Duncan asked Jiang Fei carefully. In the face of an enemy that he could not fight, he did not want his underlings to stay here anymore because it was too dangerous. Of course. I've said it before. I'm not interested in hunting demonic beasts. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Disperse. Duncan waved his hand at the demonic beasts that could not transform. Boss, you? The demonic beasts were a little worried and refused to leave. Go! Duncan roared. At this moment, he had no time to explain to his underlings. Who knew if the terrifying fellow in front of him would go back on his word? Once he regretted it, Duncan and his underlings would not even have the chance to escape. Roar! The demonic beasts roared into the sky and scattered into the forest. All right. Your little brothers have all left. Can we continue our conversation now? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Do you have to go to the ruins? Duncan asked. Of course. Why else would I come here? Jiang Fei asked. All right then. But that is a cursed place. I will not go in, Duncan said. His eyes even revealed a hint of fear. You just need to lead me to that place. Jiang Fei nodded and asked. What do you mean by the curse? You don't know? Duncan was stunned. Nonsense. Why would I ask you if I know? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at him. It's like this. Duncan did not dare to say any more nonsense. Jiang Fei's strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He did not dare to provoke Jiang Fei. According to Duncan's description, the ruins had been left behind for an unknown period of time. However, it had been discovered for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, countless rangers and warriors had gone to explore the ruins. However, these people did not have a good ending. They either fell out with each other in the ruins or died because of various things. In any case, no one could have a good ending. Therefore, the story of the ruins curse had spread. It sounds like it. Jiang Fei nodded. Among the people he had come into contact with, there was one who had entered the ruins. It was the old man in the prison. It was just like what Duncan had said. The old man and the others did not end up well. They had fallen out with each other in the ruins. A guy had betrayed everyone. He had almost killed all of his companions and took the first half of the prophecy. Although the old man was lucky enough to survive, his heart was eventually dug out. Although he was lucky enough to get Jiang Fei to keep his mouth shut and save his life, he had to hide in prison for the rest of his life. In the end, he died there. This was definitely not a good ending. However, although there were bloody examples before his eyes, Jiang Fei did not really care, because he knew the curse very well. He was not afraid. To those who did not understand the principle of curses, it sounded illusory and formless. It was really scary. However, to Jiang Fei, curses were just a type of triggered spiritual energy trap. Jiang Fei had learned many techniques to use spiritual energy from Tyrion. One of them was curses. However, because Jiang Fei always dealt with his enemies in a straightforward manner in battle, therefore, he rarely used this method to attack his opponents. A curse was a type of curse that could be directly or indirectly implanted into the target's body through a medium. There were many types of such traps, but they were mainly illusion type, interference type, and attack type. Among them, when an illusion type mind power trap was activated, the target would be immersed in the illusion and unable to extricate himself. To outsiders, this guy was crazy. After the interference type spiritual energy trap was triggered, it would magnify a certain negative emotion in the target's mind, causing the suspicious person to suspect that the person next to him would harm him, causing the greedy person to be unable to control his own desires, etc. This was most likely the case for the old man's companion. His greed was rapidly magnified, causing him to not hesitate to attack his teammate in order to snatch the prophecy book. On the other hand, the attack type was the easiest. Once triggered, it would directly launch a spiritual attack on the target. If it succeeded, the target would most likely bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Other than these types, there were also some small types of spiritual traps. However, these types were not often used. After all, setting the spiritual coordinates to attract specific creatures to attack them, and so on. As a psychic expert, Jiang Fei was naturally not afraid of psychic traps. Therefore, curses were nothing to him. All right then. Since you insist on going, I'll take you there. Duncan saw that Jiang Fei was determined. He did not dare to go against him. So he took Jiang Fei and set off. As a demon beast, Duncan was very familiar with the Libes mountain. He led Jiang Fei through the forest with ease. Soon, they arrived at the depths of a swamp. The old man had mentioned this before. Therefore, Jiang Fei knew that Duncan was not lying to him. It's just ahead. There are 3 big trees there. The entrance to the ruins is in the middle. I won't go there, Duncan said to Jiang Fei. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, when I come out, I will slaughter all the demon beasts in the mountain. Jiang Fei suddenly turned around and threatened. I promise I'm not lying to you. Duncan was shocked. I'm just joking. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and walked forward. Who exactly is this guy? He's too scary. Duncan looked at Jiang Fei's back. He touched the clothes on his back. At this time, Duncan's back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 2738, Chapter 2727. The familiar words. Jiang Fei did not care about Duncan's thoughts. At that moment, he had already arrived at the middle of the 3 trees that Duncan had mentioned. With a slight sweep of his spiritual power, Jiang Fei found the entrance to the ruins. Then, he easily opened the entrance. Chi-ka! As the entrance to the underground ruins opened, a rotten and damp smell assaulted him. It smells really bad. Jiang Fei used his hand to fan the air in front of his nose. However, at that moment, his spiritual power suddenly sensed a powerful invasion. Oh! I haven't even entered yet! Did the curse come as soon as I opened the door? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The strength of his spiritual power was much stronger than the strength of this spiritual power trap. Before the invading mental strength could hide in his body, it was disintegrated by Jiang Fei's huge mental strength. The curse is lifted! Jiang Fei shrugged and then walked into the underground ruins. After entering the ruins, the old man's guidance became quite detailed. Jiang Fei followed the old man's guidance and easily arrived at the place where he hid the lower half of the prophecy book. It was not hidden well. It seems that the traitor was really cursed. Jiang Fei shook his head. In fact, he knew the process of the old man's heart being dug out. According to the old man himself, when he was meeting the great elder, suddenly, his mind went blank. He called the great elder by his nickname when he was young. Moreover, it was not a very elegant nickname. The great elder was very embarrassed. Therefore, he was caught by the furious great elder after the incident and lynched him. The old man's mind suddenly went blank. Clearly, the curse had been triggered. Moreover, even if the great elder did not kill him this time, he would still go crazy and offend big shots in the future until he died. Although the old man did not understand the nature of the curse, he understood the rules of how the curse worked. Therefore, after saving his life, he decided to hide in prison so that he would not go crazy again after he got out. At the same time, when he thought of the old man's encounter, Jiang Fei opened the broken tile that he had hidden in the lower part of the prophecy. The lower part of the prophecy lay there quietly. It had not been disturbed for decades. It was as if it was waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival. If everything was really a prophecy, then from the moment Jiang Fei appeared in this world until he received the prophecy, everything had been arranged, including Carrera's identity. There was also the old man in the prison cell. They were obviously waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. If that was really the case, then he was no different from the NPCs in the game. Everything that he did was done according to the plans of others. Even if it was his current thoughts, it was probably planned by others. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he picked up the second half of the prophecy. He did not leave the ruins. He simply found a place to sit on the ground. Then, he picked up the second half of the prophecy and began to read it. Jiang Fei did not mind reading it. After just one glance, he felt a chill run down his spine. His entire body was frozen in place. Unlike the first half of the prophecy was written in the language of the demon race here. Although Jiang Fei could read these words through Carrera's memory, it still looked very unfamiliar. However, the second half of the prophecy was written in Chinese characters. The familiar square characters made Jiang Fei's body go numb. After leaving Earth, Jiang Fei rarely saw the Chinese characters that he was once familiar with. That was because other than Jiang Fei and the girls that he brought from Earth, no one else knew these Earth characters. Whether it was the Vizari army, the Merchant Alliance, or later the Universe Empire, they all had perfect interstellar language. Jiang Fei had only learned this later. As for the girls that Jiang Fei met after leaving Earth, none of them could recognize this type of Chinese character that Jiang Fei had used since he was young. However, the second half of the prophecy book in Jiang Fei's hands was actually written in this type of concept language. How could Jiang Fei not be shocked? Looking at the familiar words in front of him, Jiang Fei quickly browsed through the contents of the book. The more he read, the more shocked he was. The more he read, the more confused he became. After reading the entire book, Jiang Fei still did not know who had created the inheritance space. However, the book did record something about the Gamma space exit. According to the records in the book, everything that happened when Jiang Fei arrived here was actually planned. What was even more terrifying was that this world was designed by humans. The purpose of this world's existence was to wait for Jiang Fei's arrival. This meant that this world was actually like a game, and Jiang Fei was the only player. He was playing a single-player game here, and the reward for clearing the level was this prophecy book. Unlike the Gamma space people who treated Jiang Fei's universe as a game, Jiang Fei's universe existed naturally, or was created by someone else. However, it was definitely not the Gamma space people. They had only discovered Jiang Fei's low-dimensional space, and used their dimensional advantage to invade that place. This world was created by someone else. Its purpose was to wait for Jiang Fei's arrival.
Who is the person who has such a huge amount of money? Why does he value me so much? What is he trying to do?
Jiang Fei was very confused.
Since I have achieved my goal, I should leave this place first.
Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the prophecy book began to burn. In an instant, it turned into ashes. At that moment, the contents of the prophecy book had already been memorized by Jiang Fei. The way he burned the prophecy book was also required by the book. The author requested that Jiang Fei burn it immediately after reading it, although he did not know why. Jiang Fei could not help but do it. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei returned to the inheritance space. Then, he left Carrera's physical body at the exit, along with the treasure that he had stolen. After leaving Carrera's physical body, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was completely released. Then, his spiritual power began to vibrate. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was constantly changing the frequency of the vibration. He kept trying from low to high. However, after trying for half a day, he smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Looks like I have to go back first.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself helplessly. The prophecy had recorded the method to find the entrance to the Gamma space. However, that required some data. These data were the ones that Maleki was trying to crack. Only by adjusting his spiritual power to that specific frequency. Only then could Jiang Fei quickly find the entrance to the Gamma space. Just now, Jiang Fei only wanted to give it a try. He felt that he should be able to find the frequency by constantly probing from low to high. However, reality proved that he still had to follow the prophecy. Chapter 2739, Chapter 2728, Return. After many failed attempts, Jiang Fei completely gave up on blindly trying. He began to fly towards his own spatial exit. If it was before, even if Jiang Fei wanted to go back, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Because the inheritance space was empty. There were no landmarks. Therefore, it was not easy to find the way home. However, it was different now. After Jiang Fei mastered the second half of the prophecy, he had found a way to identify the path in the legacy space. According to the prophecy, to identify the path in the legacy space, he had to adjust his mind power to a special frequency. For example, if Jiang Fei wanted to return to his exit, then he only needed to adjust his mind power to the same frequency as his universe. Every space had its own unique vibration frequency. Moreover, this frequency was unique. Just like a person's fingerprint, it represented all the information in this space. For people with strong spiritual power, they could sense the vibration frequency of the space. For example, Jiang Fei was very sensitive to the vibration frequency of the space. However, in the past, he did not know what this frequency represented. He also did not know what it could do. However, now, Jiang Fei had found a way to use this frequency. That meant that as long as he had been to a certain space once, he could find the entrance to this space and the inheritance space at any time. However, for those spaces that he had not been to before, Jiang Fei could only calculate the frequency of that space according to the method recorded in the prophecy to find the exit. The formulas for calculating the frequency of the other dimensions were hidden in the huge data that Jiang Fei had obtained by activating the nucleus of will. As long as he could decipher this data, Jiang Fei would be able to obtain the formulas. From there, he could calculate the frequency of the dimension that he wanted to go to. Therefore, at this moment, it was no longer a problem for Jiang Fei to go home. He quickly adjusted his spiritual frequency. However, when it was synchronized with the frequency of the vibration of his universe, Jiang Fei immediately felt a call from afar. This feeling was very strange. It was as if something was summoning him. According to the direction of the call, Jiang Fei sped up. After an unknown amount of time, he saw the things he had stored in the distance. There were also the prisoners.
You?
This thing is really real. After returning to his own territory, Jiang Fei, who was still a little skeptical, completely believed the contents of the prophecy book. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei returned to his universe. As he was in the time house, Jiang Fei appeared in the time house. Maleki, how long have I been in seclusion? Jiang Fei asked. 7 months in the outer universe, Maleki replied. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. 7 months in the outer universe meant that he had been in seclusion in the time house for 210 months. That was almost 18 years. The timeline of that universe must be different from the one I'm in. Jiang Fei immediately made a judgment, although he had spent a lot of time traveling in the inheritance space. However, the time flow in the inheritance space was almost negligible. Moreover, he had definitely not stayed in Queen Sophia's universe for more than a month. From this, it could be seen that the difference in the flow of time between the two universes was very large. Oh right. Have you deciphered that set of data? Jiang Fei remembered something important. I have deciphered a part of it, but there is still a part that is being calculated. Malachi replied. Give me the part that has been deciphered first. Then, you can continue to calculate. Jiang Fei said. Yes, my lord. Malachi then uploaded the cracked part to Jiang Fei. After getting the data, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to look at it. Even if he counted the time in the outside world, he had already left for 7 months. He wanted to go out and check on his home first. After coming out of the time house, Jiang Fei found that everything seemed normal on Skoda Star. It seemed that nothing had happened during the few months that he had left. Aurelia, I'm back. Jiang Fei first sent Aurelia a message. You're finally back. Aurelia heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Jiang Fei immediately asked. Judging by Aurelia's expression, it was obvious that something had happened at home. Something has happened. Fortunately, Han Tianyu is here, Aurelia said. Brother you? What happened? Jiang Fei was stunned. You should ask Han Tianyu about the details. He is still on Skoda Star, said Aurelia. Still? Jiang Fei was stunned. Han Tianyu was no longer alone. He had a wife and children in New China. It was not easy for him to stay on Skoda Star for 7 months. Yes. It's still in the same room as before, Aurelia said. Okay. You'll go find him now. Tell everyone that I've finished my seclusion, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia. Okay. Aurelia nodded. Then, Jiang Fei went straight to Han Tianyu's room. Pa. Jiang Fei gently knocked on the door. Come in. Han Tianyu's voice was heard. However, there was a hint of fatigue in his voice. Brother you. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he met Han Tianyu, he realized that Han Tianyu was about to lose his appearance. As someone who paid attention to his appearance, his beard was unkempt. He had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were a little detached. F***CK. Ancestor, you're finally back. Han Tianyu immediately jumped up from the sofa when he saw Jiang Fei. Brother you, are you okay? Jiang Fei asked with concern. Are you okay? If you don't come back soon, you'll be worried to death. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei's return had relieved him of a great burden. His entire state of mind was finally relaxed. What happened? Jiang Fei asked. Kid, do you know that I only gave you 7 days to negotiate with Nina? Boy, you've been gone for 7 months. Do you know how I've spent these 7 months? If it wasn't for me, Skoda Star would have been flattened by those guys. Han Tianyu shouted at Jiang Fei. It had indeed been difficult for him for the past 7 months. Every day, he had to think of a way to get rid of Lena. He could not anger these people. Just thinking about it was already exhausting for him. Not to mention, he had other things to worry about. I'm sorry, brother you. I also had an accident, so I was delayed. Jiang Fei apologized sincerely. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. How was the result of your closed-door training? If you don't get anything, I will really quit, Han Tianyu said. He had been using his mouth to stall Lena and the people behind him for the past 7 months. How many brain cells did it take to do that? Han Tianyu had really risked his life for this. Chapter 2740, Chapter 2729 was on the bow. I have gained a lot. It can be said that everything is ready. All that is left is the wind, Jiang Fei said. F***CK. Are you serious? Han Tianyu jumped up immediately. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Alright. If that's the case, I have not wasted so many brain cells, Han Tianyu said excitedly. Brother you. Thank you very much. Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Looking at Han Tianyu's haggard appearance, he knew how difficult it had been for this usually frivolous guy.
Alright. There's no need for us brothers to talk about this. I won't tell you the details of what happened between me and Lena. Anyway, these guys can't wait any longer. Their plan should be going into effect soon. They have given you an ultimatum. If you don't come out in 7 days, we will plan to wake you up,
Han Tianyu said.
Alright then. When Lena arrives, get someone to call me,
Jiang Fei said.
Alright. I'll probably be here soon. She's been coming here almost every day,
Han Tianyu said.
Alright then. Brother, you take a rest first. I'll go check on Bella and the rest,
Jiang Fei said.
Alright. Go on. I'll get someone to call you later,
Han Tianyu nodded and said. As soon as Jiang Fei left, Han Tianyu did not even close the door. He fell asleep on the bed. He was really exhausted during this period of time. It was only when Jiang Fei returned with good news that he finally felt at ease. When the pressure on his shoulders was relieved, endless fatigue came to his mind. Han Tianyu finally could not take it anymore. He fell asleep on the bed as if he had passed out. In the past few months, he had really overworked himself. After Jiang Fei came out from Han Tianyu's place, he first went to his parents' place to inform them that he was safe. Then, he went straight to his own living room. At that moment, Bella and the rest were already waiting for Jiang Fei.
Thank you for your hard work.
As soon as Jiang Fei entered the living room, he saw the beautiful faces of the girls. Some of the girls even had tears in their eyes. It had been 7 whole months. Although the pressure from Lena had been borne by Han Tianyu, the Universe Empire was also facing countless troubles. The girls had also started to take action. When Jiang Fei was not around, they had supported the entire empire. After a long separation and reunion, it was inevitable for them to share their feelings. Jiang Fei and the girls cuddled together and told each other how much they missed each other. Time slipped away without them realizing it. As everyone had endless love talk, they did not realize that it was already dark outside. At that moment, a waiter knocked on the door of the living room.
What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
Grand Marshal, Governor Han Tianyu invites you over,
said the waiter.
Yes, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that it was Lena. After sending the waiter away, Jiang Fei said to the girls,
I'll go and settle some business first. Then, I'll come back to accompany you. Go. Business is more important.
Bella took the lead and said. At this time, they had already received the good news that Jiang Fei had brought back. They knew that there was hope for Jiang Fei to enter the Gamma space. Their universe might be saved.
I'll be back soon.
Jiang Fei smiled at Bella and the others. Then, he stood up and left the living room. He went straight to Han Tianyu's room. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at Han Tianyu's room. At that moment, Han Tianyu and Lena were already waiting for him. The current Han Tianyu was completely different from the person that Jiang Fei had met before. His beard was now completely clean. His face was also washed clean. His hair was meticulously groomed, other than the dark circles under his eyes that had not disappeared. His entire appearance had recovered a lot.
Brother, you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jiang Fei smiled as he walked in.
I'm the one who's waiting.
Okay. What happened to a week? How did it suddenly become 7 months?
Lena asked unhappily.
Sigh. It's difficult to accurately grasp the timing of cultivation. If it's a little fixed, a few years might pass. I'm already fast enough.
Jiang Fei was not very polite to Lena, because he knew that Lena and the others could not wait any longer. During the few months that Jiang Fei disappeared, he did not believe that Lena and the others did not look for other influential people. If they found someone who could replace Jiang Fei, how could Lena come to him every day? As for Lena and the people behind him, the reason why they did not touch Jiang Fei's family and did not attack the Universe Empire, other than Han Tianyu, the main reason was that they found Jiang Fei irreplaceable. In order to obtain enough souls to form their own clone army and launch a coup d'etat, Lena's father could only place his hopes on Jiang Fei. However, since the beginning of his plan, there would definitely be some clues. At this moment, the ruler of the Gamma space had already begun to suspect him. For Lena's father, it was already like an arrow in the bow. He had no choice but to take action. If the matter was exposed, he would not be able to hold on to his position as a magistrate. He would not even be able to save his life. Since ancient times, rebellions had always been a highly profitable and risky activity. Although if they succeeded, they could change the dynasty and become the ruler of the land. But if they failed, they would definitely die.
no matter what form of ruler they were in. They could not tolerate the existence of a traitor. Therefore, right now, Lina's father could only hope that Jiang Fei would return quickly and provide him with enough souls. He did not even have the time to probe. He had to start immediately.
Alright. Let's stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business.
Lina became even more impatient.
Alright.
Jiang Fei sat down on the sofa calmly. After sensing Lina's emotions, he became even less anxious.
We had an agreement before. As long as you provide us with enough souls, we will give you 50 carriers. High-quality carriers.
Lina said.
100,000 souls. How do we deliver them?
Jiang Fei asked.
You don't have to worry about that. You just need to lure 100,000 people to the gamma space. We will complete the specific steps personally. However, you have to be careful. These people must be willing to go. If they are forced to go, that won't do,
said Lina.
Must they be willing?
Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that the soul transfer technology in the gamma space was based on the premise of being willing. However, these people would definitely erase the memories of those souls. Otherwise, once these 100,000 people had gone, they would not be able to control them at all.
That's right,
said Lina.
But I want to inspect the goods. Is that okay?
Jiang Fei suddenly asked.
Inspect the goods?
Lina was stunned.
That's right. I want to inspect the carriers that you provided.
Jiang Fei said calmly. Chapter 2741, Chapter 2730 was just around the corner.
That's right.
Jiang Fei nodded.
How do you want to inspect the goods?
Lina frowned.
I know someone else in the gamma space. Place the carrier at the designated location. I will get someone to inspect it.
Jiang Fei did not dare to say that he would personally inspect the goods. He could not let Lina and the others know that he had a way to enter the gamma space while preserving his memory. If that happened, he would be taking a huge risk. Once Nina and the people behind her felt that Jiang Fei was the biggest threat, they would not hesitate to give up on the coup d'etat and stop Jiang Fei from entering the gamma space. Then, Jiang Fei's plan would be ruined.
I see. I have to ask for permission.
Nina did not dare to agree without permission.
Okay. At this time tomorrow, I will wait for your news here,
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
Nina nodded and went offline with a white light. She had to discuss this with her father. Ah, Fei. Things have come to this point. I'm suddenly a little nervous,
Han Tianyu said. Now, Jiang Fei was just one step away from entering the gamma space. It could be said that success or failure depended on this one move.
All right, brother Yu. Don't be so nervous. Even if we don't succeed this time, we still have another chance.
Jiang Fei comforted him. However, he knew very well that this was his best chance.
Okay. The task of saving the world is in your hands.
Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder.
Heh. I've been doing this job for a few years. It's exhausting and thankless.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not want to be the savior. If it was not for his family and friends being threatened by the gamma space in this universe, Jiang Fei would not have bothered to make a move. Therefore, Jiang Fei was definitely not the savior out of righteousness. He only wanted to protect himself and his family. As for saving the world, it was just a side job. After coming out from Han Tianyu's place, Jiang Fei found an empty meeting room and sat down. He still had important things to do. After sitting down quietly, Jiang Fei began to look at the information that Maleki had sent him. This was the result of the pulse data that was produced when the nucleus of will was activated by his spiritual power.
So complicated.
The more Jiang Fei looked at it, the more he felt a headache coming on. Although he had some understanding of the mainstream science in the universe, he was not a mathematician or a physicist after all. He could not understand these complicated data at all.
Maleki, come out and explain.
Jiang Fei had no choice but to ask Maleki to help. Fortunately, this guy was a high-level artificial intelligence. He could multitask. When he helped Jiang Fei solve the problem, it did not delay him from cracking the remaining data.
Yes, sir.
After Maleki appeared, he began to explain the data and formulas to Jiang Fei line by line. Through Maleki's explanation, Jiang Fei knew that this was a complicated set of physics formulas. The complexity of it was beyond imagination. Even a large computer would need to spend a few hours to deduce it. Only a high-level artificial intelligence like Maleki would be able to calculate these formulas. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have to wait for years before he could do it.
In other words, as long as I put in the vibration frequency of our universe and obtain some physical constants of gamma space, I will be able to calculate the vibration frequency of their space?
Jiang Fei asked after listening to Malachi's explanation.
Yes, sir, Malachi said. Physical constants? This should not be difficult to obtain.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly. It seemed that he had to bring Han Tianyu back to New China. Now, Lorna and Aisha had completely become people in the three-dimensional universe. Moreover, they were very close to Han Tianyu. Therefore, Jiang Fei could rest assured about the information they provided. Moreover, through their previous conversation, Jiang Fei also knew that although Lorna and Aisha were born poor, they had received basic education. Therefore, it should not be a problem for them to master these familiar things.
The situation is becoming clearer and clearer. As long as I have some more time, I will definitely be able to enter the gamma space. At that time, I might not be able to destroy that place, but at least I will be able to stop the interference of the gamma space on this universe.
Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. Previously, because Jiang Fei had received incomplete information, he had thought that the three-dimensional universe that he was in was developed by the gamma space people. It was just like the game that he used to play on Earth. Later, Jiang Fei came into contact with more information. He began to think that the three-dimensional universe that he was in was naturally formed. However, the gamma space people had found a way to enter. Therefore, these guys had transformed this place into their game ground. Once upon a time, Jiang Fei was even worried that when the gamma space people's game ended and the server was shut down, the three-dimensional universe that they were in would be finished. It was not until he obtained the second half of the prophecy that Jiang Fei understood. The operation of the three-dimensional universe did not require the gamma space people to maintain. They were never the gods who created the world. They were just a bunch of evil gods who played with low-dimensional life forms. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei entered the gamma space and found the development team, he would completely destroy all their data records about the three-dimensional world. The gamma space people would never be able to find the entrance to the three-dimensional universe again. Then, they would no longer be able to influence this place. However, although many things had been cleared up, there were still many things that Jiang Fei did not understand. For example, who was Natasha? Why did the development team let the apostles that they had bribed to kill in this universe? If the three-dimensional universe was simply a game ground, then the development team only needed to maintain the game balance and make money from the players on both sides. Why were they so keen on killing in the three-dimensional world? Moreover, they had to borrow someone else's hands. Although there were still many things that he did not understand, Jiang Fei believed that as long as he entered the gamma space, these questions would be solved one by one. When that time came, he would be able to come into contact with these troubles for his own world. After calming himself down, Jiang Fei went back to reunite with the girls for a while. Around noon the next day, Lena returned.
How is it? Have you thought about it?
Jiang Fei met Lena in Han Tianyu's room.
We agree to your request in principle. However, we have a condition, said Lena. Tell me about it,
Jiang Fei said calmly. He was not in a hurry now, because Maleki still had some formulas to calculate. Moreover, he had to go back with Han Tianyu to ask Aisha and Lorna about some physical constants. Therefore, he had all the time in the world. However, it was different for Lena and the others. They were currently pressed for time. They had no time to waste with Jiang Fei. Chapter 2742, Chapter 2731 Return to New China.
After some research, we have agreed to let you inspect the goods. However, there is one thing. The time for this inspection is up to us. You can choose the location,
said Lena.
Jiang Fei snorted. After the inspection, you can no longer use any excuses to delay. Those people's souls must be in place immediately,
said Lena.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. As long as he entered the gamma space, who cared about the subsequent cooperation? Therefore, for Jiang Fei, as long as the inspection was completed, everything would be over.
All right. I will inform you about the specific inspection time.
Lena nodded.
All right. When the time comes, you can look for Brother Yu. He will contact me,
said Jiang Fei.
Are you going into seclusion again?
Lena frowned.
No. I promise. Even if I go into seclusion this time, it will not take more than 7 days,
said Jiang Fei.
That's good.
Lena nodded and went offline. She still had too many things to do, other than arranging a carrier for Jiang Fei to inspect the goods. She also had to prepare for the coup d'etat. After all, after the inspection was over, the soul would be in place. When that time came, Lena's father would have an army of 100,000. Who would be afraid of him?
I finally sent her away.
Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief.
Let's go. Brother Yu. Don't be idle.
Jiang Fei pulled Han Tianyu.
Where are we going?
Han Tianyu asked.
To your house.
Jiang Fei said.
My house?
Han Tianyu was stunned.
I have something to ask my sisters-in-law.
Jiang Fei said.
Is it about the gamma space?
Han Tianyu asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then you can ask me. They have told me almost everything they know.
Han Tianyu said.
Really?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Hey, you still don't trust your brother Yu?
Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei.
Alright, then let me ask you.
Then, Jiang Fei began to ask Han Tianyu about the physics constants of the gamma space.
F***CK. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? I have nothing better to do than to learn their high school physics.
Han Tianyu rolled his eyes.
Then it's settled. I knew that even if I asked you, it would be in vain.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Who knew that you would ask such a perverted question? Not to mention the constants of their space. Even if it was the stuff that we learned in high school, I would have returned it to my teacher a long time ago.
Han Tianyu said, as he pursed his lips.
Alright. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go!
Jiang Fei pulled Han Tianyu and left the residence. After leaving the residence, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu went straight to the airport. At that time, Jiang Fei's yacht had already been repaired.
Aurelia, I'm going to New China. You can say hello to Bella and the others.
Jiang Fei said to Aurelia before they left.
Okay. I'll tell them.
Aurelia nodded and personally guided Jiang Fei out of the airport. After leaving the airport, Jiang Fei's yacht immediately entered the phase transition state and headed straight for New China. A few days later, the yacht docked at New China. As soon as Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu returned to the ground, a car came to pick them up. Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, and Han Tianyu was the local emperor of New China. Naturally, the two of them were given the highest treatment. However, this time, because Jiang Fei had something to do, there was no road at all. After Han Tianyu had dismissed the officials and the others who came to welcome him, he brought Jiang Fei back to his official residence.
Aisha! Lorna! I'm back!
Han Tianyu shouted loudly.
Humph! You still know to come back?
Aisha walked out of the room. As soon as she saw Han Tianyu, she rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed as he watched the couple argue. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu did not come back for a few months because of him. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt very awkward at that moment.
Alright, don't be angry. I'm back now. Moreover, I won't be leaving after I come back this time.
Han Tianyu smiled and hugged Aisha. Aisha struggled slightly and did not resist anymore. She allowed Han Tianyu to hold her in his arms.
By the way, where's Lena? Why didn't she come back?
Aisha asked.
I fell out with her.
Han Tianyu said.
Age?
Aisha was stunned.
Different paths lead to different strategies. That guy is a spy. Her real goal is AFI.
Han Tianyu did not lie, but he did not explain some things in detail.
I just feel that she is not a good person.
Aisha was also wise after the event. She had sympathized with Lena previously.
Oh right. Wife, Fei has some questions to ask you. I wonder how your studies were in high school.
After returning to the living room, Han Tianyu asked Aisha.
I'm not bad in the arts and sciences, but I'm not good in science. Lorna is better at those.
Aisha said.
What about Lorna?
Han Tianyu asked.
She will take care of the child later. If you, as the father, don't care. If she doesn't care, the child will suffer to death.
Aisha rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu and said,
Alright, when I'm done with my business, I'll properly apologize to your mother.
Han Tianyu said with a smile.
Humph. Who cares?
Aisha said with a change of heart.
Call Lorna over first. Let her hand the child over to the nanny first,
said Han Tianyu.
Alright, I'll go call her.
Aisha nodded and turned around to leave.
Brother Yu, thank you for your hard work,
Jiang Fei said.
We're all brothers. Don't talk about this.
Han Tianyu waved his hand.
After everything is settled, I'll serve you a drink to thank you,
Jiang Fei said.
Alright, I'm waiting for your drink.
Han Tianyu laughed. At this moment, Aisha walked in with Lorna. Lorna was slightly plump, but her face was filled with maternal radiance.
Fei, you're here.
Lorna smiled at Jiang Fei and then came to Han Tianyu's side.
Brother Tianyu, you're finally back,
Lorna said lovingly.
It's been tough on you during the time I was away,
Han Tianyu said as he looked at the haggard look in Lorna's eyes.
It's okay. It's tough being a mother.
Lorna smiled and then asked Jiang Fei.
I heard that you have a question to ask me. Yes. It's like this.
Jiang Fei asked the physics constants one by one.
Why are you asking all these? When we were in the gamma space, we did not use these things except for exams.
Lorna asked curiously.
Of course. I'm asking all these to save the world.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Hee hee.
Lorna laughed. She thought that Jiang Fei was joking. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Although her studies in high school were fine, she did not have the money to go to university. After graduating from high school, she abandoned them. Those physics studies were only for Lorna. She had only used them during her exams in school. Other than that, she really did not know what else these numbers could do. Chapter 2743, Chapter 2732. Countdown.
Alright. Lorna. Ah Fei is not joking with you. He really needs these numbers.
Han Tianyu said from the side.
You really want them?
Lorna stopped smiling.
I really do.
Jiang Fei said seriously.
Alright then. I don't know how much more I can remember. I hope I don't remember wrongly.
Lorna suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, this matter was of great importance. If anything happened because of her, she really could not explain it to Han Tianyu.
Think about it carefully. Aisha, help me think about it too.
Han Tianyu said.
Alright. I'm even more knowledgeable about these science subjects. But if you want me to help you think about it, then I'll give it a try.
Aisha nodded and said. Soon, Lorna and Aisha wrote 2 sets of data respectively. However, Aisha only gave a very small part of the answers. She could not remember most of the constants. But Lorna's side was not bad. Almost all of the constants were answered. However, 2 or 3 of them were different from what Aisha had written.
Take a look. It's been too long since I last used it. I can't guarantee if it's right.
Lorna said to Jiang Fei.
This is already very good.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was already very satisfied with so much data. Moreover, his source of information was not only Lorna and Aisha. It was in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. There were also a few souls from the gamma space that were imprisoned. This guy should at least remember some of them. Previously, Jiang Fei did not want to ask about the souls that were imprisoned because he was afraid that these people would cheat him. However, now that he had a set of data in his hands, Jiang Fei was confident. He only needed to give a consistent answer. After all, these constants were very accurate. There were even a few digits behind the decimal point. If he could blindly guess the exact number, then Jiang Fei could only admit that his luck was so bad that he could not even drink cold water.
Brother I still have something to do. I'll leave first. I'll come and look for you later.
Jiang Fei stood up and said.
Aren't you going to eat before you leave?
Aisha asked.
Sister-in-law, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll have to come and disturb you. However, I won't bother you today.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Business is more important. Go do what you need to do.
Aisha nodded. After that, Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu and Lorna before turning around and leaving. After leaving Han Tianyu's mansion, Jiang Fei found an empty corner and directly entered the legacy space. Once he entered the legacy space, Jiang Fei directly found the souls that he had imprisoned.
Come on. Let's talk.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Please, don't torture us anymore. If you don't want to let us go,
then give us a quick death.
Unintentional was on the verge of breaking down.
Sure. As long as you answer my last few questions, it'll give you a quick death.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. As long as he got those constants, these guys would be useless. As long as he entered the gamma space, the other questions would not be a problem.
All right. You can ask. Hurry up and get us out of here,
Simon said. He had been caught for a long time. After experiencing endless loneliness, he now had a death wish.
No problem.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and isolated all these people. Then, he began to ask them about the constants. Soon, all of the data was calculated. These guys were like Lorna. Many of the constants had been forgotten because they had not used them for many years. However, they could still remember some of them. After getting the data, Jiang Fei compared them one by one. Soon, he had all of the constants in his hands.
All right. We have answered. Give us a quick answer.
Simon and the others said.
All right. I will keep my word.
Jiang Fei nodded and began to devour the souls of these people. Very soon, the souls that were imprisoned by Jiang Fei were completely destroyed.
Phew. It's good that you are free.
Jiang Fei nodded. Ever since he knew that this inheritance space did not belong to him, he did not plan to continue storing important items and imprisoning souls here. After all, if anyone came here when he left, the consequences would be unimaginable. After dealing with the imprisoned souls, Jiang Fei came out of the inheritance space. He could not stay in there forever. If that happened, Maleki would not be able to continue calculating the remaining formulas. Now that everything is ready, I only need to wait for the wind to blow. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Now! He only needed to wait for Maleki to complete the data calculation. After that, he could discuss the matter of inspecting the goods with Lena. Although Lena had said that the time was up to them, Jiang Fei had plenty of reasons to delay until Maleki's work was done. Let's go meet Natasha. We're about to enter the Gamma space. She might be able to give me some hints. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and asked Little Nine to send him to the Five Directions world. After the closed-door training was over, Bella returned the 9 rotating astrolabe and Little Nine to Jiang Fei. After returning to the Five Directions Heaven and Earth, Jiang Fei first went to see the Phoenix Spirit. He had been in closed-door training in the outer universe for 7 months. This was 7 years in the Five Directions Heaven and Earth, which had 12 times the time difference. He had not come to see the Phoenix Spirit for such a long time. He did not know how she was doing. After returning to the Dragon Race's territory, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as usual here, ever since the players who had completed the previous quest. The Five Directions Heaven and Earth seemed to have returned to its usual calm. Sage Lord. Greetings, Sage Lord. All the dragons who met Jiang Fei along the way bowed. After Jiang Fei dismissed them, he went straight to the bedroom. You finally remembered me. Wind Spirit's face was full of resentment. Her stomach was already very big. It looked like she was about to give birth. Is it about to give birth? Jiang Fei asked. Moreover, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, said Wind Spirit. The growth rate of the child in her belly had already exceeded her expectations. However, it was still a dragon after all. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be born in a short period of time. 3 to 5 years. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. He estimated the time. If nothing unexpected happened, he seemed to be able to catch up with the birth of the baby. What's wrong? Asked the Phoenix Spirit. Nothing. I did some calculations. 3 to 5 years should be enough for me to solve all the difficulties now, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although 3 to 5 years in the world of the Five Directions was only 3 to 5 months in the outside world. According to Jiang Fei's expectations, he should be able to enter the Gamma space in 2 to 3 weeks. On the other side, he felt that it would not take long for him to complete the seal on the three-dimensional world. When that time came, he would be able to return. Really? Phoenix Spirit was overjoyed when she heard the news. When that time comes, I will bring them all in or take you out. We will be together as a family, Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2744, Chapter 2733 Reunion. I really hope that day will come soon, said the Phoenix Spirit as she snuggled into Jiang Fei's embrace. Jiang Fei chatted with the Phoenix Spirit for a while. As she was in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, the Phoenix Spirit was a little lethargic. After she fell asleep, Jiang Fei came out of the bedroom. Sage Lord, the Great Elder invites you to the main hall for a meeting, said a servant as he ran to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had been gone for several years. Now that he had finally caught the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen, how could they let him go? They did not drag him away immediately, and even left him alone with the Phoenix Spirit. This was already giving him enough face. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei was already comfortable enough as a manager. He had almost never bothered with the matters of the entire Dragon Clan. It had always been the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen who were in charge. However, there were some problems. It was necessary for him, the Sage Lord, to be in charge. Although such matters were relatively rare, it could not be helped. After a few years, Jiang Fei had accumulated a lot of government affairs that he owed. This time, after Jiang Fei returned to the Dragon Race's territory, the Great Elder immediately called for a meeting of the Dragon Race's higher-ups. They had to take advantage of Jiang Fei's time to solve the backlog of problems. If they missed this opportunity, Jiang Fei did not know when he would be able to return again. Greetings, Sage Lord. When Jiang Fei walked into the main hall, all the Dragon Clan's elders greeted him. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He saw that there were a few new faces among the Dragon Clan's elders. Moreover, judging from their auras, these people were not pure-blooded dragons. Sage Lord, these are the alternate elders that we have proposed. If you agree, they will be officially granted the title and authority of elders," said the Great Elder. In fact, the dragon race had already acknowledged the identity of the mixed-blood dragon race. However, after these people joined the dragon race, they did not have the slightest say in it. This made the mixed-blood dragon race very dissatisfied. Because of the previous player incident, the Great Elder was injured. This caused the dragon race's prestige to suffer a setback. As a result, many of the mixed-blood dragon race members had defected. However, in the end, Jiang Fei did not pursue this matter. He allowed the mixed-blood dragon race members, who were unwilling to join the dragon race, to become independent. However, the strong mixed-blood dragon race members, who continued to stay in the dragon race, had ambitions in their hearts. Since the pure-blood dragons were not as strong as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago, why couldn't the mixed-blood dragons fight for more rights for themselves? The pure-blood dragons were definitely opposed to this at the beginning. But because the number of mixed-blood dragons was much more than the pure-blood dragons, they were instigated by the top experts of their own race to obey the orders of the dragon race, both overtly and covertly. This made it impossible for the dragon race's government orders to reach the basic level. In desperation, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen discussed for a while, and decided to give the mixed-blood dragons some say, and give them a few elder seats. However, regarding the number of these mixed-blood dragon elders, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen were very cautious. After all, the highest power of the dragon race was still in the hands of the pure-blooded dragons. Not only that, although the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen allowed those powerful mixed-blood draconid elders to enter the circle of power, they only gave them the title of substitute elder. After all, Jiang Fei, the Sage Lord, was not around. The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen were not qualified to give them the title of elder. Jiang Fei nodded. He also knew that these mixed-blood draconids were not easy to manage. Although they had joined the dragon race, they had been bullied for so many years. How could they have any sense of identity with the dragon race? Although when they were first accepted by the dragon race, they felt a sense of satisfaction, as if their long-cherished wish had finally come true. However, as time went by, they realized that they were still the ruling party, even though they had joined the dragon race in name. However, among the dragon race, these mixed-blood dragons still did not have any right to speak. As such, the weaker mixed-blood dragons were still fine. However, the stronger mixed-blood dragons would not accept it. Although their bloodlines were not pure, they were all ancient mutants who had the bloodline of the dragon race. Their strength was not weaker than the average dragon elder. Naturally, they would not be willing to be managed by someone of the same level.
Let's do as you say. In 2 days, find a day to help them with the official promotion ceremony.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment. It was normal for these half-blood dragons to fight for their rights.
Thank you, Sage Lord.
The half-blood dragon experts stepped forward and bowed. At first, they were still worried. No one knew what the Sage Lord was thinking. If he did not agree to let the half-blood dragon people become elders, what should they do? Continue to resist? They were definitely not a match for the legendary Sage Lord. However, if they gave up just like that, the pure-blood draconids would definitely look down on them even more. Just as these people were in a difficult situation, Jiang Fei agreed to promote them to official elders. How could these people not be happy?
Alright, is there anything else?
Jiang Fei waved his hand and asked.
Yes.
The Great Elder stood up again and began to dig out the administrative affairs that Jiang Fei had been holding back for many years. Jiang Fei knew that this was his job, so he did not complain. He just dealt with them one by one. Sometimes, he would ask for the opinions of the elders below him. Sometimes, he would just make the decision himself. Jiang Fei was very efficient. On average, it took him less than 10 minutes to make a decision from the first elder's report to his decision. Even so, the huge backlog of government affairs took him almost 2 days to complete. After all the government affairs were done, Jiang Fei stretched his back. At this time, the elders below him were so tired that they had dark circles under their eyes.
Alright, everyone, go back and rest.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and said,
Thank you, Sage Lord.
The elders bowed to Jiang Fei and then left one by one. When everyone had left, Jiang Fei was already sitting on the throne in the main hall. He looked up at the ceiling and said to himself,
Girl, I've been looking at it for a long time. Why aren't you coming down? Isn't it uncomfortable sitting there? Handsome, you've discovered it.
Natasha removed her invisibility and jumped down.
Of course. I thought that you would not be able to sit still and come looking for me soon. I didn't expect you to sit there for so long.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Hee hee. When I looked from above, I realized that you were very handsome. So, I looked at you for a while longer.
Natasha said with a smile.
Hee hee. You're just a little bit older. Do you know what it means to be handsome?
Jiang Fei laughed. In his eyes, Natasha was just a little girl. A little girl.
TSK! You're just like my brother. You think that I'm a little girl,
said Natasha as she pouted.
Alright. Natasha is a big girl now. Okay?
Although Jiang Fei said that, his tone was still as if he was coaxing a little child. Chapter 2745, Number 27.
Oh right. Why are you free today? Didn't your brother forbid you from playing games?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. He went to work. I came here secretly to play. I didn't expect you to be here. Handsome. That's great.
Natasha smiled.
Then let's go out and play,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Natasha was of course willing.
Where do you think we should go?
Jiang Fei asked.
Follow you. Handsome. We can go anywhere,
Natasha said.
Then, let's go and see the scenery.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he asked Little Nine to send them to Qinxing. It was spring all year round here. The weather was pleasant. Naturally, the scenery was the best.
Handsome. Where are we going?
After arriving at Qinxing, Natasha asked.
Follow me.
Jiang Fei rode on his sword and brought Natasha with him. Although the Chungying sword was not very big, Natasha was still a child and her body was smaller. Therefore, it was not crowded at all for Jiang Fei to bring her along. Then, Jiang Fei brought Natasha on his sword and walked around the famous mountains and rivers of Qinxing. The two of them did not land. They just flew in the air and enjoyed the beautiful scenery below. Natasha leaned against Jiang Fei and let the strong wind blow on her little face. However, she was very happy.
Handsome. It's been a long time since you played with me,
Natasha said to Jiang Fei.
Yeah. I've been busy recently,
Jiang Fei said.
Are you busy coming to our world?
Natasha suddenly asked.
Age?
Jiang Fei was stunned by Natasha's question. He had never mentioned this to Natasha.
Handsome. Don't hide it from me. I know that you want to come to our world. You want to stop them from using your world as a playground,
Natasha muttered. At this time, her tone had completely lost the appearance of a child. Instead, she sounded like a wise woman. This did not match her age at all.
Alright. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. That's exactly what I think,
Jiang Fei said.
Then handsome. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I might have been able to help you,
Natasha said. Jiang Fei fell silent. He did not want to lie to Natasha. But he could not tell her directly. If he did not believe her, Natasha would definitely be sad.
Because I'm from the Gamma space. You don't believe me, right?
Natasha muttered. Jiang Fei could not refute her. Although he already trusted Natasha enough. This girl was still from the Gamma dimension. Who could guarantee that she would not spread Jiang Fei's secret?
Handsome. You don't have to explain. I understand,
Natasha said as she leaned back, making herself closer to Jiang Fei.
Thank you, Natasha,
said Jiang Fei.
However, you are right not to tell me. My brother often monitors my activities in the game. So, if you tell me, he might know, and he will definitely stop you,
said Natasha.
What? Your brother is monitoring your game?
Jiang Fei was stunned. If that was the case, wouldn't his plan be exposed?
Handsome brother. Don't worry. My brother is no longer monitoring me. Otherwise, I would not have said it in person,
Natasha said.
Why?
Jiang Fei asked.
I don't know either. Recently, he has been very busy. Occasionally, I heard him talking on the phone. He seemed to have mentioned something about a rebellion. A sheriff or something like that,
Natasha said.
What?
Jiang Fei was shocked again. It seemed that the rebellion between Lina and his father had been known by others. Moreover, it seemed that they had already made their own pockets and were waiting for them to crawl into it.
I'm not very clear about the details. I only heard about it from my brother when he was on the phone with others,
Natasha said.
So, your brother must be a very important person. Otherwise,
how would he know about this?
Jiang Fei said.
Yeah. My brother is the core member of the development team,
Natasha blurted out.
Development team.
Jiang Fei had really suffered a lot today. These important news came one after another. He was really caught off guard. Suddenly, a person appeared in Jiang Fei's mind, the 11th Apostle Simon. When he first came into contact with Simon,
Jiang Fei could feel from his words that Simon hated him very much. However, he did not want him to die because of someone. Moreover, Simon had once admitted that all the apostle sheets were written by him. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also guessed that he was a member of the development team. Now that he had contacted Natasha, it was very likely that Simon was Natasha's brother. As he did not want to hurt his sister, he did not kill Jiang Fei directly. He even wanted to bring him into the gamma space. However, Jiang Fei had refused at that time because he did not want his memory to be erased. This development team does not look like a game company. They must not be running this game just to make money. Jiang Fei thought to himself. As a member of the development team, even Natasha's brother knew about the rebellion of the security officers. Clearly, this development team was inextricably linked to the ruler of the gamma space. They might even be serving the ruler of the gamma space. Natasha, do you want me to come to your space to find you? Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Of course, Natasha said. But your brother doesn't seem to want me to come. Jiang Fei said. Then let's meet secretly. I'll be fine if we don't tell him, Natasha said with a smile. At the same time, she gave Jiang Fei a sly wink. Okay, it's a deal, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Handsome, are you really back? Natasha asked. She just thought that Jiang Fei was joking with her. I am, Jiang Fei said with a nod. He did not know why, but he did not want to lie to Natasha. Natasha gave him the feeling that she was his biological sister. Even though he had been an only child since he was young, he had only known her for a few days when she died of old injuries. Then handsome, when you come to our world, you must come and find me. I live in the core area, number 3 of Crystal Street. It's very easy to find, but you'd better come in the afternoon. My brother is usually not at home at that time, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Okay, I will remember it. If I go to the gamma space, I will definitely come and find you, Jiang Fei said. Handsome brother, when the time comes, you must make yourself even more handsome, Natasha said with a smile. Of course. How can I not be handsome? Jiang Fei said shamelessly. That's right. Handsome brother is the most handsome. Natasha was also giving him face. Chapter 2746. Chapter 2735 was in trouble. Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a whole day before she logged off happily. After Natasha left, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He looked up at the sky and recalled the information that Natasha had told him. The sheriff's intention to rebel has been exposed. It's a pity that he doesn't know it yet. His every move must be closely monitored. When I use the carrier he provided to descend, he'll probably be targeted too, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although I should have a very strong combat power in that world with my huge spiritual power, I still don't know much about the situation there. What if they have equipment that can counter me? Therefore, it's best not to be too ostentatious once I enter. Jiang Fei began to plan his action in his mind. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's opinion, he could not keep dragging Lena and her father. The sheriff could be captured at any time. Once he was captured, the clones would definitely be seized. At that time, Jiang Fei's carrier would be ruined. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to get the carrier before anything happened to the sheriff. He had to enter the gamma space and do what he wanted to do while the sheriff failed to rebel and the entire gamma space was in chaos. Maleki, how much longer do you need? Jiang Fei asked. It's hard to say the exact time, but it will take at least a few weeks, Maleki replied. A few weeks? That's not too bad. Jiang Fei nodded. Because China Star did not have such equipment like the Time House, and it would take too much time to rush back to Skoda Star. He planned to continue staying in the world of the 5 directions. Although the time flow deficit in the world of the 5 directions was only 12 times, far less than the 30 times of the Time House, it was still better than nothing. If he returned to Skoda Star, it would take a few days on the road alone. This was not worth it. Moreover, according to Maleki, he still needed a few more weeks. However, if the 12 times time flow in the world of the 5 directions was included, it would only take a few weeks outside. The time that Jiang Fei and Lena had agreed on was about the same. Therefore, for the next period of time, Jiang Fei stayed in the world of the 5 directions to accompany Phoenix Spirit in peace. At this time, Phoenix Spirit was already in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. She really needed Jiang Fei's company. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Maleki's calculations had come to an end. Meanwhile, Natasha did not log into the game during this period of time. It was unknown if her brother had grounded her, or perhaps it was for some other reason. One day, Jiang Fei was taking a stroll in the garden with the Phoenix Spirit when Natasha suddenly appeared.
Handsome! Something bad has happened!
Natasha shouted.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Hurry up and go out to take a look. Something has happened in your world,
Natasha said and quickly went offline. It was obvious that she was here to deliver a letter to Jiang Fei.
Phoenix Spirit, you take care of your baby. I have to go back,
Jiang Fei said to Phoenix Spirit. Natasha was so anxious to deliver a letter to him. Something must have happened.
Okay. You can go back in peace. I'm fine here.
Although Phoenix Spirit was reluctant to leave, she could not hold Jiang Fei back at this time.
Okay. I'll try my best to come back,
Jiang Fei said to Phoenix Spirit.
Go. Go do your thing.
Phoenix Spirit waved her hand and turned to go back to her room.
Sure. Let's go back,
Jiang Fei said to Little Nine.
All right. Brother.
Little Nine nodded and said Jiang Fei out of the 5 directions. After returning to the main universe, Jiang Fei was still on planet China. Then, Jiang Fei used teleportation to return to Han Tianyu's official residence.
Brother, did something happen?
Jiang Fei opened his spiritual power and quickly found Han Tianyu.
Brother, you're finally back.
Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Fei.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked.
The dominant galaxy has fallen. Now, the rebel army's fleet has entered the Empire's territory,
Han Tianyu said.
How is that possible? Where's Amon?
Jiang Fei asked.
Amon and his men have tried their best to resist, but it's no use. The enemy is like a cheat. When we fired our energy cannons, they were deflected back. The same goes for the missiles. Not only could they not hit the enemy, they would also return and blow up their own spaceship,
Han Tianyu said.
Where's Aurelia?
Jiang Fei asked hurriedly. He already knew the problem. From Han Tianyu's description, Jiang Fei could guess one person, Judas. Only this guy's cheat ability had such an effect. When Jiang Fei fought Judas, he was almost bullied to death by this guy. In the end, this guy somehow left on his own. Later, Jiang Fei found out that this was because Bella and the others had actually threatened the development team.
Aurelia has already led the fleet to the front line. They will probably arrive soon,
Han Tianyu said.
Nonsense! Call her back. It's useless even if she goes.
Jiang Fei knew very well that Judas was a cheat. With the blessing of this cheat, not to mention Aurelia leading the fleet to the front line, even if Jiang Fei went, it would be useless.
A minute. How can I get rid of Judas?
Jiang Fei frowned. If he did not get rid of Judas, the current situation would not be resolved. Judas Getter was almost unsolvable. Jiang Fei racked his brain, but he could not think of a way to get rid of Judas. At that moment, a white light flashed and Lena appeared in the hall. It turned out that when Jiang Fei was in the 5 directions, Lena had already returned to planet China.
Oh, they're all here. That's great.
When Lena saw that Jiang Fei was also there, she immediately smiled. Clearly, she did not realize that their plot had been seen through.
We've already made the arrangements. Can you check the goods the day after tomorrow?
Lena looked at Jiang Fei and asked.
The day after tomorrow. Yes, but I want to add a condition.
Jiang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He could not solve the problem of Judas in the 3-dimensional world. However, he could get someone to solve the problem of playing Judas in the gamma space.
Another condition?
Lena frowned.
It's a very simple condition. Help me solve a person. A person from the gamma space.
Jiang Fei said.
Who?
Lena asked. Killing a person was indeed not a problem for them.
It's that apostle named Judas. He has already joined the development team. You have an informant in the development team. Right. You can find out about this guy immediately,
Jiang Fei said.
After this incident, you have nothing else to do. Right?
Lena asked.
I guarantee it,
Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2747, Chapter 2736 data in hand.
Alright then. I'll go back and discuss it. Wait for me here for a while,
said Lena to Jiang Fei.
Alright. As long as you guys get rid of that Judas, I guarantee that the deal between us can continue,
said Jiang Fei.
I hope so. If you try to pull any more tricks, don't blame us for not holding back,
said Lena. They were already on the bow. If the matter was exposed, then she and her father would not have a good ending. After all, rebellion was a serious crime no matter where it was.
Don't worry. I never joke about my own head,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Wait for me,
Lena said and went offline immediately.
Ah, Fei.
Are you planning to use them to get rid of the apostle who cheated? Han Tianyu asked as soon as Lina left. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Han Yu, that Judas cheat is very sick. At the very least, I don't have any countermeasures against it at the moment. Perhaps I can think of a way in the future. However, I don't have the time. Therefore, at times, isn't it better to be simple and crude? Ah, Fei, you have really changed. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei and said, people change all the time. If you don't change, I won't be able to live until now. Jiang Fei said, that's right. Others have only seen your achievements at this moment. They have never thought about how you've come this far. Han Tianyu nodded. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lina should be back soon. They have already reached the festival. Let alone killing someone. They will agree to even more difficult things. Jiang Fei said. I think so too. Han Tianyu nodded again. Then, he asked, do you think that the rebellion between Lina and her father will succeed? No chance. Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. From Natasha, Jiang Fei learned more information. The rebellion of Lina and the others had long been exposed to the ruler. It was just that they did not know about it yet. You're so sure? Is there any news? Han Tianyu came over and asked. Brother Yu, it's not that I don't trust you. Nothing can go wrong at this time. Jiang Fei waved his hand. I understand. I've said too much. Han Tianyu nodded. Brother Yu, let me ask you something. Jiang Fei moved his head closer to Han Tianyu's face. What is it? Han Tianyu lowered his voice as well. I will enter the Gamma space very soon. Lina and her father's rebellion will definitely fail. When that time comes, she will definitely be captured by the ruler of the Gamma space. The ending will not be too good. Do you need me to save her? Jiang Fei asked. Although Lina had appeared beside Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu as a spy, she had still had a love affair with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, if you can save her while you're at it, save her. If it's troublesome, or if it might threaten your safety, don't worry about it. And just putting on a show with her. You don't have to take it to heart. Even though he said that, Jiang Fei could see a hint of pity in Han Tianyu's eyes. Although Han Tianyu was known to be a person who never touched a single leaf, he was not a heartless person. Seeing how Lina was about to end up like this, he could not remind her. He was still a little sad. Okay, I understand. If it's possible, I will help her. Jiang Fei nodded. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu chatted for less than an hour before Lina returned to the hall. How is it? Can we continue our deal? Jiang Fei asked. If you promise that this is the last condition, we can agree to it. Although Lina tried her best to act as calm as possible, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were very clear. At that moment, Lina and her father were equally anxious. No problem. Jiang Fei promised. All right then. In 3 days, we will take care of that guy. Do you have any way to verify that? Lina asked. I just need to never see him again in this dimension. Jiang Fei said. No problem. Lina said. Then, shall we meet again in 3 days? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. The deal continues. See you in 3 days? Lina said and went offline. Brother Yu, I won't stay any longer. I still have some matters to attend to. Once Lina left, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Han Tianyu. As Maleki's calculations had not been completed, he had to return to the 5 directions. That way, Maleki would have more time. All right. I won't keep you anymore. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, Jiang Fei waved his hand and asked Little Nine to send him back to the 5 directions. Brother, where are we going? Little Nine asked after they returned to the 5 directions. Let's go back to the Dragon Clan. I'll go and accompany Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei said. All right. Little Nine agreed and sent Jiang Fei directly back to the Dragon Clan's territory. Oh, you're back so soon? Phoenix Spirit was very surprised to see Jiang Fei. From the time Jiang Fei walked to his return, it had only been a total of 2 days. I'm back now that I've settled everything. Jiang Fei said with a smile. How long can you stay this time? Phoenix Spirit asked. About a month. Jiang Fei said. He had agreed to 3 days with Lina, so it would be a little over a month in the world of the 5 directions. Really? Phoenix Spirit was overjoyed. Jiang Fei had never been alone with her for such a long time. Yes. Really? Jiang Fei suddenly felt a little sad. Lina had been pregnant for so long. and he had not been able to spend much time with her. For the next period of time, Jiang Fei did not go anywhere. He just stayed in the bedroom obediently. He stayed by Phoenix Spirit's side all day long, doing his duty as a husband. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Fei had accompanied Phoenix Spirit for the 28th day, Maleki finally gave him good news. All the formulas had been calculated by him.
Great. Fill in all the data. I need to know the results.
Jiang Fei immediately gave Marleji the physical constants that he had obtained regarding the gamma space.
Yes, my lord.
Marleji replied and began to calculate. This time, Marleji did not spend too much time. In just 3 hours, he had calculated the vibration frequency of the gamma space.
Is it finally starting?
Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. On the 29th day of accompanying the Phoenix Spirit, Natasha went online. She immediately found Jiang Fei and brought him another message.
Handsome.
I'm coming. Natasha was always so happy when she saw Jiang Fei. Hee hee. It's been a long time since you went online. Is your brother watching you very closely?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Chapter 2748, Chapter 2737 was ready for inspection.
Yes. Recently, my brother has not allowed me to play at all. Moreover, he has always been watching over me at home. It was not easy for him to go out today,
said Natasha.
You came to me in such a hurry. You must have something to do. Right?
Jiang Fei asked.
Handsome brother. Let's go out and play,
said Natasha as she looked at the Phoenix Spirit and the maid in the room.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he signaled the Phoenix Spirit with his eyes and followed Natasha out of the Dragon Clan's territory.
Brother Handsome, will you still bring me on the flying sword?
Natasha said to Jiang Fei.
No problem.
After Jiang Fei had Little Nine send them to fluorescence, he summoned the Chungying sword and brought Natasha around.
Handsome, if you really want to come to our world, you must not come for the time being,
Natasha suddenly said as she leaned into Jiang Fei's arms.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
The Gamma Dimension has been in chaos recently,
Natasha said.
Why do you say that?
Jiang Fei was even more curious.
A person died yesterday. He was once my partner, but he did not come with us anymore,
Natasha said.
Judas.
A figure appeared in Jiang Fei's mind.
He was killed at home. My brother said that it was the sheriff and the others who did it,
said Natasha.
Sheriff? Isn't he a vigilante? Why did he kill people?
Jiang Fei asked despite knowing the answer. However, he laughed at his heart and said,
It seems that Lena and the others acted quickly. Didn't I tell you? The sheriff and the others are going to rebel,
Natasha said.
Oh.
Jiang Fei nodded. He did not continue to dwell on this topic. If he were to get to the bottom of it, what would the sheriff's rebellion do to a loser who played games? However, Jiang Fei clearly could not say these words to Natasha. This was because it would not be so easy to end the conversation once the topic was raised.
My brother said that the sheriff would only be around for a few days, so he did not let me go out,
said Natasha.
Then you should stay at home. It might be very dangerous outside,
said Jiang Fei.
Okay. I know. So, I came to say hello to Handsome and tell you not to come for a few days,
said Natasha.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing,
said Jiang Fei with a smile.
Yes.
Natasha nodded. Then, she changed her position to make herself more comfortable. Jiang Fei accompanied Natasha for half a day on Mars, because she was worried that her brother would suddenly come back. Natasha did not play for long. She took the initiative to go offline.
It seems that if the Lord Sheriff does not make a move, the ruler of the Gamma Space would not be willing to wait any longer.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The news that Natasha brought was very important. The first thing was to tell Jiang Fei that Lena and the others had fulfilled their promise. Judas was already dead. That way, Aurelia would not have to face this invincible cheat anymore. Without the help of the cheat, whether it was the players of the Resistance Army or the fleet of the Vizari Army, they were nothing in front of Aurelia. Whether it was the strength of the fleet or the command level, they were not on the same level as Aurelia. Aurelia could crush them with one eye closed. With the threat in the three-dimensional universe removed, Jiang Fei could enter the Gamma Space with ease. Seeing that the biggest problem was about to be solved, Jiang Fei began to feel excited. At the same time, he was a little nervous. After all, this was his first time trying to enter a high-dimensional space. He did not know if he would be able to adapt to it. Regardless, his long time of hard work had finally paid off.
He had finally seen the hope of saving his universe. Come on! Let me be the savior for once! Jiang Fei clenched his fist and let Little Nine send him out of the 5 directions heaven and earth. Once he was out of the 5 directions heaven and earth, Jiang Fei appeared in Han Tianyu's living room. Yo! Your sudden appearance really gave me a scare. Aisha, who was fiddling with the flowers in the living room, glanced at Jiang Fei. Sister-in-law, where's brother you? Asked Jiang Fei. He's in the study dealing with government affairs. Right, Aisha guessed. Then I'll go look for him, said Jiang Fei. Do you want to eat here for lunch? Asked Aisha. I'll eat here. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Humph. Don't you dare provoke such a troublesome woman like Tianyu. Then, I won't bother you anymore, said Aisha as she glanced at Jiang Fei. Then, she turned around and left. It seemed that she had quite a strong opinion of Jiang Fei because of the matter with Lena. Dot! Jiang Fei shrugged and went straight to Han Tianyu's study. Brother you! Jiang Fei did not knock on the door and walked straight in. You're back? Is it done? Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei and asked. It's done! Jiang Fei nodded. That's great. Han Tianyu stood up immediately. Yeah. Now! We're just waiting for Lena, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia has sent a message. She said that the monsters in the resistance had suddenly disappeared. Now! She has started to recover the lost land, Han Tianyu said. Yeah. I know. Judas is already dead. It should be Lena and the others who did it, Jiang Fei said. Oh, you sure are well informed. Han Tianyu laughed. Of course, Jiang Fei laughed. Then, I wish you a safe journey. Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and said, Thank you for your kind words. Jiang Fei nodded. At noon, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had a meal at home. Although Aisha did not treat Jiang Fei well when she spoke to him, she did not neglect him. She personally cooked a table full of dishes. It could be considered as giving Han Tianyu enough face. After the meal, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu drank tea in the living room. The two of them chatted non-stop first, mainly waiting for Lena's arrival. In the evening, as a faint light flashed, Lena went online. Yo! You're here. That's great. Lena saw Jiang Fei immediately. Yeah. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Fei smiled and said. We've already taken care of the person for you, Lena said. I know. Jiang Fei nodded. Looks like you really have spies in our world. Lena stared at Jiang Fei and said. Of course. How else would I check the goods? Jiang Fei smiled and said. Okay. I'll check the goods tomorrow. You can decide on the location, Lena said. Sure. It's at the Crystal Street in the core area. There's a coffee shop there. Bring the carrier to the alley behind the coffee shop, said Jiang Fei. You're quite familiar with our place, said Lena with a smile. Of course. Although Jiang Fei said that, he only knew some things about the Crystal Street in the entire Gamma dimension. Moreover, he had only heard about it from Natasha. Chapter 2749, Chapter 2738 Mercury Man blocking the way. Then we have a deal. However, after your people have finished inspecting the goods, the deal between us cannot be delayed any longer. If you do not immediately get those people to voluntarily go to the Gamma space, we will definitely not let you off, said Lena to Jiang Fei. Don't worry. That day will never come. Jiang Fei laughed. Alright. I'll go back first. I'll look for you after the inspection tomorrow, Lena said. No problem. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Lena went offline in a flash of white light. Ah, Fei. Take care. Han Tianyu cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. Brother you. Wait for my good news. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked Han Tianyu for a secret room and walked in, as he needed to change his body to enter the Gamma space. Jiang Fei could not bring his body there. Therefore, he had to leave his body here. After entering the secret room, Jiang Fei sat down cross-legged. Then, he called Maleki out and checked the vibration frequency of the Gamma space again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took a deep breath. Success or failure depends on this one move, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Bella, wait for me. I will definitely win you a safe world. After clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Fei closed his eyes. Following that, the aura on Jiang Fei's body gradually faded. If anyone were to observe him now, they might even think that Jiang Fei was already dead. After his consciousness entered the inheritance space, Jiang Fei directly activated the nucleus of will. He also adjusted the frequency of his spiritual power
to the same frequency as the gamma space. Very soon, the invisible summoning was formed in Jiang Fei's mind.
That way!
After determining the direction, Jiang Fei's soul flew in that direction. There was no concept of time in the legacy space. There were no landmarks. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know how long he had flown. He did not know how far he had flown. However, he could feel that the invisible summoning was not far in front of him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to work harder and reach the exit of the gamma space, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
It's you?
Jiang Fei was stunned. The person who appeared in front of him was none other than the Mercury Man he had met previously.
Are you ready?
The Mercury Man asked.
Do you know what I'm going to do?
Jiang Fei asked.
You're going to the gamma space, aren't you?
The Mercury Man asked back.
Are you here to stop me?
Jiang Fei frowned.
I have no intention of stopping you. However, there's one thing I need to remind you of,
the Mercury Man said.
Remind me?
What? Jiang Fei was stunned.
The gamma space might not be as simple as you think. Don't think that you can move freely in the Liquor Forest. You can do the same in the gamma space,
the Mercury Man said.
Age? Could there be an expert in the gamma space?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He had received information from many people in the gamma space. Whether it was Aisha, Lorna, or the souls that Jiang Fei had captured, none of them had mentioned the existence of an expert in the gamma space.
I can't say too much, but you better go and take a look at this place,
the Mercury Man said as he gave Jiang Fei a vibration frequency.
Where is this?
Jiang Fei asked.
A place that can help you,
the Mercury Man said.
But I don't have time.
Jiang Fei frowned. The time that he had agreed to with Lena was almost up. He could not go to another dimension.
It doesn't matter. The time there has a deficit with your world or the gamma dimension. As long as you can end things there in a week, there will be no delay,
said the Mercury Man.
Who is the person who created you?
Jiang Fei frowned. That person seemed to value him very much. But it also seemed like he was toying with him. He had planned everything well. He had even arranged everything for himself tens of thousands of years ago. When he thought about it carefully, it was simply too scary.
I'm sorry. I can't say it,
said the Mercury Man as he shook his head.
Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you anymore.
Jiang Fei sighed. He had many questions to ask the Mercury Man, but it was no longer important. At this moment, it was not only Lena and his father who were on the line. Jiang Fei was the same. If he missed the carrier that Lena and the others provided, it would be difficult for Jiang Fei to enter the gamma space again. Although theoretically, he could kill the guy who had mastered the entrance to the gamma space. It would not be easy. The other party also had the same powerful spiritual power as Jiang Fei. Moreover, he might not be as easy to deal with as Carreras. Once that guy also mastered the spiritual power technique, Jiang Fei would not be able to succeed in one move. The other party would be able to escape back to the gamma space. If that happened, Jiang Fei would be in deep trouble. He did not have the time to waste with that fellow. Once that fellow did not enter the inheritance dimension for a long time, Jiang Fei would be foolish enough to wait. His old home would be gone. Therefore, the carrier provided by Lena and the others was the safest way for Jiang Fei to enter the gamma dimension. He would not easily miss it.
Go! You will get help there,
said the Mercury Man.
I hope you're not lying to me.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had only met the Mercury Man twice, he still chose to trust this guy because he had a feeling that this guy was there to help him. Although this guess was groundless, Jiang Fei felt this feeling very clear in his heart. After that, Jiang Fei adjusted the vibration frequency of his mental power. As expected, the invisible summoning changed direction.
See you later.
Jiang Fei cupped his fists at the Mercury Man and then headed in that direction. This time, Jiang Fei did not fly for long. Soon, he arrived at the exit of the space. Moreover, there was a carrier lying quietly near the exit. This guy's appearance was a little strange. He had blue skin. His figure was almost the same as a human, but he was shorter and stronger. His face was a little like an elephant. In the middle, there was a long trunk, but it was hard.
What kind of monster is this?
Jiang Fei had never seen such a creature before. However, he had seen the pig-headed people on Planet Pig. There was nothing that he could not accept. After sending his spiritual power into the carrier, Jiang Fei stood up shakily. After getting used to his new body and taking over the other party's memories, Jiang Fei was ready to enter this mysterious space.
This guy was specially left for me.
Through the monster's memories, Jiang Fei knew that this guy was faceless. He came from another parallel universe.
His memories were very limited. He only provided some basic information about that world. It seemed that it was specially created for Jiang Fei to enter that space. Chapter 2750, Chapter 2739. The Delta Dimension. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei would definitely be suspicious if he encountered a carrier that looked like it was specially prepared for him. However, after the incident with Carreras, Jiang Fei was already used to it. The guy who created the Mercury Man seemed to know everything. He was like a real god. He had arranged everything. Jiang Fei was like a game character in his hands. He followed the script that he had designed. He went to carry out the mission that he had designed. Jiang Fei did not have any other choice. He wanted to live. If he wanted his family to continue living, he had to follow the script to the end of the game. After entering this carrier, Jiang Fei knew that the world that he was about to enter was called the Delta Dimension. The name of this carrier was Visax. The Delta Dimension was the same as the Gamma Dimension. Both were four-dimensional spaces. The Mercury Man had allowed Jiang Fei to enter this four-dimensional space that had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he wanted him to adapt to the four-dimensional world in advance.
This guy looks no different from a creature in a three-dimensional world. What is the fourth dimension? It can't really be time. Right.
Jiang Fei frowned. Among the spatial knowledge that he had come into contact with, time did not belong to the spatial dimension. Time and space were two different concepts. Time existed in any dimension of space. It was not the condition that defined the spatial dimension. According to the spatial knowledge that Jiang Fei had come into contact with, the fourth dimension was the product of the three-dimensional space being curled up. For example, when a two-dimensional plane was curled up, it would form a three-dimensional solid. On the other hand, the fourth dimension was formed after the three-dimensional space was curled up. However, Jiang Fei, a three-dimensional creature, could not understand or imagine the additional dimensions. What Jiang Fei did not know was that Visax's body was indeed four-dimensional. However, because Jiang Fei's scope of knowledge was limited, his projection in Jiang Fei's knowledge was ignored by one dimension. It only showed the three-dimensional space that Jiang Fei could recognize. This was just like how the world in the eyes of humans was colorful. In fact, this world was far more colorful than what we saw. Those who had more visual nerves than humans. Creatures who could recognize more subtle differences in color. In their eyes, this world was even more beautiful. However, it was the same world. However, due to the limited ability of humans to recognize, they could only see the world formed by three primary colors. Similarly, Visax was a four-dimensional creature. However, even if Jiang Fei entered his body and controlled his movements, Jiang Fei could only sense three dimensions. The fourth dimension was right in front of him. However, he could not identify it at all. It was as if he was holding a colorful painting for color blindness to see.
Forget it. Let's go to the Delta Dimension to take a look first.
Although Jiang Fei did not find anything special about Visax, he was still very curious about the four-dimensional space. If he knew that he could not identify the fourth dimension at all, he would definitely be very disappointed.
Swoosh!
With a flash of light, Jiang Fei entered the Delta Dimension.
Tisk, didn't they say the fourth dimension? Why is it no different from the three-dimensional world?
As expected, after entering the Delta Dimension, Jiang Fei was extremely disappointed. Actually, Jiang Fei could not understand the concept of the fourth dimension even if the people from the Delta Dimension explained it to him, let alone using his own eyes to observe. It was just like how color blindness described red and green. Even if you said flowers, he would not be able to understand it.
Sigh. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it is.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although he was disappointed, he still had something to do. According to the Mercury Man, he would have to stay here for a week. Although the Mercury Man did not tell Jiang Fei what he was going to do here, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry at all. Because according to the character of the person who created the Mercury Man, the quest would definitely come to him. As Jiang Fei appeared in the middle of a forest, he began to walk out of the forest according to his memory. After about 2 hours, Jiang Fei finally left the forest. There was a small village not far ahead of him. Jiang Fei did not walk far when he saw movement in front of him. He instinctively moved to the side and saw a few figures running towards him. When they got closer, Jiang Fei realized that these people looked very similar to the demons in Carreras' world. They were all handsome men and beautiful women with sharp ears. In fact, these people did not look like what Jiang Fei had seen. However, Jiang Fei was able to identify them.
Who? Who is hiding there? Come out!
As soon as the people approached, they noticed Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had already hidden himself well, these people clearly had some kind of detection ability. Dot. Jiang Fei shrugged. He did not want to alarm these people. After all, the Zack's memory was too small. He had not fully understood the situation in this world. However, now that he had been discovered, Jiang Fei could not hide anymore. Therefore, he walked out of the invisible place. Faceless one! Damn it! Why is there a faceless one here? The leader of the old man was shocked. The two young men behind him were even more frightened. You guys! Jiang Fei wanted to speak. He had obtained the language of this world from Vizak's memory. Therefore, he could understand the words of these people. However, when he wanted to speak, he made an unpleasant hissing sound. Clearly, the faceless carrier that Jiang Fei was using did not have the ability to speak. Isn't this dry? You can't even communicate with others. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. However, with his appearance, no one could tell that he was rolling his eyes. This was because there was no rolling of the eyes in the faceless carrier's eyes. I'll block it. You guys run! Go back and tell everyone to hide. Faceless one is coming! The old man roared and told the two young men behind him to run. Sister! Run! The young boy pulled the girl and ran towards the village. However, the girl was clearly frightened. Her legs were not working properly. Although her brother was dragging her, her speed was still not fast. Don't come over! At this time, the old man was also extremely scared. He pulled out the short knife at his waist and tried to block Faceless One in front of him. However, he knew in his heart that there was no way he could block him. The only thing he could do was to delay for a while and use his old life to delay. What's the situation? They seem to be very afraid of me? Jiang Fei had not figured out the situation yet. It seemed that these guys who looked like demons were very afraid of him. Don't come over! Don't come over! The old man gestured with his dagger as he retreated. At that moment, his grandchildren had already run far away. He was also looking for an opportunity to run away, although he did not know if he could run away. However, it seemed like the faceless one in front of him had no intention of attacking him. Chapter 2751, Chapter 2740, The Monster with a Long Face. Although Jiang Fei did not intend to attack, the old man took a few steps back and ran away. What? Am I that scary? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although his appearance was not very beautiful, it was not that scary. Just as Jiang Fei was confused, the village in the distance became chaotic. Soon after, the village was filled with gongs, drums, and firecrackers. A large number of villagers rushed out with hoes, pitchforks, and other weapons. What's going on? Jiang Fei was even more confused. Don't go! Don't go! That's Faceless One. You're going to die! The old man had just reached the village entrance when he met these villagers. Master Koltu, don't be afraid. Lead this guy to us. Isn't he just a savage who ran out of the forest? We've chased him away several times, said the leader of the robust villagers. It's different. This is Faceless One, not some wild man. All of you together are no match for him. Provoking him will bring disaster to the village, said the old man. He tried his best to stop the villagers from charging at Jiang Fei. Although the group of villagers were stopped by the old man, Jiang Fei, who was curious, walked over. F***CK. He's like a mute. How am I supposed to communicate with him? Jiang Fei was worried. He could understand what these people were saying, but because Faceless One did not have vocal cords, he could not say it out loud. Suddenly, Jiang Fei had an idea. Although he could not speak, he could use his mental strength. He could use his mental strength to express his thoughts. Jiang Fei, who was secretly happy, came forward. He was about to communicate with these people. But as soon as he came over with his stiff facial muscles, these people exploded. F***CK. That guy with a big face is coming over. Suddenly, as one of the villagers shouted, the other villagers immediately exploded. These villagers had heard the old man's brief introduction. They knew that Faceless One was very powerful and very fierce. They were afraid. But Jiang Fei came over with a ferocious face. Actually, Jiang Fei wanted to laugh. However, the problem was that Faceless One's face was very stiff. He could not make any expression at all. Therefore, when outsiders opened the door, he barked his teeth and rushed over. Moreover, the appearance of Faceless One was indeed a little strange. He had a long nose on his face. Although it was hard, it was somewhat similar to an elephant. However, the words of the villager were too harsh. Jiang Fei's nose almost went crooked from anger. In a fit of anger, Jiang Fei pulled the villager over. He wanted to ask this guy what a guy with a long face was like. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that not only was he too strong, but his nails were also too sharp. With this claw, the villager did not come over, but his arm was torn off. H. Help! It hurts so much! The injured villager fell to the ground and screamed. Murder! The monster on GJI's face has killed someone. The other villagers were in a mess. Kill the monster on GJI's face! Some of the villagers were really anxious. They were not on good terms with the injured villager, but they were simply too afraid. At the peak of fear was anger. The attacks caused by hesitation and fear were very irrational. However, for people with weak willpower, this was something that they could not control. A few guys with hoes and rakes rushed to Jiang Fei. They raised their weapons high up in the air, trying to kill Jiang Fei. But was this possible? Jiang Fei really did not want to get involved with him. He only used one hand to defend himself. In the end, his sharp claws easily cut off the crude weapons in the hands of the villagers. Run! The monsters are coming! The villagers were scared out of their wits. They did not care about the unlucky guy who fell to the ground and was injured. They ran back to the village like a swarm of bees. It was as if they would be protected once they entered the village. Jiang Fei did not expect this to happen. He just wanted to ask for directions. At that moment, other than the injured unlucky guy in front of Jiang Fei, it was the old man from before. He was trembling as he helped the unlucky guy up. Jiang Fei could see that the old man was scared to death. He knew more than the villagers, so he was even more afraid of Jiang Fei, the faceless one. However, no matter how afraid he was, the old man did not run away with those people because he knew that if the faceless one wanted to kill people, it would be useless to hide back in the village. Instead, it would implicate the other innocent people in the village. If the faceless one was really hungry and wanted to eat people, then the old man would go all out, with him and the injured villager. It should be enough for the faceless one to eat his fill. At that time, the guy would also leave. Although he and this unlucky villager would not survive, at least he could protect the village and his grandchildren. Come on! If you're hungry, just eat me. If it's really not enough, bring him along too. The old man shouted at Jiang Fei. Hey! Sir! Please don't bring me along with you. Although the villager was in extreme pain, he could not help but rebuke the old man. Humph! Don't tell me you can run away! If you sacrifice the two of us, at least the village can be saved. The old man glared at the fellow. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei with fear and determination in his eyes. Old man, I don't want to kill you. Jiang Fei was finally convinced. He really could not be bothered to waste his breath on these two self-righteous fellows. Therefore, he directly used his spiritual power to speak. Age? Who is speaking? Could it be you? The old man looked at Jiang Fei in shock. He had never heard a faceless one having such abilities. Nonsense! If it wasn't me, how could it be you? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. As he was still angry, his words were not very polite. However, to the old man, being able to communicate with Jiang Fei was a great thing. As long as he could talk, there was hope for survival. There was no communication between the two sides. Faceless one also ate people. This was the scariest thing. The faceless one in front of him did not seem hungry. Moreover, he could still talk. This gave the old man a chance to live. Then what do you want to do? The old man asked with a trembling voice. I want to ask you about the way to a crowded place. Jiang Fei asked. You? You want to leave the jungle? The old man was stunned. He had never seen a faceless one who wanted to leave the jungle. Yes, Jiang Fei said, as if it was a matter of course. Although he did not know what his mission was. There would always be more opportunities in a crowded place. You'd better kill us. I won't tell you. The old man had a strong sense of justice. He thought that Jiang Fei wanted to go to the human world and kill the innocent. Chapter 2752, Chapter 2741, Demon Hunter. Why would I kill you? Tell me where to go. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Impossible. I will never let you harm others, the old man said. You old man. You're so stubborn. Jiang Fei was speechless. He looked directly at the injured villager and said, Tell me, which area is more crowded? Karen City is 150 miles to the northeast. It's very prosperous there. Obviously, the villager was not as stubborn as the old man. Thank you. Jiang Fei nodded at the villager and the old man. In fact, he wanted to squeeze out a smile. But his physiological structure made it impossible for him to do such a difficult move. On the other side, Jiang Fei wanted to leave. But the old man grabbed the villager and scolded him. Why are you so spineless? Do you know how many people you've harmed? Where did such a righteous old man come from? This old man doesn't seem like an ordinary villager. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although the old man was dressed up, he was no different from the villagers. However, his manner of speech and actions were completely different from the villagers. However, Jiang Fei's curiosity about the old man ended there. He did not want to probe further. Therefore, he turned around and walked toward the northeast. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, a loud shout suddenly came from midair. Evil creature! Don't leave! The loud shout was like a clap of thunder in midair. What a loud voice! Jiang Fei was also shocked. Evil creature! How dare you! How dare you hurt someone outside the jungle! With a loud shout, the figure appeared above Jiang Fei's head. His entire body was like a black whirlwind that descended from the sky. After the person landed on the ground, Jiang Fei looked at him curiously. Although Jiang Fei had seen many people, he had never seen someone with such a loud voice. Therefore, he was also quite curious about this person. The brawny man in front of him was at least 2 meters tall. He was really big and round. A conservative estimate of 250 pounds would definitely not be able to block him. However, this brawny man was definitely not the kind of fat that was bloated. Instead, he was a brawny man that was 2 meters tall. Looking at his face, this man's shiny black face could really be said to be black. His pair of big eyes were really similar to copper bells. Especially that pair of eyebrows. They were thick and heavy. They were slanted into his temples. In addition to the black steel beard on his face, Jiang Fei did not doubt that he was Jiang Fei and Li Kuei. Evil creature! Die! After the burly man landed on the ground, he did not say anything. He raised the black steel staff in his hand and smashed it at Jiang Fei. Bang! Jiang Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the black iron staff that the brawny man was throwing at him. Give it to me! Jiang Fei shouted with his mind power. Here! The brawny man acted out what it meant to have a big face and big eyes. He originally thought that he would be able to kill the faceless one in front of him with one swing of his staff. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, the brawny man knew that he was playing. How was the person in front of him an ordinary faceless one? This was basically a faceless one general. What bad luck! I'm going to die here today. I really feel wronged. The brawny man shouted. He had initially thought that it was time for him to make a name for himself. However, he did not expect that after cultivating bitterly for more than 30 years, he would encounter a faceless one general before he could even show his face. Hey! What are you doing? Jiang Fei kicked the burly man. Although he did not use much strength, he still kicked him away. I am Master Adolf's second disciple. My name is Tu Long. The black-faced man's voice was still loud. It seemed that the setback just now did not affect him too much, especially when he mentioned Adolf. The burly man was really proud from the bottom of his heart. Adolf? What does he do? Jiang Fei did not know anything about Adolf. You don't know my master? The brawny man was stunned. Cut the crap. Jiang Fei went over and kicked him again. My master is the vice president of the Demon Slayer Guild. After being kicked again, the brawny man became obedient. Demon Slayer Guild? What does he do? Jiang Fei realized that he did not know any of these terms. The carrier that he had obtained was simply ignorant. Demon Slayer Guild is. Tu Long looked at Jiang Fei. He did not know if Jiang Fei really did not know, or if Jiang Fei was deliberately teasing him. Logically speaking, there should be no one who did not know about Demon Slayer Guild. Especially the monsters in the forest. Do you need a beating? Jiang Fei walked over and pretended to kick again. I'll say it. I'll say it. Don't kick anymore. Tu Long took 2 steps back. Then, he quickly said, it was not that he did not want to resist. It was just that when they had exchanged blows just now, he knew that his skills were really not effective. Now, he was only kicked a few times. Although it was embarrassing, he was not injured. If he were to fight with this faceless general, once he angered the other party, his head would be gone. Speak! Quickly! Jiang Fei glared at Tu Long. This Demon Slayer Guild specializes in hunting monsters like you, Tu Long said, as he carefully observed Jiang Fei's expression. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's current scientific name was Faceless. It would be a miracle if he could have an expression. Monster! Is this what my carrier is called between a human and a demon? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Hey! Shouldn't a faceless general like you stay in the depths of the jungle? According to our agreement, you are not allowed to walk out of the jungle at will. And our experts will not take even half a step into the jungle. Tu Long asked Jiang Fei. There's such a rule? Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not know. Moreover, even if he knew, he did not care. Of course. Tu Long said. Alright then. Goodbye. Jiang Fei waved his hand and continued to walk toward the northeast. You're going the other way. Go back to the jungle and go that way. Tu Long pointed in the direction where Jiang Fei had walked out. I did not say that I wanted to go back. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Tu Long and then ignored him. Sigh. I say. Tu Long wanted to catch up, but he was afraid of provoking Jiang Fei. Therefore, he immediately gritted his teeth and ran forward. Tu Long's idea was very simple. He planned to overtake Jiang Fei and then rush to Karen City in advance to remind the demon hunters there to be prepared. However, Jiang Fei seemed to be playing with Tu Long on purpose. The faster the kid ran, the faster Jiang Fei would also speed up. The kid's strength could not keep up. When his speed decreased, Jiang Fei would also slow down. In any case, he would just walk side by side with Tu Long. After running for a while, Tu Long's stamina was not good, although he had all the skills. His physical fitness could not be compared to a faceless one like Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei's carrier was the faceless one general. His strength was much higher than Tu Long's. Chapter 2753, Chapter 2742. Common sense. I'm so tired. You? What are you trying to do? Tu Long looked at Jiang Fei and asked. He was exhausted after running all the way here. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going the same way as you. Do you have any objections? Jiang Fei said with his spiritual power. No objections. Tu Long was choked by Jiang Fei's words. Did he dare to say that he had any objections? Alright. I won't wait for you anymore. I'll leave first. Jiang Fei forced a smile at Tu Long. However, to Tu Long, Jiang Fei was baring his teeth at him. You? After taking 2 deep breaths, Tu Long began to run with all his might. He could not let Jiang Fei go straight to Karen City. Even if he could not run as fast as Jiang Fei, he had to run as fast as he could. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at Tu Long. He was trying to tease this guy. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down his speed. When Tu Long could not keep up, he would slow down. When Tu Long regained some strength, he would increase his speed and keep stretching Tu Long. He wanted him to maintain his full strength. Jiang Fei's move was too destructive. Tu Long was running so fast that his tongue was sticking out. However, for the sake of the people of Karen City, he did not dare to stop. He could only follow Jiang Fei and run as fast as he could. Finally, Karen City appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. The city had a sturdy city wall that was dozens of meters tall. The city gate was tightly shut, leaving only a small door nearby for entry and exit. What's going on? The city gate is closed in broad daylight? Jiang Fei was very confused. Actually, this was because Jiang Fei did not understand the situation in this world. This world used to be like a normal place. Everyone lived and worked in peace. The city gate was not even closed at night. However, one day, the originally peaceful wild beasts suddenly mutated. The herbivorous wild beasts grew in size and became violent. The carnivorous wild beasts were even more ferocious. They attacked the unprepared humans and demons without any fear. Besides these gigantic wild beasts, there were also many mutated giant beasts in the wilderness. These giant beasts seemed to be a combination of multiple wild beasts. They had many characteristics of wild beasts. They also obtained the ability to use elemental power. The gigantic beasts and the mutated beasts were not the most terrifying. The dragons that originally only existed in legends had also descended in the wilderness. These lizard-like western dragons had even greater power. Not only were they strong and terrifying, but they also possessed extremely powerful magic power. These dragons led all sorts of giant beasts to attack the humans. The defenseless humans were instantly destroyed. Almost all of the human cities were destroyed, and only 4 main cities were left. More than 80% of the humans died in the attack of the giant beasts. The remaining few survivors all hid within the high walls of the 4 main cities. Other than these 4 main cities, the remaining small villages were only struggling to survive. Those villagers were unwilling to give up their land, or were unwilling to be exploited by the nobles in the cities. Therefore, they risked their lives to stay outside the city walls. At this time, the Demon Slayer Guild was established. It was a group of experts that formed spontaneously. They had only one goal, and that was to stop the giant beasts from attacking the humans. At this time, the king and his army did not dare to take even half a step out of the city wall. Only the demon hunters kept coming in and out of the city wall. They hunted the giant beasts, while absorbing the power of the giant beasts to increase their own strength. Faceless One was the main culprit behind the sudden attack of the giant beasts. The mutation of the giant beasts was done by them.
and the attack of the evil dragons was also done by them. No one knew what these guys wanted to do. It seemed that they had destroyed the humans. It was their target. However, the Faceless One seemed to be under some kind of restriction. That was why they had made an agreement with the human race. They would not attack the human city directly. However, if the demon hunters went deep into the jungle to hunt the giant beast, they might be killed by the Faceless One who was hiding in the dark. However, the carrier that Jiang Fei used did not have any relevant memories. Therefore, he did not know about this common knowledge. Soon, Jiang Fei and Tu Long arrived at the city wall of Karen City.
Close the door! Faceless One is here! Close the door!
Tu Long shouted before they could even get close.
Yo! Isn't that Lord Tu Long? What's wrong with him?
As they were too far away, the soldiers guarding the city gate could not hear Tu Long's voice. However, they saw him running and shouting loudly. Although Jiang Fei looked a little strange, he was basically in the shape of a human. Therefore, the soldiers did not pay too much attention to him. Information about Faceless One was blocked by the Demon Slayer Guild and the kingdom's higher-ups. Although the lower-level soldiers and civilians knew about the giant beasts and dragons, they did not know that there was such a thing as Faceless One.
Close the city gate! Quickly close the city gate!
As Tunlong continued to approach, his voice finally reached the ears of the soldiers guarding the city gate clearly.
Close the gate? Why did Lord Tu Long tell us to close the gate? He hasn't come in yet.
The two soldiers looked at each other.
Close the gate!
At this time, a man suddenly rushed out of the gate and dragged the two soldiers in one by one. Then, he closed the small gate for the Demon Slayer and locked it.
Hey! Cassonville! Are you rebelling?
The two soldiers said angrily. Cassonville was guarding the gate with him. However, this guy was not a member of the kingdom's guards, but a member of the Demon Slayer Guild.
I'm saving you! Idiots! Do you know what's running with the dragon outside?
Cassonville asked with a sneer.
An ugly villager,
a soldier said disdainfully.
Bah!
Cassonville spat, and then said,
That's Faceless Idiot. Faceless? What's that? Is it more terrifying than the giant beast?
The other soldier asked indifferently.
Compared to them, a giant beast is nothing. Countless of our experts have fallen at their hands,
Cassonville said.
Really? Why haven't we heard of it?
The two soldiers said suspiciously.
You know nothing,
Cassonville said disdainfully. At this time, Jiang Fei and Tu Long had already arrived at the city gate.
Open the door!
Jiang Fei shouted with his spiritual power.
Who said that?
As the voice was directly in their minds. The two soldiers were very surprised.
Don't listen to him. Don't open the door.
Tu Long shouted from outside.
Kid, you're courting death.
Jiang Fei glared at Tu Long.
Even if I die, I will not let you enter the city,
Tu Long said as he put on a battle stance. He knew that it was time for him to become a hero. Although he was going to die today, he would also be recorded in history. Chapter 2754, Chapter 2743 The Fierce Battle Under the City Wall.
You people are really strange. I don't do much to you. Do you have to be so cautious?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At that moment, Tu Long had already charged forward. At that moment, Tu Long was already prepared to die. After all, Faceless One was famous for his brutality. Although he did not know why the Faceless One general in front of him had not killed him, Tu Long definitely did not think that he could continue to live. Since he was going to die anyway, he naturally had to be more tragic. If possible, it would be the best thing for him to leave his name in history. Therefore, Tu Long completely ignored the difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei. He rushed forward directly to fight for a good reputation after his death, in order to stop the Faceless One from entering the city. He had died under the city wall. This was a true hero.
Go to the side.
Faced with the approaching dragon, Jiang Fei casually pulled him aside. He had originally wanted to pull the dragon aside, but he had forgotten that he was not his original body. He was a vessel for the Faceless One. The Faceless One's hands were different from that of a human. A 12-inch sharp claw was no joke. As expected, the dragon was disemboweled by Jiang Fei under the city wall.
Fire!
At that moment, the soldiers on the city wall began to attack. Arrows rained down on Jiang Fei.
It'll go!
Jiang Fei did not know how strong his Boda's defense was. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent in the face of these arrows. In a hurry, he could only run backward. Faceless One's body was very strong, but it did not have any long-range abilities. It did not have any energy manipulation skills, and there was no energy in its body. It was purely relying on physical attacks. The power that Jiang Fei brought was only spiritual power.
It was not difficult to kill all the people inside. However, against the flying arrows, spiritual power could not stop them. Jiang Fei's speed was very fast. But the arrows were even faster. Even though Jiang Fei had tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by many arrows. However, what surprised Jiang Fei was that after the arrows hit his body, they were unable to break through his blue skin.
F***CK! This bonus defense is pretty good.
Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. Jiang Fei did not expect that he would be unharmed after taking the arrows head-on. The soldiers on the city wall were even more surprised. They kept shooting arrows. But because of the distance, the accuracy was not very high, although the number of arrows was very large. Many of them hit Jiang Fei, but they did not cause any damage.
Hey! Let me see what's going on in the city!
Jiang Fei shouted into the city with his spiritual power.
What happened?
At this time, a large group of people had already arrived at the city gate. Among them were the guards of Karen City and the members of the Demon Slayer Guild.
Reporting to my lord. There's a faceless man outside. Lord Tu Long has died in battle.
A soldier reported to a person who looked like a general.
What? Tu Long is dead?
The general was shocked. Tu Long was not only a demon hunter. He was also a noble. His family had a lot of power in the Imperial City. So his death was definitely not a small matter.
Lord Adolf, please hunt down that faceless one outside and avenge Lord Tu Long.
The general turned and said to a white-haired old man. This old man was Tu Long's master, Master Adolf. As the vice president of the Demon Slayer Guild, Adolf's strength was beyond doubt. However, he had never fought with Faceless One before. However, he had heard from an experienced demon hunter that the strength of an ordinary Faceless One was not very strong. Turin should not have lost. Now that Turin had died in the hands of the other party, it meant that this guy was a Faceless One general.
Leave this matter to us,
Adolf said to the general. The task of the demon hunters was to destroy the giant beast and Faceless One. Although the humans had an agreement with Faceless One that humans were not allowed to enter the jungle to kill Faceless One. Now, this Faceless One had already found the door of the humans' home. If they were to break the contract, they were the ones who broke the contract first. Therefore, killing this Faceless One made sense in legal terms. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had killed Tu Long and Adolf's favorite disciple. This made Adolf want to whip Jiang Fei's tendons and skin him alive. Therefore, he had to bring people to get rid of Jiang Fei.
You guys, follow me!
Adolf called out to the demon hunters behind him. Then, he rushed out of the small gate of the city wall.
Master Adolf, I will personally beat the drums to cheer for you.
The general personally walked up to the city wall and picked up the drumstick.
The door is open.
When Jiang Fei saw the small gate open, he was just about to be happy when he saw an old man rushing out with a group of people.
What does this mean? Is this for revenge?
Seeing that these people were aggressive, Jiang Fei knew what they were here for.
Kill!
Adolf did not say a word. After he came out, he began to attack Jiang Fei. Adolf waved the staff in his hand, and an ice blade came straight at Jiang Fei's face.
F***CK! Are you trying to bully me?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly, and planned to use his spiritual power to counterattack.
Buzz!
Jiang Fei had just used his spiritual power pierce when the space around him shook violently. Then, the spiritual power pierce was disintegrated.
D***MN. What's going on?
When Jiang Fei dodged Adolf's ice blade, he was shocked because his mind power attack had failed.
Could it be that mind power attacks are ineffective in the fourth dimension?
When this thought came into his mind, Jiang Fei was shocked. If that was really the case, he would be an ordinary person after entering the Gamma dimension. The spiritual energy that he was proud of could not attack others. How would he be able to do anything in the Gamma dimension?
Kill!
At this moment, the demon hunters clearly did not give Jiang Fei any time to think. Just as Jiang Fei was stunned, the demon hunters behind Adolf also charged forward. Each of them waved their weapons in their hands and began to attack Jiang Fei. The ones who were leading the charge were a few melee warriors. They were either wearing gloves or wielding huge swords. All of them had looks of grief on their faces. Clearly, they had a good relationship with Tu Long. Facing these guys who were charging at him, Jiang Fei could only use his own strength and the 12-inch long sharp claws on his hands.
Ding!
Jiang Fei first used his sharp claws to block the middle of the incoming attack. Then, he dodged the attack of a woman who was wielding two swords. However, at this time, the bald man who was wearing steel gloves had already arrived in front of Jiang Fei. He threw a punch at Jiang Fei's weak spot. As the saying went, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. A wise man could not withstand more people. Although Jiang Fei had all the skills, there were simply too many opponents. Chapter 2755, Chapter 2744. Beginner's Guide. Bang! Jiang Fei was sent flying by the guy who was wearing steel gloves. However, Faceless One's body was really tough. He was sent flying just like that. Jiang Fei was completely unharmed. F***CK. What's going on? After Jiang Fei steadied his body, he started fighting with these people again. However, he soon realized that although he had lost his long-range ability, he could not summon so many people with just his melee attacks. However, these guys could not break his defense at all, including Adolf's magic. These attacks landed on Jiang Fei like a drizzle. Jiang Fei did not even feel any pain. F***CK. This must be another training ground specially prepared for me. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. It was very obvious that he had once again entered the script that was designed by that godlike existence. However, he still did not know what that godlike person was trying to do. Could it be that he had come to this world just to learn how to take a beating? As he was in an invincible state, Jiang Fei quickly relaxed. He began to fight with these people. It had been a long time since Jiang Fei had such close combat. Ever since he became stronger, the most frequently used in combat was mental strength, followed by origin power. It had been a long time since he had such close combat. As he fought, Jiang Fei's mind suddenly sank. His vision went black. Although it was only for an instant, he was still beaten up by those people. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei found that something had appeared in his mind. It was as if some memories of this carrier had been activated. Welcome to the trial field, a voice said in Jiang Fei's mind. Trial grounds? What the HL? Jiang Fei asked. This is the first trial. Please defeat your opponents. The voice ignored Jiang Fei's question and continued to speak. Defeat them? I want to do that too. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. These guys were very well coordinated. When Jiang Fei wanted to attack someone, the others immediately came back to pin him down. They did not give her any chance to defeat each of them. After another 5 minutes, Jiang Fei still had no progress. These people were too well coordinated. Warm reminder. Sometimes, you cannot defeat your opponent with just your fists. You can use your own mental strength as support. The voice in Jiang Fei's mind said. Mental strength? If I could use it, I would have used it long ago. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. But the voice ignored him. F***CK. Could it be Beginner's Guide? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. The content of the voice was exactly the same as the Beginner's Guide when he first started the new game. The use of mental strength has been unlocked. At this time, the voice in Jiang Fei's mind said. F***CK. No wonder I could not use mental strength to attack just now. It's locked. Jiang Fei suddenly realized. Get down. As he roared in his heart, Jiang Fei wanted to use his spiritual power to attack. But he realized that it was still ineffective. What's going on? Wasn't the lock unlocked? Jiang Fei was a little confused. In the high-dimensional space, the use of spiritual power is limited. Spiritual power in the 4-dimensional space cannot directly damage the enemy's spiritual power. There are more restrictions in the higher dimensions, until the spiritual power completely loses its effect. Jiang Fei explained in his mind. F***CK. This means that I cannot use my spiritual power to directly kill the enemy in the 4th dimension. If it's in the 5th dimension, I might not even be able to hypnotize them. Jiang Fei guessed. That's right. Quickly use your spiritual power to help you defeat them, said the voice in Jiang Fei's mind. Alright. It's okay if you can confuse the enemy. Jiang Fei was very proficient in spiritual power. Although he could not use destructive skills, he could still hypnotize them. Hypnosis could still be used. Sleep. Jiang Fei wanted to use his spiritual power to hypnotize the people in front of him, but it was still ineffective. In the 4-dimensional space, your spiritual power can only be used on a single person. The voice in his mind reminded him. Alright. Even group attacks are useless. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. However, since the rules were like this, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, based on his previous understanding of space, the higher the dimension, the more restrictions there were. Even the size of the dimension was greatly limited. For example, the 3-dimensional world that Jiang Fei was in had an almost endless universe. However, what about the 4-dimensional gamma space? Not to mention that it was not even as big as a planet. It was even smaller than the territory of the superpowers on Earth. Please defeat these opponents. The voice in his mind reminded him again. Come on! Jiang Fei took a deep breath and began to fight back. At that moment, a few melee attackers closed in on Jiang Fei again. In a hurry to dodge, the man wielding two swords suddenly closed in on Jiang Fei. The two swords stabbed at Jiang Fei's weak spot. Swish! At that moment, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to use hypnosis. Obviously, Jiang Fei's hypnosis effect had been weakened. Although the difference between his and that guy's mental strength was huge, his hypnosis had only caused the guy to lose his mind for a moment. If this was in the three-dimensional world, that guy could sleep until he died. Regardless, Jiang Fei's hypnosis had succeeded. Although the guy had lost his mind for a moment, it was enough for Jiang Fei. Swish! Swish! The sharp claws on his hands crossed each other. The unlucky guy with the double swords was instantly dismembered by Jiang Fei. Again! After mastering the trick, Jiang Fei had a much easier time dealing with these guys. Very soon, these guys were all defeated by Jiang Fei one by one. They were all killed under the city wall. Congratulations! You have completed the first trial. Now, come and receive your reward. The voice in Jiang Fei's mind said. There's even a reward? It's really a game now. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. His life was really exciting. When he was young, he played games on Earth. In the end, he played the technology of planet Namek and walked on a different path. After entering the big environment of the universe, Jiang Fei's journey was smooth sailing. He did not expect that when he became successful, the entire universe would become someone else's game. They were living intelligent creatures. In one night, they had all become NPCs in the eyes of others. Now, just as Jiang Fei was about to deal with the threat from the gamma space, he became the plaything of a certain god again. However, this time, he became the main character again. However, this time, he was not playing an online game, but a solo game. What exactly does that god want to do? Jiang Fei was very confused. However, at this time, his reward had arrived. Congratulations! You have mastered a new application of spiritual power time reversal, said the voice in Jiang Fei's mind. Chapter 2756, Chapter 2745. Time reversal. Buzz! As the voice rang in his mind, some memories were transmitted into Jiang Fei's mind. This is time reversal? Jiang Fei was stunned. This was a very magical use of spiritual power. It vibrated spiritual power at a special frequency and could actually interfere with the trajectory of time, allowing his body to rewind to any moment within 8 seconds. Although the time was very short, it was very useful. For example, when he received a fatal injury, he could rewind time to return to an unharmed state. Similarly, this skill could be used to block powerful attacks that could not be blocked. Or, he could adjust his position so that he had a better attack position in the battle. Moreover, when he interfered with his own time trajectory, a part of his spiritual power leaked out, causing the time around Jiang Fei to slow down. However, because he was in a time rewind state, he was not affected by this. The specific effect was that the people around him would be slowed down for 8 seconds. This speed reduction was not due to being restrained, but due to the change in space and time. Therefore, there was no way to resist it. Instantly returning to before he was injured and slowing down the enemies around him for 8 seconds was very terrifying. For an expert like Jiang Fei, this was enough to turn the tables. F***CK? Is he asking me to come here to learn skills before I go to the Gamma Dimension? Jiang Fei instantly understood the intention of the god. It was very obvious that the Mercury humanoid had sent Jiang Fei to the Delta Dimension mainly to activate the beginner's guide. Then, he would let Jiang Fei learn more spiritual skills in this dimension because of his previous spiritual skills. It was either ineffective or weakened in the 4th dimension. This made it difficult for him to protect himself after entering the Gamma Dimension. However, the god clearly did not want Jiang Fei to die the moment he entered the Gamma Dimension. Therefore, he created this Delta Dimension so that Jiang Fei could adapt to it and learn some skills. After that, he would let Jiang Fei enter the Gamma Dimension. This way, he would be able to protect himself there. Who exactly is he? What does he want to do? Could it be that he just wants to play with me? Jiang Fei had asked this question more than once in his mind. Sometimes, Jiang Fei even suspected that this god was a life form from a higher dimension. Perhaps it was a life form from the 5th dimension. Or perhaps it was a life form from the 6th dimension. However, after thinking about it, it was impossible. A life form from the 5th dimension or the 6th dimension. It was likely that they would not be able to pay attention to the 3-dimensional world, even if they wanted to interfere with the 4-dimensional world.
There was no need for them to pass through Jiang Fei.
Who the H.L. is this guy?
Jiang Fei sighed. However, at least for now, it seemed that this god was helping him. If it was not for the Mercury Man that he had set up in advance, Jiang Fei would not have been able to find a way to enter the Gamma Dimension. Moreover, even if he found it, if he entered the Gamma Dimension blindly, the mental strength that Jiang Fei had been relying on to become famous would suddenly lose its effect, not to mention completing his own mission in the Gamma Dimension. He would be lucky if he could return alive.
Is it time for the second round of the trial?
Jiang Fei asked in his mind.
Please enter Karen City now.
The voice in his mind guided him.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded, and then walked toward Karen City. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down from the top of the city wall. However, after these arrows hit Jiang Fei, they still could not cause any damage because Jiang Fei was still in an invincible state.
Open the door!
Jiang Fei shouted through his spiritual power. However, the more he shouted, the more the people inside did not dare to open the door. After all, even Master Adolf had just died at his hands. Now, the entire Karen City was facing a great enemy. All the guards had rushed to the top of the city wall. They used all kinds of city defense weapons to attack Jiang Fei. Even if it did not work, they still hoped to scare Jiang Fei away.
How annoying!
Jiang Fei sighed. The voice told him to enter the city. However, the city gate was now closed. He could not enter at all.
Sigh. Looks like I have to break the gate.
After waiting for a long time, not only did no one open the city gate, but even the voice in his mind did not give him any hint of the next step. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only choose the most primitive method to break the gate. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and ran toward a small forest not far away. This small forest was not very big. The thickest trees were only as thick as a person's waist. However, when Jiang Fei left, everyone in the city heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone thought that Jiang Fei had given up because he could not enter the city. However, before the humans in the city could begin to celebrate, Jiang Fei ran back with a round log that was as thick as a person's waist.
Damn it! He's back again! Attack! Don't let him get close to the city gate,
the general on the city wall said. He had been drumming to cheer for Adolf and the others. However, he did not expect the Faceless Man to be so powerful. He had actually killed Adolf and the other members of the Demon Slayer Guild. The demon hunters had all been killed. Now, the only ones who could resist were the soldiers. Although they were not as powerful as the demon hunters, there were many of them. Moreover, they were equipped with all kinds of equipment. Therefore, their combat strength could not be underestimated.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
It was unknown when the red cannon had been set up on the top of the city wall. Then, the soldiers started firing at Jiang Fei.
Holy sh*T!
Caught off guard, Jiang Fei used time reversal to dodge the cannonball that was aimed at his face. Although he knew that he was now invincible, Jiang Fei still subconsciously dodged it. After all, no matter who it was, they would not want to be hit in the face by a pumpkin-sized iron ball. After activating this time reversal, Jiang Fei found that his spiritual power seemed to have frozen. He could not use it again.
Have you noticed? This is the side effect of using spiritual power to interfere with time. You need to wait for a while before you can use your spiritual power again,
the voice in his mind said.
Big brother, I know that you are playing the game. I am the character in your hands. However, there is no need to be so obvious. Is this a skill cooldown?
Jiang Fei complained in his heart. Regardless, Jiang Fei had to follow this God-esque script. Moreover, he wanted to see what rewards he would receive after the trial. His intuition told him that these rewards were the key to completing the quest in the Gamma space.
Boom!
Jiang Fei hugged the log and ran towards the small door. The huge city gate looked very thick. Although Jiang Fei had divine power, he did not think that he could break the gate open. However, the small door was different. It was not as thick as the gate. The main target of Karen City was the giant beast, not Faceless One, because the size of the giant beast itself could not pass through the small door. So the small door for the demon hunters was not particularly strong. Chapter 2757, Chapter 2746. The second trial.
Boom!
Jiang Fei held onto the round log and slammed into the small door.
Crack, crack, crack.
The small door was torn apart by Jiang Fei. It was obvious that the wooden structure inside the door had been destroyed.
Again!
Although Jiang Fei did not break open the small door, he knew that the small door was about to collapse.
Hold on! Hold the door!
The soldiers in the city also heard the sound of the small door.
They panicked and tried to find something to hold the small door. However, they could not find anything suitable around them at the moment.
Use people to hold the door. Go to the strong ones,
the officer shouted loudly. As the small door was not big, it would not be able to open if there were too many people. Therefore, under the order of the officer, more than 10 soldiers ran forward and used their bodies to hold the small door firmly.
Thud, thud, thud.
Jiang Fei, who had retreated dozens of meters, ran forward again.
Bang!
The log hit the small door heavily.
Puff, puff, puff.
Among the soldiers who were blocking the door, the few who were close to the small door all spat out blood and collapsed on the ground.
Replace the soldiers,
the officer shouted loudly. Then, someone immediately replaced the heavily injured soldiers and used their men to block the door again.
Bang! Bang!
Jiang Fei kept knocking on the door. In exchange, the soldiers inside vomited blood one after another. In the end, although the soldiers could rotate, the small door could not hold on any longer.
Crack!
Following the 20th or so collisions, the small door was directly smashed into pieces by Jiang Fei. The previous 20 or so collisions had already weakened the small city gate. This time, if Jiang Fei knocked on it again, of course, it would not be able to hold on.
H! Oh my god!
As screams rang out, the soldiers who were blocking the gate were all sent flying. The fragments of the small gate had even left many wounds on their bodies. However, at this time, no one cared about these superficial wounds anymore.
The city gate has been broken. The monsters have broken in,
someone shouted loudly. Following that, the soldiers near the city gate were thrown into chaos. As the saying went, the defeat of the army was like the collapse of a mountain. The defeated soldiers were like a tide. No one could stop them. A few officers shouted until their throats were broken. In the end, the soldiers still dispersed. Then, they looked at each other. Everyone knew that no one had the ability of a demon hunter. Therefore, they looked at Jiang Fei, who had already entered the city gate. They also turned their horses and fled into the city.
TSK, TSK, TSK. Why bother?
Jiang Fei looked at the injured soldiers, who were lying on the ground at the city gate and sighed. No one cared about these unlucky fellows anymore. There were even 2 who did not die at Jiang Fei's hands. However, they were trampled to death by their companions. After swaggering into Karen City, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. The city wall looked so tall, but it was not as prosperous as he had imagined. What entered the city gate was actually a field of crops, because after the Delta dimension was invaded by the behemoths, the remaining humans and elves had to hide inside the high walls, lower than the behemoths outside the city. But the problem was that they couldn't just hide. They had to eat, too. Therefore, the closest place to the city wall was actually farmland. The real place with people was in the inner city. And there were not many people. After all, most of the people were in the first giant beast invasion. They had already been killed.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed, and then walked toward the inner city. The injured soldiers watched Jiang Fei leave in fear. They had thought that they were dead for sure just now. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to ignore them.
This faceless one does not seem to be as fierce as the officer said.
Many of the injured soldiers thought to themselves. Although they had never heard of Faceless One before this. They had never heard of Faceless One. On the other hand, Jiang Fei swaggered into the inner city. The injured soldiers could not get up from the ground at all. The soldiers and officers on the city wall did not dare to come down either. Therefore, ever since he entered the city, he had not encountered any obstacles. After Jiang Fei entered the inner city, there was still no sign of prosperity. Every house was closed. They even hid in their houses and did not dare to make a sound. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. When the legendary monster entered the city, no one dared to come out. Even the people who loved to watch the show were hiding at home. Shivering, they did not dare to come out.
I have also entered the city. What should I do next?
Jiang Fei asked in his mind.
Congratulations on coming to Karen City. Please be careful. The second trial will begin soon.
Jiang Fei said in his mind.
Is it about to begin?
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and prepared himself.
Evil creature, how dare you step into Karen City? You're courting death.
At that moment, a loud shout was heard. A figure descended from the sky. At the same time, a sword light slashed down from the sky.
Great! Even a sneak attack is so open and above board.
Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. Then, he moved his body to the side and dodged the opponent's sword.
Evil creature, die!
The person shouted and raised his sword to attack again. While Jiang Fei dodged, He also secretly observed the person. He looked to be about 40 years old. His figure was very well proportioned. The long sword in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. Attention! Your protective barrier has disappeared. Fight carefully. At this time, the voice in Jiang Fei's mind rang again. *MN. Is this the end of invincibility? Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Previously, because of invincibility, he could do whatever he wanted. Now, if he was careless, he would be killed by others. He would be crippled. Although after the carrier died, Jiang Fei could escape back to the inheritance space and continue to do his business in the Gamma space. However, he had only learned one skill. When he entered the Gamma space, what if he could not defeat the people there? As the saying went, for the sake of a smoother future operation, Jiang Fei had to be careful now. He had to try his best to get all the benefits before he could leave the Delta space. Swish! 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 That person's swordsmanship was very high. The sword light almost enveloped Jiang Fei in it. Jiang Fei could only dodge it. There was no way for him to fight back at all. I can't just keep hiding! Jiang Fei knew that if he kept defending, he would lose. Therefore, he decided to fight back. Swish! Jiang Fei first launched a spiritual attack. He wanted to confuse the other party for a moment. But he realized that the other party was not buying it at all. TSK! 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 Looks like this trial is to let me use more new skills. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he took the opportunity to activate time reversal. As the skills were activated, Jiang Fei felt that he had entered a very magical state. There was a time when he had always thought that time was irreversible. However, reality proved that he was wrong. Time was reversible. However, he was not clear about the principle behind it. Chapter 2758, Chapter 2747. Skill Activation. In that mysterious state, Jiang Fei felt as if he was in a trance. Soon after, he noticed the changes in his surroundings. At that moment, other than Jiang Fei, the time around him seemed to have frozen. Jiang Fei had entered the replay state. He could choose to stop his replay at a certain point in time. This is the time! As the replay only had 8 seconds, Jiang Fei found a time where he was behind the other party and ended the replay. As time in the outside world had stopped, the person who attacked Jiang Fei was still in the same state as before. However, Jiang Fei was no longer in his previous position. Stay here! Jiang Fei roared in his heart. Then, he waved his 12-inch long sharp claws and stabbed into the back of the person. What? The man was shocked. He never thought that the faceless one would teleport to his back, because the man's time had been frozen in that instant. In his eyes, Jiang Fei had disappeared into thin air and appeared behind him. Although Jiang Fei's attack had arrived at that moment, it had to be said that the man was very experienced in battle. Moreover, he was indeed powerful behind him. His body pounced forward, although he could not completely dodge Jiang Fei's attack. However, Jiang Fei had only left a few bloody wounds on his back. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been cut into pieces. After pouncing forward for 2 steps, the person used his left foot as an axis and quickly turned around to face Jiang Fei again. At that moment, his eyes revealed a serious expression. Although Jiang Fei's attack just now was not fatal, it made him feel a sense of danger. The pain in the wound on his back made the man groan. However, when he exerted force with his muscles, the wound was squeezed, although it would not heal, because his muscles were tense. Blood was only oozing out little by little. It would not quickly lose blood and make him lose his ability to fight. After briefly controlling the wound, the man stared at Jiang Fei. At that moment, he had no choice but to face the faceless one in front of him. You are stronger than I thought. Now, you have the right to know my name. My name is Tiana. The man said to Jiang Fei, as if telling Jiang Fei his name was a great honor for Jiang Fei. Is that so? Then, you should also remember my name. I am called Pretentious Criminal. Jiang Fei said with a cold laugh through his spiritual power. You? Tiana was so angry that he could not speak. He was born into an old gentleman's family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? You must pay the price for your rudeness. The enraged Tiana brandished his long sword and charged over. You must also pay the price for your pretentious behavior. Jiang Fei imitated Tiana's tone and said, Die! Tiana was so angry that the 3 undead gods were hopping mad. The 5 tombs' heroic spirit flew into the air. His eyes were about to burst into flames. In his rage, Tiana's swordsmanship became even fiercer and fiercer. Jiang Fei was instantly forced into a corner. Damn it! This carrier is really difficult to use. Jiang Fei could not help but complain. In his world, with his own carrier, it would be as easy as playing with Tiana. However, this faceless one's body was too difficult to use. Not only were his limbs stiff, but he also did not have any long-range abilities. This made it difficult for Jiang Fei to use it. After being forced into a corner, Jiang Fei once again activated the time reversal ability. After the battle just now, the cooldown of the skill had ended. Swish! Jiang Fei once again appeared behind Tiana. This time, Tiana was not as lucky as before. With a crack, Jiang Fei tore 2 deep wounds on Tiana's back. Fresh blood gushed out. With such a deep wound, it was impossible to close it by tightening his muscles. Kill! At this time, Tiana could no longer care about his own injuries. Such a serious injury needed immediate treatment. If he was left alone, he would soon lose his ability to fight or even die due to excessive blood loss. It was obviously unrealistic to ask the opponent to stop in the middle of the battle and ask him to seek medical treatment. Therefore, there was only one way for Tiana to fight with his life. If he could not kill Jiang Fei before he lost too much blood, then Tiana would be dead for sure. Seeing that Tiana was fighting with his life on the line with red eyes, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. He kept retreating and stalling for time. Anyway, even if he did not attack, Tiana would die due to excessive blood loss. Moreover, if he continued to stall for time, he would be able to use his time reversal ability again. Seeing that Jiang Fei was no longer fighting him head-on, but was instead focusing on dodging and dodging, Tiana's heart turned cold. It was obvious that the other party had already made up their mind to not fight him head-on. The other party was clearly trying to stall him to death. However, Tiana was completely helpless at this moment. Although he was closing in on Jiang Fei's evasion, he could feel that his stamina and vitality were constantly draining away. Finally, 5 minutes later, Tiana could not take it anymore. He stopped and stared straight at Jiang Fei.
What are you trying to do? Nothing. I'm just here to shop. If you don't want to mess with me, I won't mess with you,
Jiang Fei said.
You?
Tiana did not believe Jiang Fei's words. However, at that moment, he could not speak.
Plop!
Tiana, who had lost too much blood, fell to the ground. Although he was not dead yet, he had already fainted. He believed that in 5 to 10 minutes, he would really die from losing too much blood.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed and walked past Tiana. From the bottom of his heart, Jiang Fei did not want to kill anyone, although he already knew that this world was a game that was supposed to be created. After experiencing the chaos of the Gamma Dimension men, Jiang Fei could understand the feelings of those so-called NPCs. Therefore, he did not want to kill anyone. However, the quest required him to defeat Tiana. Moreover, the carrier that Jiang Fei was using now was the faceless one, not his own body. The faceless one that was purely physical and only had sharp claws and no hands could not save anyone. Even if Jiang Fei wanted to carry A to the hospital, it would be impossible. His pair of 12-inch long sharp claws would cause him to be covered in wounds when he carried A. When that happened, not only would he not be able to save Tiana, but he would also cause him more pain.
I wish you good luck.
Jiang Fei walked past Tiana. If he continued to stay here, the humans in the distance would not dare to come and save him. Only if he walked far away would A have a chance of being saved.
Congratulations on completing the second stage of the trial. Now, let's see your reward.
The voice in Jiang Fei's mind rang. Chapter 2759, Chapter 2748. Time Lock. Along with the voice in his mind, a memory was once again transmitted into Jiang Fei's mind.
What is this?
Jiang Fei was stunned after reading this memory, because the skills recorded in this memory were too abnormal. It was so abnormal that even Jiang Fei could not believe it. Time Lock. By adjusting the frequency of one's spiritual power, a special coating was formed on one's fist. When attacking an enemy, there was a certain chance to lock the enemy's location in time and space for 1 second. Moreover, the enemy was severely injured in the time gap.
Isn't this too fake? God, do you really treat us like a game?
Jiang Fei asked in his heart. Although he still did not know who the person who designed everything was, it seemed that there was always someone better than him. Once upon a time, Jiang Fei was playing games on Earth. Later, when he entered the universe, he found that the entire universe had become someone else's game field. These former players had now become someone else's NPCs. However, what about the people in the Gamma space? Previously, they could be said to have committed crimes in the three-dimensional universe. As a player, they had committed all sorts of crimes in the three-dimensional universe. Now, this God who appeared out of nowhere, had suddenly turned the four-dimensional space into a part of the game. He had even turned Jiang Fei, a creature in the three-dimensional space, into the main character of the game, since that god could create a four-dimensional delta space out of thin air. And he was also helping Jiang Fei enter the gamma space. It was obvious that he had acquiesced to Jiang Fei's destruction of the gamma space. If after I wreak havoc in the gamma space, that god's world would also be turned into a game space by someone even more awesome, that would be even more fun! Jiang Fei could not help but think to himself. However, all of this was just Jiang Fei's speculation. He did not know much about the god. He knew almost nothing about the god. However, at least for now, the god was still on Jiang Fei's side. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had some doubts in his heart, he did not have any other thoughts. Moreover, even if he had thoughts, what could he do? He had not even completed the four-dimensional gamma space. As for this god, Jiang Fei did not even think about it. Even the inheritance space was created by someone else. How powerful was this god? Jiang Fei could not even imagine it. Regardless, Jiang Fei had obtained a lot of benefits, especially the skill that he had just obtained. It could be described as insane. This skill was a continuous skill, unlike the previous time reversal skill, which required a cooldown period after it was used up. After this skill was activated, although it would consume a lot of mental strength, it did not consume a lot of mental strength. Jiang Fei roughly estimated that if he did not use time reversal and other mental strength skills, he could only maintain time lock for about 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Jiang Fei's fist was almost invincible. Under the protection of time coding, his fist was basically invincible. Nothing could hurt him. He could fight head-on with any weapon. Other than that, once Jiang Fei's fist hit him, whether it was on his body or his weapon, this guy could be locked onto by time lock and freeze there. Although it was only a short second, it was enough time for Jiang Fei to break his neck. Moreover, after being locked down by time, he would have to suffer the damage caused by the time rupture. This was also very terrifying, because the time rupture caused by time rupture was only limited to the enemy that was attacked by Jiang Fei. The time around the enemy continued to move. This caused a gap to appear between the enemy and the surrounding space and time. This kind of damage caused by the gap was simply impossible to defend against. The damage caused by this spatial tear was the same, no matter how strong your defense was. Even if it was absolute defense, ignoring all attacks, if the space where you were in shattered, would you be able to escape? The same was true for time. When the time where you were in broke, you would also be torn apart. Therefore, this kind of damage was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was impossible to defend against. So ruthless. It's only the second trial, and you already have a powerful skill? Jiang Fei was stunned. However, at that moment, the voice in his mind sounded again. Now! You need to rush to the human capital Sky City. Sky City? Where is it? Jiang Fei did not find the location of Sky City in the memory of this carrier. Therefore, he had to find someone to ask for directions. This time, the process of Jiang Fei asking for directions was very smooth. After he strolled to the vicinity of the city wall, he quickly caught an old soldier. This old soldier was not a strong-willed person. Jiang Fei did not even try to scare him. He told him everything. According to the old soldier's instructions, Jiang Fei left Karen City and went straight to the Sky City in the east. Ta. Although Jiang Fei did not have any long-range skills and could not use his spiritual power to increase his movement speed, his body was indeed very strong. With just 2 legs, he ran out of the speed of the high-speed train. The High Sky City was about 300 miles away from Karen City. Jiang Fei only ran for half an hour before he reached the bottom of the High Sky City. At this moment, the news about Karen City had clearly not reached this place yet. Therefore, Gaotian City was still very calm. Due to the attack of the giant beasts, any city would have tall walls and tightly shut gates. However, the small gates of Gaotian City were still open. Demon hunters were constantly coming in and out of the city. They had to go into the wilderness to look for the giant beasts. Then, they would hunt them in exchange for various materials to become stronger. Other than these demon hunters, there would occasionally be merchants coming out of the city gates. They used a relatively gentle large herbivore as a pack beast to transport various materials between different cities. As for merchants, as long as there were enough benefits, they would do anything no matter how dangerous it was. Jiang Fei hid in the forest and did not dare to show his face. He was afraid that once he showed his face, the other side would close the small door. If that happened, it would be troublesome for him to enter the city again. Alright. I'm here. What's next?
Jiang Fei asked in his mind.
The third trial is about to begin. If you are ready, please walk towards the city gate,
said the voice in Jiang Fei's mind.
Come on. It should be to test new skills and then challenge stronger characters,
Jiang Fei said in his mind. At the same time, he strode towards Sky High City. As Jiang Fei's carrier was Faceless One, it was also in the shape of a human. Therefore, when he was far away, no one noticed him. Everyone thought that he was a demon hunter who had returned from a long-distance hunt. However, when Jiang Fei reached the city gate, many people noticed his unusual appearance. Chapter 2760, Chapter 2749. William the Double-Edged Sword.
What the H.L.? What kind of monster is this? It's so ugly. Oh my god. Isn't it a long face?
Very soon, Jiang Fei's current honorable appearance caused a commotion at the city gate.
Close the gate quickly. It's Faceless One.
There were not many people at the city gate who had not seen the world. There were actually people who recognized Jiang Fei. However, it did not matter if they recognized him. The city gate was in a mess. The ordinary soldiers did not know what Faceless One represented. However, the officers knew. Perhaps some of them had never seen Faceless One. But it was impossible that they had never heard of him. Therefore, when someone called out the name Faceless One, the officers were so scared that they immediately ordered the small city gate to be closed. At the same time, they informed the garrison behind them. Faceless One was not someone that they could defend against. Soon, the news of Faceless One's siege spread throughout High Sky City. The news was sent all the way to the Human King, including the Saintess. All the high-ranking officials and nobles in High Sky City were alarmed. Besides these people, the Demon Slayer Guild also received the news of Faceless One's siege.
What? Faceless One appeared at the foot of the city? Quick! Organize the manpower! Immediately mobilize all the demon hunters in High Sky City!
As High Sky City was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Guild, there were not only many demon hunters here, but also many experts.
It's just a Faceless One. There's no need to make such a fuss. Although we have an agreement with Faceless One, since he came to the foot of the city, it means that they violated the contract. There's no need for us to be polite.
A man with two swords on his back said coldly. He looked at the chaos in the Demon Slayer Guild and felt very disdainful. In his eyes, it was just a Faceless One. Was there a need for such a thing?
William, don't be careless.
An old man with two swords on his back said.
Teacher, you're just too cautious. Watch me. In half an hour, he'll come back with the Faceless One's head.
After William said that, he left the Demon Slayer Guild's headquarters. 10 minutes later, William appeared on the city walls of Sky High City. He looked down at Jiang Fei.
Evil creature, you actually came to Sky High City to seek death. You're really tired of living.
William's voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly from far away. It was clear that this guy had some skills.
Sigh, are you NPCs all the same? Why are you all so arrogant?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. From the beginning, too long had been like this. But now, these guys had not changed at all. However, just by looking at his appearance, this guy in green armor was much more handsome than too long.
I am the Human Kingdom's Duke William. Evil creature, prepare to die.
As soon as William finished his words, he jumped down from the city wall. Although the city wall was 30 to 40 meters high, this guy jumped down just like that. In midair, William suddenly somersaulted and pulled out two swords from his back.
Air slash!
William shouted in midair. Then, he began to spin in the air. The two swords in his hands were like wheels as he slashed at Jiang Fei.
Yo! Falling from the sky. You sure know how to take advantage of the situation.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he tried to dodge to the side. However, he did not expect William to change direction. Moreover, because he was looking down from above, under the acceleration of gravity, his speed was faster than Jiang Fei's. Therefore, after both of them changed directions at the same time, Jiang Fei was once again within William's attack range. Moreover, this time, it was too late for him to dodge.
Hiss!
Before William's sword could reach Jiang Fei, the sword wind had already torn a bloody wound on Jiang Fei's shoulder.
So powerful!
Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he had already lost his invincible body, the Faceless One's defense was also very terrifying. However, the opponent had only used the sword wind to injure him. If the opponent landed, Jiang Fei would instantly be minced into mincemeat. At that moment, Jiang Fei did not dare to hesitate.
He immediately activated time reversal, and instantly pulled away from William. Originally, Jiang Fei was standing on the ground. William landed on top of his head. Now, Jiang Fei had used time reversal to retreat to 8 seconds ago. In this way, there was no one below William. Swish! 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 William spun and landed on the ground. Unfortunately, he did not attack anyone. The injury on Jiang Fei's shoulder had also recovered due to time reversal. However, Jiang Fei's time reversal was now in a cooldown mode. He could not use it again for a short period of time. Therefore, he simply activated Time Lock. This allowed his claws to instantly be covered with time coating. Sword Dance! After landing on the ground, William did not stop at all. Although the time around him had been slowed down, allowing him to change his speed slightly. After activating Sword Dance, his speed was still not to be underestimated. Seeing that William had gone crazy and was charging towards him while brandishing his dual swords, Jiang Fei did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He knew how powerful William's dual swords were. If he were to be slashed by William, his broken limbs would be light. Fortunately, William was still in the deceleration period of time reversal. Therefore, his speed had slowed down a little. This allowed Jiang Fei to react calmly. If William had not been slowed down, Jiang Fei would have activated Sword Dance and charged at him. Jiang Fei had no other choice but to dodge. If he were to face William head-on, he would definitely be injured. Ding! However, as William's speed had been reduced, Jiang Fei was already able to keep up with the speed of his dual swords. Therefore, when William arrived in front of Jiang Fei blocked William's attack with one claw. However, Jiang Fei was not so lucky this time. The special effect of Time Lock was not triggered. Ding ding ding! William's two swords danced extremely fast. He was still buffed by his sword dance, so each sword was faster than the last. On the other hand, Jiang Fei raised his two claws to fight back. He kept using his two claws to collide with William's two swords. Although William's two swords were treasures, Jiang Fei's two claws were protected by the time coating. Therefore, no matter how powerful William's two swords were, Jiang Fei's two claws were not cut off. Not only that, because the collision speed was too fast and the number of times was too many. Even if the time lock was not high, with such a large number of collisions, the time lock was still effective. Swish! Suddenly, William, who was waving his two swords, was frozen in midair. On the other hand, Jiang Fei subconsciously raised his claws to parry, but he missed. An opportunity! When Jiang Fei realized that William was frozen, he immediately wanted to counterattack. However, 1 second was too short. He was caught off guard just now. When he wanted to take the opportunity to understand William, the time lock effect had already passed. Chapter 2761, Chapter 2750. Revenge for the Sun. As the time lock had been triggered too suddenly, Jiang Fei had not been able to seize the opportunity to kill William. Although the time lock had ended, the effect of the skill was not over yet, because the time lock had only stopped William. It had caused a gap between him and the external space. This time gap had caused severe tearing damage to William. It was as if every cell in William's body had been crushed. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the heavily injured William couldn't even stand properly. He swayed 3 times and swayed 3 times. Although he didn't fall in the end, he probably didn't even have a third of his combat strength left. What kind of demonic technique is this? William was completely at a loss. He didn't even know what this faceless one in front of him had done to make him suddenly heavily injured. Because William was frozen, his memory in that second was fragmented. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened. Again! Jiang Fei was very proud of himself. He also wanted to test the actual combat effect of Time Lock. Therefore, after William was heavily injured, he began to switch from defense to offense. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei's pair of sharp claws were like a torrential rain, continuously attacking William. The injured William was clearly unable to keep up with the rhythm. He could only try his best to parry. However, parrying was not a long-term plan, because Jiang Fei's attacks would lock onto the starting time. Even if he was parried, it would not work. Of course, if he was not parried, with Jiang Fei's 12-inch long sharp claws, William would not have to worry about the timing lock. He could send Jiang Fei to the dining table in thin slices on the spot. Ding! Finally, after dozens of exchanges, time lock was triggered again. This time, Jiang Fei, who was fully focused, was already prepared. He did not give William any chance to recover, as the sharp claws swept across him. William was still frozen. His head was cut off. Time restored. William's eyes widened. He felt as if he was flying. There seemed to be a headless cavity under his body. From the way he dressed, that guy seemed to be him.
Am I dead?
This was William's last thought.
Have you completed the trial? It's a little easy.
After killing William, Jiang Fei asked in his heart. However, the voice did not answer him. At that moment, a loud shout came from the top of the city wall.
William! My son!
This live's call was filled with endless sorrow. Jiang Fei looked over and saw an old man standing on the top of the city wall. This old man had a heavy sword on his back. At that moment, tears were streaming down his face. His face was filled with sorrow.
A white-haired man sending a black-haired man off.
Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not want to do such a bad thing, the quest requirements were as such. In order to save his universe and save his family, Jiang Fei did not mind sacrificing some people who did not want to do it. At that moment, Jiang Fei was no longer constrained by morality. In his heart, other than the people he was close to, nothing else mattered.
Evil creature! Give me back my son's life!
The old man jumped down from the city wall and charged at Jiang Fei while dragging his long sword.
Sigh! I can't give back your son's life. What I can do is to send you all to reunite.
Jiang Fei said quietly, because the notification in his mind did not announce the end of the third round of the trial. It meant that this old man was also one of the targets of the trial.
Die! You ugly monster!
The old man roared angrily. Then, he brandished his heavy sword and charged up 3 consecutive strikes.
Ding! Ding!
After Jiang Fei parried the first 2 strikes, he realized that things were not looking good. The old man's strikes were getting more and more powerful. The third strike was not so easy to parry. Therefore, after parrying the first 2 strikes, Jiang Fei did not take the third strike head-on. Instead, he dodged it. The heavy sword in the old man's hand weighed at least 100 kilograms. Although its lethality was terrifying, its speed could not be as fast as the 2 swords. With Jiang Fei's speed, he could easily deal with the old man.
Go to H.L.
Seeing that his most powerful third sword was dodged, the old man roared angrily. Then, he brandished his heavy sword and slashed at Jiang Fei with a gust of sword wind.
Swish!
Jiang Fei wanted to dodge, but the sword wind was much wider than he had imagined. Therefore, although he had dodged the center of the sword wind, he was still swept to the side. Even though it was just a small side, Jiang Fei's left arm had disappeared into thin air. From this, it could be seen how powerful the old man's heavy sword was. Although Jiang Fei had lost his invincibility, his faceless carrier's defense was still very strong. He had only been swept to the side by the sword wind. Losing an arm was enough to prove the old man's strength. If it was an ordinary person, losing an arm would definitely result in a great loss of combat power. Moreover, the pain and constant loss of blood would also cause such an injury to the person. It would make his combat power worse than before. Defeat was inevitable. However, Jiang Fei was different. After the battle just now, his time reversal skill had already recovered. Swish! Jiang Fei, who had lost an arm, immediately activated his time reversal ability. This ability only lasted for 8 seconds. If he lost an arm for more than 8 seconds, even if he activated his ability, his arm would not be able to come back. As Jiang Fei went back 3 seconds, his arm was already as good as new. Moreover, due to the difference in positioning, Jiang Fei had passed through the old man and appeared behind him. The worst part was, the additional effect of time reversal had begun to interfere with the old man. The first mate's deceleration was too terrifying for the old man. In a fight between experts, any slight mistake would be fatal. Not to mention a significant reduction in speed. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei successfully attacked the old man one after another, leaving several bloody wounds on the old man's body. Some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Cough, cough. The old man coughed twice. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said,
You are very strong. I may die in your hands today. But before I die, please come with me to take a fall.
The old man suddenly looked up at the sky and roared. Immediately after, a red and black aura instantly enveloped him.
What is the old general going to do?
Several officers on the city wall asked.
He is going to sacrifice himself to get rid of that faceless one.
The adjutant of the old man said. He had followed the old man for decades, so he understood his old superior.
Sacrifice himself?
The officers on the city wall were even more confused.
The old general used to be a demon hunter of the Demon Slayer Guild. He could also absorb the power of the behemoths.
But when he absorbs this power, they will also be attacked by the behemoths. If they are not stopped, they will become behemoths sooner or later.
The adjutant stared at the battlefield below. He explained.
And the old general is now?
Asked one of the officers. Chapter 2762, Chapter 2751 Dragonification.
As a demon hunter, the old general is like the other demon hunters in the Demon Slayer Guild. When he gains power, he is also eroded by the evil aura of the behemoth. The Demon Slayer Guild has mastered a meditation method that can resist this erosion. Now, the old general is removing the suppression and letting the evil aura flow through his body.
The adjutant explained.
Why did the old general do this?
The officer asked.
Because after losing his son, the old general doesn't want to live anymore. He wants to risk his life,
the adjutant said. At this time, the black chi on the old man's body became heavier and heavier. That evil aura had already spread out and was rapidly eroding the old man's last bit of rationality.
If I kill this Faceless One, please shoot me before I escape. If I die at the hands of Faceless One,
it will also be seriously injured. You must seize the opportunity to destroy it.
Before the old man completely lost his rationality, the old man turned around and shouted at the top of the city wall.
General, don't worry.
The adjutant replied loudly.
Come on. Evil creature. Die with me.
The old man roared angrily. Soon after, his eyes were completely blinded by the black gas.
Woo woo woo.
As a gust of cold wind blew past, clusters of black fog rose around the old man. The black fog was very thick. It was impossible to see what was inside clearly. Even Jiang Fei's spiritual power could not see through it.
What the hell is this old man doing?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Roar.
At that moment, an angry roar was heard from the black mist. Following that, the black mist began to dissipate. When the black mist had completely dissipated, the old man's figure had disappeared and was replaced by a ferocious dragon.
Did the old general transform into a giant beast because of the corrosion of the evil energy?
The officers on the city wall guessed.
Yes. The old general has completely given up his life. He has transformed into a giant beast.
The adjutant cried.
General.
The other officers' eyes were red. Almost all of them had been raised by the old man. Now, in order to avenge his son, in order to kill this faceless one who tried to break into the city, he took the initiative to sacrifice his life.
Roar.
At this time, the dragon that the old man had transformed into let out an angry roar. Its entire body was covered in lightning. Its body was as fat as a large lizard. But it was very agile. It flapped its wings and charged at Jiang Fei.
Kill the dragon.
At this time, the voice in Jiang Fei's mind suddenly rang.
Come on.
Jiang Fei roared angrily. Although his body was not comparable to the dragon's, he was not afraid at all. He charged at the dragon that was charging at him.
Roar.
Before Jiang Fei could get close, the dragon suddenly let out a loud roar. A strong gust of wind blew towards Jiang Fei. It was as if Jiang Fei had been hit by a train. His body was sent flying by the dragon's sound wave attack on the spot. Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered quite a serious injury just now.
So powerful.
At that moment, Jiang Fei had to admit that the evil dragon that the old man had transformed into was indeed very powerful.
Kill.
However, at that moment, Jiang Fei could not be cowardly. He charged at the evil dragon once again, ignoring the fact that Jiang Fei had to be extra careful this time. He did not charge at it head-on. Instead, he continued to circle around it. He kept changing positions around the evil dragon. The evil dragon's body was fat. Although its attacks were extremely fierce, it did not have much flexibility. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to circle around it a few times before it reached his feet. As Jiang Fei only had close-range attacks, when he reached the evil dragon's feet, he could only attack its forelimbs. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose the left front leg.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
Jiang Fei waved the sharp claws of his hands as if he was flying, leaving dozens of bloody wounds on the evil dragon's left front leg. As the painful scales were cut, the dragon's flesh was exposed. This made it even easier for Jiang Fei to cut it.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
Jiang Fei's attacks continued to land on the dragon's body, taking away a large amount of flesh and blood.
Roar.
The dragon roared angrily. It wanted to lift its leg to step on Jiang Fei, but Jiang Fei nimbly dodged it and continued to attack the dragon's injured left front leg.
Plop.
All of a sudden, the dragon suddenly rolled on the ground. This almost scared Jiang Fei to death. If he was pressed under the dragon's body, with the dragon's weight, Jiang Fei would probably be turned into a picture. Fortunately, Jiang Fei dodged in time. He did not care about his image and rolled on the ground to dodge the dragon's attack. At the same time, he launched a fierce attack on the dragon's left front leg. Roar! The dragon continued to suffer pain. It raised its head to the sky and roared again. Immediately, a large cloud appeared out of thin air. Crack! A bolt of lightning came straight for Jiang Fei's head. F***CK! Jiang Fei was unprepared. He was struck by the lightning and his head exploded. At the same time, half of his body was charred by the lightning. Time reversal! At this time, Jiang Fei did not dare to save his skills. He could not move his body. If the dragon turned around and kicked him, he would become a meat patty. Therefore, Jiang Fei instantly activated his ability, allowing him to return to the time before he was injured. At the same time, the time around him had also become chaotic, causing the originally slow dragon to become even slower. Crack, 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 crack. The dragon's speed became slower, which gave Jiang Fei the opportunity to attack crazily. He continued to attack the dragon's left front leg. Finally, his efforts paid off. With a bone-cracking sound, the dragon's left front leg was broken by Jiang Fei. Boom! The dragon struggled in pain. Hey! You're finished now. Watch how I deal with you. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. In his opinion, the dragon's leg was broken. It must have lost its mobility. With its huge body, it had many blind spots that could not be attacked. He could just find a place to slowly attack it. However, what happened next stunned Jiang Fei. The dragon's broken leg was still lying on the ground. However, a stream of light shot out from its mouth. The stream of light instantly wrapped around the dragon's left front leg. Then, it actually transformed into a complete front leg. F***CK! Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. However, the dragon's attack had arrived. The dragon had just lost a leg to Jiang Fei. It hated Jiang Fei to the core. Although it no longer had the old man's memory and had become a giant beast, its hatred for Jiang Fei had become even deeper. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Fei had no choice but to deal with the dragon. After a few rounds, he began to attack the dragon's right front leg again. I don't believe that you can repair all the limbs on your body. Jiang Fei's Gen Force was also used. He fought against the dragon's front leg for 2 days. A few minutes later, the dragon's right front leg was also broken. At this time, the previous scene happened again. The dragon spat out a ball of energy and once again repaired its right front leg. Chapter 2763, Chapter 2752 Premonition of the Future. When Jiang Fei was attacking the dragon was also attacking him. However, the dragon only had a few attacks. So, after fighting for a while, Jiang Fei felt like he was fighting a boss. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei broke the dragon's front legs, wings, fangs, and tail. The dragon's broken limbs were everywhere. However, the dragon was really capable. It used its energy to repair the broken limbs and continued to fight Jiang Fei. Although it could repair the broken limbs, it could not recover the loss of vitality. Boom! With a loud, heavy sound, the dragon finally fell to the ground. Phew! I'm so tired! Jiang Fei bent his body and panted. The dragon's vitality was far stronger than he had imagined. Regardless, the dragon had already fallen. In this battle, Jiang Fei had completely mastered the use of time reversal. He knew when to activate this ability so that he could maximize the benefits. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also found the effect of time lock. This ability did not depend entirely on luck. In fact, after mastering the method, this skill was still very easy to trigger. The knocking on the door was to find the time freeze point on the enemy's body. As long as Jiang Fei attacked the time freeze point, he would basically be able to hit the time lock point within 3 moves. Although the time freeze point was not very easy to find. However, with Jiang Fei's massive mental strength, it was actually relatively easy to sense it. As long as he attacked the time freeze point as much as possible before the time freeze point shifted, it would be fine. Perhaps this evil dragon was created by that god to be used by Jiang Fei to hone his skills. Therefore, when Jiang Fei had almost mastered his skills, the evil dragon would lose its value. Therefore, it fell to the ground and died. General! A cry of sorrow was heard from the top of the city wall. Fire 10,000 arrows at once! At the same time, the adjutant also cried as he gave the order to attack. Just as the old general had said, after he transformed into a dragon, he wanted to fight this faceless one to the death. However, no matter what the outcome was, The soldiers had to clean up the mess and kill the one who survived. Jiang Fei, the faceless one, was not even worth mentioning. If the old general died, he would be the murderer of the old general and his son William. Moreover, he would be a threat to the city. Therefore, regardless of whether it was public or private, he would have to kill the faceless one. However, even if the old general won, he did win at the cost of transforming into a dragon. By then, he would have completely lost his mind and become a real giant beast. If he did not kill him, he would attack the city. Therefore, no matter who survived, everyone was already prepared to attack. The arrows flew toward Jiang Fei like locusts. At this time, Jiang Fei had already used up a lot of his stamina. He did not dare to stay at the bottom of the city to take them head on. He hurriedly turned around and ran away from the city wall.
Congratulations! You have completed the third stage of the trial.
As Jiang Fei was running away, he received a notification from the voice in his mind.
Now, come and receive your reward.
As the voice sounded in his mind, another memory was transmitted into Jiang Fei's mind.
You'll go.
As Jiang Fei ran, he checked the contents of this memory. As he had expected, this reward was still a time-related skill. Sensing the future, vibrating one's mental strength at a certain frequency, allowing one to see what was about to happen in advance.
F***CK. Great prophecy.
Jiang Fei was shocked by this skill.
Can I really predict the future?
Jiang Fei was extremely excited. There was a time when he refused to admit that time could be reversed. He thought that time could only be changed, but it could never be reversed. However, Jiang Fei's conviction had long been shaken. He had experienced time reversal more than once. Until now, although he did not know what the theory behind time reversal was, all of this had actually happened. Now that Jiang Fei had learned this heaven-defying prophecy ability, he really wanted to see the effect of this skill. Although there were still arrows shooting at him from behind, Jiang Fei still adjusted the frequency of the vibration of his mind power according to the method recorded in his memory.
Buzz!
Everything around him seemed to have slowed down. Jiang Fei looked back and saw that the arrows behind him were still shooting at him like a storm.
I don't see the future?
Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment and then canceled the prediction of the future skill.
Whoosh!
An arrow that was about to hit Jiang Fei suddenly retreated a few meters.
What's going on? How is it possible to retreat?
Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he instantly understood what was going on.
It's only 0.5 seconds.
Jiang Fei smacked his lips and dodged the arrow. It turned out that premonition was not like what Jiang Fei had imagined. He could predict what would happen in the future. This thing only had a half-second duration. Its range was also very limited. In other words, Jiang Fei could only see what would happen half a second later next to him. This skill could not be said to be weak, but it was far from what Jiang Fei had expected. The main purpose of predicting the future was to be able to detect the opponent's movements half a second in advance during a battle. This was equivalent to giving him an invincible position. Moreover, this skill was also a perfect match for time lock. Jiang Fei could predict the future and know the opponent's time freeze point in advance. Then, he could prepare to attack that place, achieving twice the result with half the effort.
Sigh. It seems that only a god can predict what will happen in hundreds of thousands of years.
Right. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. At this time, he had already run out of the range of the bows and arrows.
Please enter Sky High City and begin the final trial.
At this time, the voice in Jiang Fei's mind sounded again.
Now? Forget it. It'll just wait for a while.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If he were to start the final trial now, he would be courting death. When he fought the evil dragon, although Jiang Fei did not suffer any injuries, he had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he needed time to recover. After returning to the forest, Jiang Fei found a big tree and climbed up. He planned to take a nap on the tree. When his stamina and mental strength had recovered, he would go to High Heaven City to open the final trial. Anyway, the voice in his mind did not give Jiang Fei a time limit. Previously, the Mercury Man had said that he had 7 days to use, so he was not in a hurry. After climbing up the tree, Jiang Fei fell asleep in a daze. As he was deep in the forest, he was not too worried about being disturbed. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes and saw that his surroundings were pitch black. There was only a crescent moon in the sky above him. Chapter 2764, Chapter 2753. Hunting. The moon was in the middle of the sky. It was midnight. The party that woke Jiang Fei up was a small group of humans and fairies.
Captain, do you think we can find the faceless one?
A human girl with a staff asked. Definitely. That guy is injured. He won't be able to escape far.
A human man with a huge sword on his back said.
But the question is, after we find him, will we be able to defeat him?
The fairy with a bow and arrow on her back didn't seem to be optimistic about this operation.
Cardos, if you're scared, hurry back. Maybe your mother left the door open for you.
The human man with a huge sword on his back mocked.
Humph! You're the one who's scared.
The fairy man was still young after all. After being provoked by someone's words, he no longer insisted on his own opinion.
You guys are really long-winded. Won't you know once you find the guy and fight him?
A barbarian man said as he knocked on the sword and shield in his hand.
Would better be more careful. You guys have also seen the strength of that faceless one during the day. Even after the old general dragonized, he was still no match for him.
A human man wearing boxing gloves said.
That's true. Everyone be careful. After we find that faceless one, we will see what happens first.
The guy with the huge sword on his back nodded.
Yo! Are you here to look for me?
Jiang Fei heard the conversation of these people clearly from the tree. However, Jiang Fei also felt that it was a little funny. These young people were really stupid. Their strength was not even comparable to William during the day, let alone the guy who had dragonized. Now, they actually took the initiative to come out and look for him. Wasn't that a death wish? Jiang Fei watched as these people left. He ignored them. These half-grown children were too weak. They could not arouse Jiang Fei's desire to fight. Moreover, his most important task now was to rest. After daybreak, he still planned to go to Gaotian City to start the final test. After the group of young people had left, Jiang Fei fell asleep again in a daze. However, before he could sleep well, there was a commotion downstairs.
Seriously? We could lose the map. What should we do now? Are we trapped here?
The human girl holding the staff complained. Clearly, these unlucky young people had returned.
It's hard to say. In this dense jungle, there's no map. Isn't it normal to get lost? If it were up to me, you shouldn't have given the map to that guy,
said the guy with the gloves.
I didn't do it on purpose. What should we do now?
Said the human man with a huge sword on his back. He was the team leader. But now that the crucial map was lost, his leadership in the team was gone.
Now! Nothing!
The man with the gloves said coldly.
Forget it. Let's stay here for the night. The lords will come to find us tomorrow.
The fairy Caduce with a bow on his back was still calm.
That's true. Let's stay here for the night.
The man with the long sword nodded.
Humph.
The human man with the boxing gloves snorted coldly, but did not say anything else.
Let's make a bonfire first. It will warm us up,
the barbarian said with a smile. Staying in the forest for the night was nothing to him.
All right.
The few of them were too young. They had made a bonfire in the forest just like that. Moreover, they had completely exposed themselves to others. Jiang Fei was right above their heads. However, the trees were very tall, and the sky was very dark. So the few of them did not notice him. Soon, after the young people ate some dry food, they found a place to sleep. These people did not even leave a night watchman. They were able to walk from the outskirts of the forest to here. Jiang Fei had to admit that these people were very lucky. With their vigilance, if they were unlucky, they would have turned into giant beast feces. Soon, the sound of the barbarian snoring could be heard. Jiang Fei frowned. The sound of the barbarian snoring was like thunder. It was so loud that he could not fall asleep.
This is so annoying.
Jiang Fei immediately sat up from the tree branch that he was leaning on. As Jiang Fei stood up rather fiercely, the tree branch that he was carrying swayed slightly. This woke up the fairies who were sleeping less. The fairies subconsciously looked up into the sky and saw that there were tree crowns all over their heads. In the tree crowns above their heads, there was actually a faint figure, rubbing his eyes hard. The fairies looked up again. That's right. There was really a figure.
Who? Come down!
Cried the fairy man. At that moment, he was not afraid. He even felt that the figure above should be someone sent by one of their families to protect them.
Are you calling me?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he saw the fairy man raising his head. It was probably him. Jiang Fei was a more easygoing person. If someone called him from below, he would go down. Swoosh! Jiang Fei's legs fluttered as he jumped down from the tree.
Hi!
Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to greet the fairy man.
You?
The fairy man was so scared that he took half a step back. Although they had come out to look for the faceless one. When Jiang Fei appeared in front of him, all of his previous lofty ambitions had been thrown into the clouds by the fairy man.
Cardos! What's wrong? The glove man asked with a confused look on his face. No. No. Cardos wanted to say Faceless One, but he could not. At that moment, he was so scared that he could not even speak properly. What a waste! The glove man was the strongest among them, so he did not think much of the rest of the party. As he cursed, the glove man opened his eyes. He looked in Cardos' direction and saw Jiang Fei grinning at him. F***CK 0.1 Mom. My grandma! The man with the gloves was so scared that he stood up immediately. You? A second ago, the man with the gloves was still mocking Cardos for being a good-for-nothing. In the end, he was no better than Cardos. He was also so scared that he could not speak. What's wrong? What's wrong? After such a commotion, the rest of the people also woke up. Ah! The staff lady screamed in fear. Although she and her companions claimed to be looking for the Faceless One, that was just an excuse for these half-grown children. They kept saying that they wanted to kill the Faceless One. That was all for bragging when they returned home. When Jiang Fei appeared in front of these guys, they were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Yo! Aren't these the experts who are going to kill me? Jiang Fei smiled and used his spiritual power to talk to these guys. I beg you. Please don't kill us. At this moment, the staff lady was on the verge of breaking down. Go to H.L. However, at this moment, what everyone did not expect was that the guy with the huge sword on his back was actually charging at Jiang Fei with his weapon. Chapter 2765, Chapter 27. The young demon hunters were not the only ones who did not expect this. Even Jiang Fei did not expect that this guy with a giant sword would take the initiative to charge at them. To everyone, this guy with a giant sword was no match for Jiang Fei, the Faceless One. Now, they had to think about how to escape instead of provoking the Faceless One in front of them. Kill him, and we will become official demon hunters. The man with the giant sword on his back shouted at his companions as he attacked Jiang Fei. Holy sh**t. The man with the gloves was really shocked. He shouted, Run! Then, he ignored the others and randomly picked a direction to run down. Because the map had been lost, the group of young people had already lost their way. Therefore, the direction was meaningless to them. Once the man with the gloves ran, the others naturally followed suit. Moreover, as the young people ran, they cursed in their hearts. Initially, they thought that everyone's goal was the same. They wanted to take a stroll in the jungle. After that, they had the ability to go back and brag. No one would really plan to kill the injured Faceless One. However, they never thought that there was such a brainless person among them. He actually planned to kill the Faceless One. Swish! Jiang Fei immediately activated Time Lock. A layer of time coating covered both of his claws, making them invincible. Bang! Immediately after, Jiang Fei grabbed the giant sword that was coming at him. The reason why he activated his skill was mainly to increase his defense, so that he could grab the sharp blade. However, something that Jiang Fei did not expect happened. He did not know whether it was the giant sword guy's bad luck or something else. Jiang Fei did not attack his time freeze point, nor did he collide with him many times. It was just one collision. Jiang Fei grabbed the blade. However, Time Lock was still activated. The giant sword guy was frozen on the spot. This was not a big deal because Jiang Fei did not launch any follow-up attacks. However, what happened next was out of Jiang Fei's control. After Time Lock ended, it was because of the tear damage caused by the time gap. Once this Time Lock happened, there was no way to stop it. Swish! The giant sword man was too weak. He was torn into pieces by the time tear effect on the spot. Ah! A girl's scream sounded from afar. The giant sword man was too weak. He did not even have the time to scream before he was completely turned into a pile of mincemeat. This scream was made by the female staff who was running in front of him. As she ran, she did not know what happened. She turned around and saw that the man with the giant sword was crushed into powder by Faceless One after the giant sword was grabbed by Faceless One. Plop! Because of the shock, the staff lady fainted on the ground. The others did not care about her at all. They all ran for their lives. Hee. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. These people really had nothing better to do than to come out and seek death. They did not have any ability at all. They dared to take such a big risk just so that they could brag about it when they returned home. One had to admit that the ignorant were truly fearless. Especially the man with the giant sword. Although Jiang Fei did not intend to kill him. Not only was this kid brainless, but his luck was also bad. If he was just a little bit tighter, he would be able to catch up with the time lock. Such bad luck. Yet he dares to come out and take the risk. Isn't this a death wish? Jiang Fei muttered in his heart and walked towards the staff lady. When he arrived in front of the staff lady, Jiang Fei found that the girl had already fainted. Her little face was pale. She was probably scared out of her wits.
What a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse. They have never experienced anything. Yet they dare to imitate others and become demon hunters. This is really...
Jiang Fei did not know what to say about these people. He looked around and found that Jiang Fei did not kill this girl. He did not think that this girl was beautiful. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei had any evil intentions, his current body structure would not allow it. He just felt bored. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. Ever since he came to the Delta Dimension, Jiang Fei had not spoken to anyone. Almost the moment he met her, she would call him an evil creature. Then, they would fight. Then, she would be killed by him. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that it was rather boring. This chick did not have much combat power. Moreover, she was timid. She probably did not dare to fight back. Therefore, it was unlikely that Jiang Fei would accidentally kill her. It was a good time for such a guy to stay and chat. Looking at the staff chick lying on the ground, Jiang Fei sat down at the side. He did not want any ferocious beasts to come and eat her. As for picking up the chick, Jiang Fei did not reach out. His pair of 12-inch long sharp claws. Before the little girl could be picked up, she was already cut into pieces. After about an hour, the little girl finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, what she saw was Jiang Fei's ugly blue face slap.
Ah!
A shrill cry sounded in the forest, scaring countless birds into the air.
*MN. This is too cowardly.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He came over to chat with the little girl to relieve his boredom. Unexpectedly, when the little girl opened her eyes, she was scared to death by Jiang Fei. After another half an hour, the little girl woke up again.
Ah!
She screamed and fainted again.
*MN. You're really good.
Jiang Fei was so angry that he lost his temper. This time, he hid a little further away. He waited for the little girl to get used to it before he showed himself. However, he did not expect the little girl to still be unconscious.
Ah! Ah!
The little girl fainted 5 or 6 times until the sky was almost bright. When she woke up again, she finally accepted the fact that Jiang Fei was beside her.
You? What are you doing?
The little girl with the staff asked in fear. At the same time, she sat on the ground and used her legs to push herself back.
Don't be afraid. I'm going to kill you. You're already meat paste now,
Jiang Fei said with his spiritual power.
You actually know how to talk.
The little girl asked in surprise.
Are all the humans here idiots?
Jiang Fei said angrily.
UH.
When the little girl saw that Jiang Fei was angry, she was so scared that she did not dare to speak anymore.
Alright. What's your name?
Jiang Fei asked with his spiritual power.
My name is Endoris,
said the little staff girl.
Is she a magician?
Jiang Fei asked.
Apprentice magician apprentice,
Endoris said in embarrassment.
Apprentice magician? Apprentice? How dare you come to the jungle just like that?
Jiang Fei was so angry that he almost died. This little girl had never fought before, so he did not know what her strength was. However, now that he looked at it, she still had his companions. That was really annoying.
We planned to walk around the edge of the jungle and then go back to brag to our classmates. But unexpectedly,
Endoris was about to cry. They really did not plan to go into the depths of the jungle. However, they did not expect that stupid teammate to lose the map. Chapter 2766, Chapter 2755. The Ultimate Trial. Jiang Fei was at a loss for words as he listened to Endoris' description.
Will you kill me?
Endoris asked in fear.
It's hard to say. I'm not hungry yet. When I'm hungry, I might eat you,
Jiang Fei said, deliberately trying to scare the little girl.
Please.
Don't eat me.
Okay. Endoris was so scared that tears were about to flow out of her eyes.
If I don't eat you, what if I'm hungry?
Jiang Fei deliberately teased her. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. After he had fully recovered his spiritual power, he would be able to start the next round of the trial.
I have some dry food here.
Endoris took out a small piece of cake from her pocket. As she did not plan to stay in the forest for long, she did not bring too much food.
This is just a small piece. Moreover, I only eat meat.
Jiang Fei was bored, so he continued to tease the little girl.
But?
Endoris was dumbfounded. She did not bring any meat with her. Moreover, this was a remote place. She had nowhere to buy it.
You see, there is no other food here. So, when I'm hungry,
I still have to eat you.
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he said to Andoris,
Sigh. I didn't feel hungry just now. However, after you took out some food, I suddenly felt a little hungry.
As he said that, Jiang Fei moved closer to Andoris.
Wah!
Tears fell from Andoris' eyes on the spot. This made Jiang Fei feel a little embarrassed. He was a man. Why would he scare a little girl when he was full?
Evil creature. Don't hurt my daughter.
At this moment, a loud roar came from afar. Following that, a fireball came straight at Jiang Fei.
F***CK.
Jiang Fei rolled backward to avoid the sudden fireball. Then, he turned around to check on the person. A middle-aged man was running from afar. He was holding a staff in his hand. His 2 legs were as fast as flying. In just a few steps, he had arrived in front of Andoris.
Andoris, are you okay?
The man asked Andoris as he carefully observed Jiang Fei.
Dad, I'm fine. It's not hungry yet, so it didn't hurt me.
Andoris really believed Jiang Fei.
Hee.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Andoris' father must have found out that his daughter was missing.
Andoris, don't be afraid. I will protect you.
The middle-aged man helped Andoris up and then carefully stepped back. He did not want to fight Jiang Fei here because this was the jungle. If he was in any danger, Andoris would not be able to walk out by herself. Therefore, it was best not to have a conflict with the faceless one in front of him. Jiang Fei was not a bloodthirsty person. Although he did not mind killing anyone in the Delta Dimension for his own benefit, he did not want to kill the innocent if there were no necessary benefits.
The final trial is about to begin. Please be prepared to defeat the man in front of you.
At that moment, a notification sounded in Jiang Fei's mind.
What?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He was just about to let the middle-aged man and Andoris leave. He did not expect that the person who had entered the High Heaven City to activate the 4th trial was Andoris' father. Now! The notification sounded. Although Jiang Fei had not yet recovered to his best condition, the trial had already begun. He could not stop it unless he intended to give up the last reward.
Wait!
Jiang Fei had no choice but to use his spiritual power to stop the father and daughter.
Swish!
Andoris' father held his staff across his chest and looked at Jiang Fei cautiously.
You can send your daughter back to the city, but you have to come back.
Okay, Jiang Fei said to Andoris' father.
You came to High Sky City to kill me?
Andoris' father reacted quickly.
Father, what did you say?
Andoris was dumbfounded, as Jiang Fei was using his spiritual power to communicate. She could not hear what Jiang Fei was saying.
I guess so. My mission is to kill you. Or rather, defeat you. I can't control the specifics.
Jiang Fei said.
All right. I will keep my promise and come back to fight you. Thank you for letting me send my daughter back.
Andoris' father cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei did not let them leave, they could start fighting now. When that time came, regardless of whether they won or lost, Andoris would be in danger. Therefore, when Jiang Fei allowed him to send his daughter back to the city,
Andoris' father was very grateful.
I do not want to kill innocent people. I have no choice but to fight with you. I'm sorry,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Andoris' father nodded at Jiang Fei. Then, he did not say anything else. He held onto Andoris' hand and ran toward the direction of the city. With the support of wind magic, Andoris' father ran very fast. Although he was still holding onto Andoris' hand as a burden, he returned to the city after an hour.
Go in. Go back and find your mother. Tell her that I'm going to complete a quest. If I don't come back tomorrow, it means that I'm dead. Learn magic well and don't avenge me,
Andoris' father instructed.
Father, come back with me,
Andoris said.
Silly child. Father has to keep his promise,
Andoris' father said.
But it's just a faceless man, not a human. Father, you don't have to keep your promise. What can you do if you lie to it?
Andoris didn't want her father to take the risk.
He will slaughter Jao City.
Andoris' father laughed bitterly. He also knew that he was going to die. But for his daughter and Jao City, he had no other choice.
But father,
Andoris wanted to say something else, but her father did not give her the chance. As she waved her staff, a wind magic wrapped around Andoris and sent her back to the city. After doing all this, Andoris' father took a deep breath and prepared to enter the jungle.
You are very honest.
Jiang Fei's figure walked out from the jungle.
I do not dare to say that I am honest. But since it is a promise, I will definitely do it,
said Andoris' father.
Before we fight, I would like to know your name,
Jiang Fei said.
Vincent William Van. And Doris gave her full name, which was rare, to show her respect for Jiang Fei. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei also said his name. You have a name too? Vincent was stunned. Faceless one does have a name, but I'm not. I'm just living in its body, Jiang Fei said. No wonder your behavior is different from other faceless ones. Vincent nodded. Chapter 2767, Chapter 2756 Battle Mage. Come on! There's no point in talking. Let's begin, Jiang Fei said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Vincent nodded and began to fight. Generally speaking, when a mage fought a warrior, especially an agility-type warrior, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, they needed the time to cast spells and the distance to cast spells. The powerful lethality of a mage was based on the protection of a warrior. However, Vincent was different. He was not a mage in the traditional sense, although he also held a staff. He was a battle mage. Battle mages, as the name implied, were a relatively different group of mages. Apart from being good at magic, they were also proficient in some close combat techniques. Although compared to those professions that specialized in close combat, their standards might be a little inferior. But when faced with close combat threats, they dealt with them much better than regular mages. Other than that, battle mages rarely practiced spells that were cast for long periods of time. Although the lethality of such spells was devastating. In close combat, no one would give you the time to cast them. Therefore, battle mages were good at instant casting and fast spells that only required 1 or 2 sentences to cast. Although these spells were not as powerful as large-scale spells, they were faster to cast. Moreover, they consumed less mana. Coupled with the battle mage's agile movement skills, they were best at close combat. Flame Blast! Vincent raised his hand and attacked Jiang Fei. Although he had been very polite to Jiang Fei just now, if he really attacked, it would be a matter of his life. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball came straight at Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei hurriedly dodged to the side and tried to get close to Vincent. As a 100% melee fighter, Jiang Fei did not have any long-range attack abilities. Although his mind power could be used from afar. He could see it now. Mind power attacks were extremely ineffective against these high-dimensional creatures. It would be better to save his mind power to use those time skills. Seeing that Jiang Fei dodged his flame charge and moved closer to him, Vincent was not in a hurry. He used his staff to poke at his feet as he moved backward. Boom! A pillar of fire shot up into the sky and blocked between Jiang Fei and Vincent. If Jiang Fei continued to move closer, he would definitely be hurt by the flames. Vincent's strength was not comparable to those little guys just now. His strength was even stronger than William and the old man in dragon form. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei was full of fighting spirit, he did not dare to recklessly charge into the pillar of fire. After being blocked by the pillar of fire, Jiang Fei was inevitably pulled away by Vincent. This also happened to fall into Vincent's battle rhythm. As a battle mage, Vincent was very good at this kind of battle method. Through the effects of magic, he constantly restricted the opponent's attacks and movements to prevent the enemy from getting close to him. Then, he would find an opportunity to cast instant magic to wear down the opponent bit by bit until the opponent was worn down to death. Battle mages were different from traditional mages. They never paid attention to killing their opponents in one hit. They could not kill their opponents in one hit either. The power of these instant spells was very leisurely. It might take a dozen or even dozens of attacks to kill their opponents. However, battle mages, who were more flexible, were not as weak as traditional mages. If Vincent was a traditional mage, he might have been cut into pieces by Jiang Fei's chaotic blades before he could complete a spell. As Vincent raised his hand, 3 arcane missiles flew towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no choice but to roll on the ground to avoid the 3 consecutive arcane missiles. ***, this guy is really good, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Vincent had almost calculated his attack style. Every time he did not wait for Jiang Fei to attack, the other party would use magic to force him back. Although they had fought for a few rounds and neither of them had touched the other, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. As of now, he had almost not consumed anything. Meanwhile, Vincent had already cast more than 10 spells. Although the consumption of instant magic was very low, it would also consume a large amount of mana if it was cast too much. Once a magician lost their mana, whether it was a battle mage or a traditional mage, they would be no different. They would just be a bunch of meat on the chopping board. As the battle continued, Vincent felt that it was about time. He had already tested enough. If he continued to waste his energy like this, it would clearly be disadvantageous to him. Therefore, at this moment, Vincent decided to be serious. Another set of arcane missiles. After forcing Jiang Fei to retreat slightly, Vincent did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He took the initiative to attack.
Oh! He came to me?
Jiang Fei was happy. He was worried that he would not be able to touch Vincent. However, this guy had come to him.
Swish!
Jiang Fei prepared his 12-inch sharp claws. Once he found an opportunity, this claw would strike Vincent. At worst, Vincent's limbs would be broken. At worst, he would be stabbed by Jiang Fei.
Crack!
Just when Vincent was close to Jiang Fei and was about to enter his attack range, Jiang Fei raised his claws. Vincent stopped. Not only did he stop, but he also poked his staff on the ground. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was ready to step forward and give Vincent a hard time. However, he saw a ring of ice spread out. At this time, it was too late for Jiang Fei to dodge. His feet were instantly frozen. Gulu. Vincent rolled and opened up a distance between him and Jiang Fei. Because Jiang Fei was controlled, he could not go forward to attack. Moreover, he could not dodge. Vincent started chanting. Although it was a spell that required chanting, a battle mage would never spend more than a second to chant. In just a few syllables, Vincent had completed his own spell. At that moment, Jiang Fei had just broken the ice under his feet and regained his mobility. Phew! A fireball the size of a basketball came straight at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei quickly dodged to the side. But the fireball followed him and changed direction.
Damn! Automatic guidance?
Jiang Fei was shocked. But it was too late for him to dodge.
Boom!
The fireball hit Jiang Fei's chest hard, instantly burning his chest. Not only that, the power of the flame also spread to his body. Jiang Fei immediately felt as if his insides were on fire.
Damn it! What bad luck.
Jiang Fei had no choice but to activate time reversal. If he continued to fight like this, his strength would be greatly reduced. He might really be defeated by Vincent. Chapter 2768, Chapter 2757. Outsmarting the enemy. As he had been suppressed, Jiang Fei could not find a good position even if he activated time reversal. Even so, Vincent was still shocked. He had just seen Jiang Fei being injured by the fireball. However, in the blink of an eye, he was as good as new.
Come on! I'm going to be serious too!
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and adjusted the frequency of his spiritual power. He activated two skills, Time Lock and Premonition. As these two skills were continuous skills, they would constantly consume spiritual power after activation. Therefore, Jiang Fei usually did not activate these two skills. However, after discovering that Vincent was so difficult to deal with, he had no choice but to take it seriously. Whoosh! On the other side, Vincent used the same trick again. He used Flame Blast to force Jiang Fei back. However, because he had activated Premonition, Jiang Fei had already begun to move before Vincent even raised his hand. Premonition of the future by half a second might be a useless skill in his spare time, because half a second did not mean anything at all. You had just sensed it. And before you could react, the future had already become a reality. However, in a battle, a half-second advantage was very valuable. It could even represent victory or defeat. It represented life and death.
So fast!
From Vincent's point of view, Jiang Fei's speed had at least doubled. Before his fireball left his hand, the other party had already dodged it.
Arcane Missile! Ice Spear! Arcane Energy Impact! Earthquake! Frost Shock!
Vincent kept retreating and casting spells at the same time. However, Jiang Fei's speed was too fast. His attacks had only made one stance, and the other party had already dodged it. This caused all of his attacks to miss. Although Jiang Fei was unable to close the distance between him and Vincent. This was under the condition that Vincent kept retreating and casting spells. Although instant cast spells consumed less mana, they could not stop Vincent from continuously casting them. Very quickly, Vincent's mana was depleted by more than half.
What should I do?
Vincent was extremely anxious. Once he ran out of mana, he would definitely die. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was also having a hard time. Activating his premonition would allow him to easily dodge Vincent's attacks. However, do not forget that while Vincent was depleting his mana, Jiang Fei was also using his ability to maintain his premonition. His mind power was also being depleted. Although Jiang Fei's mind power reserve was very strong. Who knew how much mana Vincent had? Although this was a game field, designed by a certain god to allow Jiang Fei to learn skills. This was not a real game after all. Jiang Fei could not see Vincent's blue bar After more than 10 minutes of playing, Vincent's forehead started to sweat. His current mana reserve was less than a quarter of his peak, although he still had a precious mana potion in his pocket. Even if he drank the mana potion, his mana would at most be restored to his peak. However, under such circumstances, replenishing his mana would not be able to turn the tide of the battle. At most, it would allow him to hold on for a little longer. Vincent did not know that Jiang Fei's current state also came at the cost of consuming his strength. He only felt that Jiang Fei had increased his speed. He did not know that Jiang Fei could predict what would happen half a second later, so he had made the move ahead of time. Very soon, Vincent's mana was depleted. He had no choice but to drink the precious mana potion. Although it could only delay him for a while, it was still much better than dying immediately.
F***CK? I can still take potions?
Jiang Fei was furious. At that moment, he had used up more than half of his mental strength. He thought that the other party was sweating and was about to die. He did not expect that the other party would actually take potions. Vincent could take potions, but Jiang Fei did not have any. He did not have any potions to use. In that case, Jiang Fei could no longer maintain his calm. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not know that Vincent only had one bottle of potions. He thought that Vincent had a few stacks of potions on him. If that was the case, he would not be able to outlast the other party. Therefore, in the face of danger, Jiang Fei activated Time Lock again. During the previous exchange, because Vincent kept casting spells to force Jiang Fei back, he could not get close to him. Therefore, it was meaningless to activate Time Lock. Jiang Fei did not want to waste his mental strength, so he turned it off. Now, Jiang Fei felt that he could not outlast his opponent. Therefore, he activated this skill again and was ready to fight with his life.
Flame Blast!
Vincent started a new round of attacks.
Roar!
Jiang Fei roared. He did not dodge anymore. Instead, he charged straight at the incoming fireball.
Bang!
The fireball hit Jiang Fei's crossed claws in front of him. Because his claws were covered by time coating, the fireball could not hurt Jiang Fei. Although he was not injured, the impact of the flame was very strong. Jiang Fei was stunned by the fireball.
Opportunity!
Vincent immediately retreated and quickly chanted a few syllables.
Boom!
An even bigger fireball came at him. Swish! This time, Jiang Fei did not dare to receive it. He rolled under the fireball. However, this fireball had automatic guidance. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei went under the fireball, after the fireball took a turn, the fireball charged at him again.
Take this!
As he went under the fireball, Jiang Fei continued to charge at Vincent. This opportunity allowed him to close the distance between him and Vincent. Seeing that Jiang Fei was almost reaching Vincent, the distance between the two was less than a meter. If Jiang Fei took another step forward, he would be able to tear Vincent into pieces with his sharp claws. Vincent's lips curled into a cold smile. At that moment, the fireball behind Jiang Fei had also circled back. Moreover, the fireball was even closer to Jiang Fei. It was almost touching Jiang Fei's back. At that moment, whether Jiang Fei continued to move forward or dodged left and right, it was too late for him. Once he was hit by the fireball, he would definitely be heavily injured. With the inertia of charging forward, even if his sharp claws were sharp, it was impossible for them to break through Vincent's magic shield. Just when Vincent thought that he had one, he suddenly noticed a sly look in Jiang Fei's eyes. Just as Vincent frowned, Jiang Fei suddenly disappeared. Time reversal. At this moment, Jiang Fei activated his ability. Although he could not move behind Vincent, he could rewind to where he was 2 seconds ago. At this time, the fireball was almost touching his body. Jiang Fei suddenly disappeared. The fireball could not be stopped. Jiang Fei's position, just now, was only one step away from Vincent. If he was gone and the fireball could not be stopped, Vincent would be the first one to bear the brunt. Chapter 2769, Chapter 2758. Chimera.
Ah!
Following Vincent's scream, it was too late for him to dodge. Caught off guard, Vincent was hit by his own fireball.
Bang!
Vincent was sent flying by his own fireball on the spot. And the magic shield on his body also exploded on the spot. After the magic shield exploded, the damage of the large fireball was basically nullified. Vincent did not receive too much damage. But when he landed on the ground, his arm was slightly bruised. Although he was not injured, Vincent's face was ashen. He knew that he was finished. Although he was not injured, the magic shield had consumed too much of his mana to nullify the damage of the large fireball. He was already low on mana. Now, he could no longer cast a few spells. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Fei leaped and closed in on Vincent. Boom! Vincent used the remaining mana in his body to cast a flame attack. Jiang Fei used his claws to block in front of him. The fireball hit the time coating and instantly exploded into a ball of sparks. Jiang Fei was not injured. However, his body, that was charging forward, was slowed down. This time, Vincent did not take advantage of Jiang Fei being blocked to dodge. Instead, he began to chant a spell. This time, Vincent's spell was much longer than before. It was a full 12 syllables. It took a second and a half to complete. Previously, although Jiang Fei was knocked back by the flame blast, a second and a half was enough for him to regain his balance. Then, he charged toward Vincent again. Death Summon! Vincent's spell had also ended. Swish! Jiang Fei slashed down with his claw. He wanted to kill Vincent on the spot, but his claw missed. It was not that Vincent had dodged Jiang Fei's attack. Instead, he had turned into a ball of dust and disappeared in front of Jiang Fei. What's going on? Jiang Fei was stunned. However, at that moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above his head. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Crack! Following a few thunderous sounds, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Jiang Fei's feet. Danger! Jiang Fei felt his heart palpitate. This feeling of danger made him immediately dodge to the side and escape the range of the magic circle. Boom! Raging flames rose into the sky. Crack! The lightning above his head struck down. Lightning and fire intertwined together. Roar! Amidst the lightning and fire, a loud roar was heard. Vincent knew that he could no longer fight, and that he would definitely die. He directly used his own life as the price to summon the giant beast. Holy sh**t. This guy is really ruthless. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He did not expect Vincent to be so ruthless. However, the giant beast had already been summoned. Moreover, Jiang Fei's trial had not been declared to be over. In order to obtain the final reward, he had no choice but to continue fighting, even though he had less than 1/3 of his mental strength reserves. Roar! Another loud roar was heard. At this time, the thunder had dissipated, and the flames had disappeared. The true appearance of the giant beast was revealed. This was a very strange-looking giant beast. It had the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tip of its tail was the head of a cobra. There was also a sheep head growing out of each of its shoulders. What the hell is this? Jiang Fei was stunned. Roar! The monster roared. If Jiang Fei was a local, he would have recognized the monster as the Chimera. Come on! I don't care who you are. I know that you are my quest monster. Jiang Fei made up his mind and prepared for battle. At that moment, the Chimera had its eyes on Jiang Fei. Tap tap tap. After a few steps, the Chimera charged at Jiang Fei. This guy is huge. It's not a good idea to fight him head-on. I should just swim. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The monster was more than 5 meters long, and its 4 feet were more than 3 meters tall. Judging from its size, Jiang Fei was no match for it. When it came to strength, it was definitely related to its size. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not at a disadvantage. When he saw the monster pouncing on him, he immediately dodged it. Roar! After missing its target, the Chimera roared angrily. Then, it turned around abruptly. The lion head in the middle spat out blazing flames at Jiang Fei. F***ck! You still know this move? Jiang Fei was shocked. He quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the flames. At the same time, he circled behind the Chimera. You should try mine too. Jiang Fei circled behind the Chimera and roared angrily. Then, he clawed at one of the Chimera's hind legs. There was no other way. With his height, he could only attack this position. Ta-ta-ta. The Chimera seemed to have eyes on its back. It ran forward a few steps and did not turn back. PFFT. The Chimera's cobra-like tail suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of green venom at Jiang Fei. The***MN. Is it really a snake's head? Jiang Fei was shocked. He originally meant that the tail only looked like a snake's head. He did not expect it to really be able to attack. When he saw the snake's head sticking out its tongue and revealing its fangs, it rushed toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not dare to stay any longer. The venom from earlier had already caused his skin to fester. If he was bitten by the snake's head again, he might be crippled, as his body had only been corroded by the snake's venom to remove a few wounds. This kind of snake's venom was purely corrosive. It did not have the effect of numbing the nerves. Therefore, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and did not activate the cooldown for a long time. Moreover, it consumed a lot of his mental strength. After Jiang Fei dodged the attack of the snake head, the chimera took a few steps forward. Then, it turned around and faced Jiang Fei again. Come on! Let's face it head on! Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. After all, the monster had a 360-degree attack. There was no blind spot. It was meaningless for him to go around the back. Roar! The chimera roared. At the same time, it raised its front claws high towards Jiang Fei. Boom! The front claws landed on the ground. At that moment, the eyes of the sheep head on the chimera's left shoulder suddenly flashed. 2 thunderbolts followed its front claws and swept towards Jiang Fei. F***CK! Seeing the thunderbolts sweeping towards him, Jiang Fei hurriedly rolled and dodged the thunderbolts. However, at that moment, the chimera jumped high and landed beside Jiang Fei. The moment the chimera landed on the ground, the sheep's head on its right shoulder lit up. Crack! Within a 2-meter radius around the chimera, rows of ice thorns suddenly rose from the ground. Even Jiang Fei was caught off guard by the sudden rise of these ice thorns. Boom! Jiang Fei was sent flying by the ice thorns. Countless cuts were made on his legs. Blood flowed down. Although he was not hurt by the ice thorns, Jiang Fei was still hurt. Chapter 2770, Chapter 2759. Weakness. Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still resisted the urge to activate time reversal, because he did not have much spiritual power left in his body. Blindly activating time reversal, if it was just to avoid a certain skill or to reduce his injuries, it would not be worth it. Roar! Following an angry roar, the chimera attacked again. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei realized that the monster only had these 2 skills. It only had these few skills. Very quickly, Jiang Fei found the weakness of these skills. First, the cobra's tail. The attack range of this thing was very limited. Whether it was spitting poison or opening its mouth to bite the chimera, the attack range was just behind the chimera's buttocks. As long as Jiang Fei did not go behind the chimera's buttocks, the snake's head was almost useless. Secondly, the lion's head was spewing flames. Although this thing was powerful, it was only facing the chimera. Moreover, it had to be relatively close to the chimera in order to be burned by the flames. As long as Jiang Fei avoided the chimera's front, not only would the flames no longer pose a threat to him, but when the chimera spewed flames, because it could not do anything else, it was a good time for Jiang Fei to counterattack. As for the lightning from the left side of the sheep's head, it was also easier to dodge. This was because the front part of the move was larger. The chimera would raise its front claws high and slam them on the ground. As long as Jiang Fei dodged the front part of the attack, there would be no danger. Only the ice spike was the hardest to dodge because the move was too sudden. The chimera would suddenly jump to your side without giving you a chance to react. The moment it landed, the ice spike would appear. It was too late to dodge. If Jiang Fei was a ranged attacker, it might be better. After the chimera jumped off the ground, he could take action to dodge. Although the chimera might not always use icicles every time it jumped, it would not hurt to dodge more. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei did not know any ranged skills. He was a 100% melee attacker. Therefore, the chimera's time from jumping to landing was too short, as it was jumping on the spot. Therefore, there was no time for Jiang Fei to dodge. Fortunately, the ice thorns were not very powerful. Although they kept adding wounds on Jiang Fei's legs, they were not fatal. Therefore, it should not be a problem for him to take a few rounds. Therefore, after Jiang Fei had grasped the weakness of the chimera's skills, he began to switch from defense to offense. Roar! Following a furious roar, the chimera began to spew fire. Jiang Fei had already dodged to the side. The chimera's flank was a relatively safe place, although it would constantly adjust its position. However, it could not move when it spewed fire. It could only shake its head within a certain range. Swish, swish, swish. While the chimera spewed fire and could not attack Jiang Fei, who was at the flank, Jiang Fei began to attack the chimera's leg in a frenzy. Jiang Fei's pair of sharp claws continued to attack one of the chimera's front claws under the effect of time lock. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also waiting for the time freeze point to appear on the chimera's body, because the giant beast's skin was too rough and its flesh was too thick. Just the lacerations from the sharp claws were like scratching an itch for the chimera. Ding! Finally, the heavens did not disappoint. Although the time freeze point had not appeared on the chimera's body, after a few rounds of attacks, Jiang Fei still triggered the special effect of time lock. The chimera was frozen on the spot. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Fei attacked even faster. He wanted to attack the Chimera's left front leg like crazy, hoping that he could interrupt the time lock this time. Roar! After all, the time lock effect only lasted for 1 second. No matter how fast Jiang Fei's attacks were, no matter how powerful his attacks were, he could not break the Chimera's left front leg in this 1 second. The moment the time lock was lifted, the Chimera was also torn apart by the time gap. Its left front claw, which was already heavily injured, was instantly broken. Arg! The Chimera let out a sorrowful cry. Then, its entire body fell down. An opportunity! Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Then, he rushed in front of the Chimera and swung his sharp claws at the sheep's head on the Chimera's left shoulder. The head of the sheep that could use ice thorns was currently the biggest threat to Jiang Fei. As long as he cut off the head, the Chimera would not be a threat to Jiang Fei anymore. Crack, 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 crack. The Chimera's body was very clear. Even though Jiang Fei's sharp claws were incomparably sharp, it was still very difficult to look at the neck of the head of the sheep. After about 10 to 20 slashes, the little sheep's head was finally cut off by Jiang Fei. Ow! The Chimera let out an even more miserable cry. At the same time, it also stood up. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. After participating, the Chimera spat out 2 balls of energy. These 2 balls of energy instantly transformed into the front claws and the sheep's head, helping the Chimera's body to become uneven. However, the front claw was not a big deal. After it recovered, it could still run. However, after the sheep's head on the left shoulder was destroyed, the sheep's head formed from this energy could no longer use ice-type attacks. After destroying one of the Chimera's abilities, Jiang Fei stared at the sheep's head on its right shoulder. This head was the key to controlling the Chimera to use the power of lightning. If he destroyed it as well, then the Chimera would no longer be able to use the power of lightning. Kill! After finding the knack and destroying the sheep's head that the Chimera used to activate its ice element ability, Jiang Fei was much more relaxed. Hoo hoo hoo! The Chimera seemed to have sensed the danger as well. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. F***CK! These wings are not for show! Jiang Fei was shocked. Although he had long seen that the Chimera had wings, it had never flown. Jiang Fei had thought that it could not fly. The Chimera did not fly very high. It was only about 5 meters tall. However, Jiang Fei did not know any long-range skills. He could only stand on the ground and stare blankly. Roar! The Chimera let out a roar. Following that, the sheep's head on its right shoulder shone again. Crack, 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 crack. Bolts of lightning charged toward Jiang Fei and chased after him. The bolts of lightning seemed to have locked onto Jiang Fei. They kept striking down, forcing Jiang Fei to run away. The power of the lightning was very terrifying. Jiang Fei did not want to try it. Although he was forced to run around, he could still deal with it. The Chimera in the air launched a lightning strike for about 2 minutes. It seemed to have exhausted its power, and then slowly landed on the ground. You're chasing me like a stray dog. You still dare to come down? I'll kill you. Jiang Fei had been chased for a long time. He had been suppressing his anger. Now that he had the chance, he rushed towards the Chimera. Chapter 2771, Chapter 2760 Advice before entering the Gamma Dimension. The Chimera that had landed on the ground seemed to have exhausted too much of its strength. Therefore, it seemed to be a little listless. The frequency of its attacks and the speed at which it turned around had decreased significantly. Jiang Fei seized the opportunity and went around the Chimera's flank to launch a fierce attack. Very soon, it broke another of its front legs. The Chimera fell to the ground again. I'll take your life while you're sick. Jiang Fei rushed up and hacked at the Chimera's other sheep head. Soon, the head was also destroyed. After losing the last sheep head, the Chimera also lost its ability to summon lightning. Although it used its energy to heal its wounds and complete itself again after it got up, it had lost its ability to summon lightning. However, its ability had been greatly weakened. Because it had lost the power of the icicles and lightning, the Chimera was no longer able to suppress Jiang Fei. After a few rounds, its body was not only cut open by Jiang Fei, even the cobra's head on its tail had been cut off. Arg! The Chimera let out a series of strange cries. However, it was already at the end of its tether. Even if it wanted to resist, it would only be able to delay its death. After more than 10 rounds, the Chimera finally could not hold on anymore. Jiang Fei, who had jumped high into the air, had stabbed it at the throat of the lion head in the middle. Hiss! 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 The Chimera's throat was like a broken bellows. It let out a sound that made people's teeth ache. Following that, the Chimera finally could not stand anymore. It fell to the ground, and its body could not stop twitching. Jiang Fei went forward and cut off the Chimera's lion head completely. The Chimera had completely lost its vitality. At the same time, the notification sound in Jiang Fei's mind rang again.
Congratulations! You have completed the ultimate trial. Please check your reward.
Following the notification sound, a memory was transferred into Jiang Fei's mind. This time, he had also obtained a skill, Time Barrier. By adjusting the frequency of his spiritual power, he formed a unique barrier around himself. The time within the barrier was frozen under the interference of his spiritual power. However, he was not affected by it.
D***MN. So ruthless.
Jiang Fei was shocked. After learning this time barrier, Jiang Fei could no doubt forcefully freeze everyone around him. Moreover, he could ignore everything and forcefully freeze them. After all, even time was frozen. Even if these people had great abilities, they could not move. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was not limited by this effect. This way, Jiang Fei could easily kill these frozen enemies.
It sounds wonderful. However, there is an 80% chance that this skill has a limit.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. There were still a few days left before the 7-day deadline given to him by the Mercury Man. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he returned to the forest. After almost a day, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had returned to its peak. He found a place where no one was around and activated the time barrier. As there were no people or animals around, Jiang Fei could not see the specific effects of the time barrier. However, he could clearly sense that ever since the time barrier was activated, his mental strength was rapidly depleting. At this rate, his mental strength would be completely depleted in 8 seconds.
Swish!
After only 2 seconds, Jiang Fei cancelled the time barrier.
It seems that this skill has to be used as a trump card. If I use it normally, it will consume too much mental strength.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Although this skill was powerful, it also consumed a lot of mental strength. In just 8 seconds, it was enough for him to kill any enemy. After a simple rest, Jiang Fei returned to the legacy space. His mission in the Delta Dimension had ended. All the trials had been completed. After obtaining the 4 skills, he was ready to head to the Gamma Dimension to settle his business. After adjusting the vibration frequency of his mental strength, Jiang Fei quickly confirmed the location of the Gamma Dimension. He flew in that direction because after entering the legacy space, Jiang Fei had abandoned the Faceless One's physical body. Therefore, he appeared as a soul again. It was not that Jiang Fei had not thought of using the Faceless One as a carrier to enter the Gamma space. This Faceless One was also a creature from the 4-dimensional space. Using it as a carrier to enter the Gamma space was definitely not a problem. However, Jiang Fei did not know if there was such a creature in the Gamma space. If there was no such creature, his appearance would be too eye-catching. When that happened, he would be surrounded no matter where he went. Therefore, for the sake of confidentiality, Jiang Fei decided to give up on the Faceless One as a carrier and continued to use the clone carrier provided by Lina and the others. Of course, if Lina and the others had been killed by the ruler of the Gamma space and Jiang Fei could not find a suitable carrier, he could only return and continue to use the Faceless One as a carrier. Although that would be troublesome, it was still better than nothing. As there was no concept of time in the inheritance space, Jiang Fei did not know how long it had been. He finally approached the entrance of the Gamma Dimension.
Buzz!
A figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It was the Mercury Man from before.
It seems that you have completed all the trials,
said the Mercury Man with a smile.
I have already obtained all 4 skills. Now,
can I enter the Gamma space?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, but there is one thing I need to remind you of,
said the Mercury Man.
Oh, go ahead,
Jiang Fei said very politely. The Mercury Man had been helping him all along. Although he did not know what his purpose was, Jiang Fei was still relatively polite to him before he showed any malicious intent.
It's like this. After entering the Gamma space, I hope you can do less killing so that you won't regret it,
said the Mercury Man.
Ah?
Jiang Fei was stunned. To be honest, there was a time when he wished he could kill everyone in the Gamma space. Although he no longer had such a strong killing intent, he would definitely not be lenient when killing people in the Gamma space. I do not have the right to tell you the specific reason right now. However, please remember my warning. Do not kill too many people, especially children. Otherwise, you might never be able to forgive yourself, said the Mercury Man.
Ah?
Jiang Fei was confused. However, he had a bottom line.
Although the players In the gamma space were all evil in his universe. Jiang Fei was not the kind of inhumane demon. He would not go so far as to slaughter children to vent his anger. Alright. Just remember my advice. After the Mercury Man finished speaking, he disappeared. Hey! Jiang Fei called out. However, the Mercury Man ignored him and just disappeared. Sigh. Forget it. It'll just leave. I'll go to the gamma space first. Don't delay my business. Jiang Fei nodded and continued to fly in the direction of the gamma space. Chapter 2772, Chapter 2761 arrived at the gamma dimension. After flying in the direction of the gamma dimension's exit for some time, Jiang Fei sensed that the exit was not far away from him. Logically speaking, there should be someone in the gamma dimension who can control the entrance and exit. Right? Why is this place so clean? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He arrived near the exit, but there was nothing there. Jiang Fei went to the exit of the three-dimensional universe. That place was filled with Jiang Fei's own things. There were also many souls of the gamma dimension people imprisoned there. As for the other two dimensions that Jiang Fei had gone to previously, the entrance and exit there also had some personal items stored near the entrance and exit. Only the exit of the gamma dimension was empty. Could it be that no one in the gamma dimension controls this entrance? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Very soon, Jiang Fei was near the entrance. Should I wait? Jiang Fei thought to himself. If the entrance to this dimension was already controlled by someone, he would definitely be discovered by that person. When that happened, there would definitely be a fierce battle. However, if he waited in the inheritance dimension, as time was almost at a standstill, Jiang Fei did not know how long he would have to wait for the owner of the entrance. Moreover, what if that person did not exist? He could not just wait endlessly. Just as Jiang Fei was hesitating, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the entrance. It's here? Jiang Fei was delighted. He immediately turned invisible and went to the side, as he was now a soul formed by a mass of spiritual power. It was relatively easy for him to hide. Buzz. As the spatial fluctuation ended, no one entered the inheritance space. Nothing was let in. This made Jiang Fei even more confused. What's going on? Jiang Fei was mumbling in his heart when someone suddenly spoke from behind him. Don't be so nervous. The entrance to the gamma space has not been controlled by anyone. Jiang Fei turned around and found that the Mercury Man had returned. Didn't you leave? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. I came here to wait for you, said the Mercury Man. F***CK? Then you should have said so earlier. Jiang Fei did not have a physical body now. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes at the Mercury Man. It's not too late to say it now. The Mercury Man smiled. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, you cannot use the carrier to enter the gamma space, because the entrance of this space does not have an owner. It will filter out any material existence. Only spiritual power or souls can freely enter and leave. Jiang Fei was stunned. If that was the case, he would not be able to use the Faceless One's carrier at all. However, if you just go over like this, it will be very difficult for you to survive in the gamma space with just your soul. Once you have entered, you will be captured, said the Mercury Man. Captured? Who captured me? Jiang Fei asked. It is a large-scale device that they built. That thing collects souls within the entire gamma space. Any free souls that enter that place will be captured by this device. After the memories are washed away, they will be placed into the body of a newborn clone, said the Mercury Man. What exactly is going on? Jiang Fei asked. You'll know when the time comes. I can't say too much now, said the Mercury Man as he shook his head. Alright. How do I get in? Jiang Fei asked. This is for you, said the Mercury Man as he drew a line across his body. A ball of silver-white liquid was separated from his body. The ball of liquid turned into a small silver-white ball and was passed to Jiang Fei by the Mercury Man. What is this? Jiang Fei asked. It's a small thing. You can temporarily attach yourself to it. However, the effect of this thing is very short. You must obtain your own carrier within a day. Otherwise, once this thing loses its effect, you will be captured by the large instrument and brainwashed into a new life, the Mercury Golem warned. Alright. I got it! Jiang Fei nodded. As long as he reached the designated location, he would be able to get his own carrier. Alright. I can still help you one last time. Tell me, where do you want to go? I'll send you there. Once you enter the gamma space, everything will be up to you, said the Mercury Man. Why are you helping me? Jiang Fei asked. The person who created me left me an order. My purpose in existence is to guide you, said the Mercury Man. Then, Jiang Fei was about to ask about the god who created the Mercury Man when the Mercury Man interrupted him. All right, I know what you want to ask. I don't have the authority to tell you anything. So, it's useless for you to ask. Hurry up and leave. Where do you want to go? Said the Mercury Man. Near the coffee shop on Crystal Street in the core area, said Jiang Fei immediately. This was the place where he and Lena had agreed to inspect the goods. Then, get ready. We're leaving. The Mercury Man smiled. Then, he waved his hand and Jiang Fei was forcefully sent out of the inheritance space. As the Mercury Man was the manager of the inheritance space, no one could compete with his authority in this place. Jiang Fei felt his vision blurred before he fell into a daze. When he regained consciousness again, he felt that he had been captured by a huge force. This force was dragging him in a certain direction. Oh no! Jiang Fei knew that he had been captured by the same thing that the Mercury Man had mentioned. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power and attached all of it to the silver-white metal ball. When Jiang Fei attached himself to the small ball, the powerful suction force immediately disappeared. Phew! Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the small ball was floating in midair. Jiang Fei was also observing the gamma space. From Jiang Fei's point of view, this world was no different from the three-dimensional world he was in. It was the same street, the same house. Even the people here looked very similar to the humans in the three-dimensional universe. However, with his experience in the Delta dimension, Jiang Fei knew that his ability to understand was limited. That was why he could only see this part of the information. As a creature in the three-dimensional space, Jiang Fei's mode of thinking had been solidified in the only place where he was. His eyes could only see the two-dimensional world. After imagining it, three effects were formed. At this moment, although he saw the three-dimensional image, his imagination was still in the three-dimensional space. Because he could not understand the fourth dimension at all. He could not imagine it. If he wanted to change this situation, Jiang Fei would have to undergo a brainwashing. He would completely forget everything about his previous life. Only then would he be able to understand the meaning of the four-dimensional space. However, Jiang Fei obviously would not commit suicide just because of this. Therefore, although he could only see the three-dimensional effect in the four-dimensional world, he could barely accept it. Chapter 2773, Chapter 2762. The Trap. The place where Jiang Fei appeared was actually near the cafe. The small ball was floating in the air. Jiang Fei was observing the world carefully. Is this the gamma space? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little excited. After enduring for so long, he had finally arrived here. Because he could not understand the fourth dimension. Although Jiang Fei saw the scene of the fourth dimension, what he saw was actually a three-dimensional composition. As for the fourth dimension, he could see and touch it. However, it could not be reflected in his own knowledge. Forget it. I don't care anymore. I definitely won't be able to figure out what the fourth dimension is about in this lifetime. Let's get down to business. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, he adjusted the position of the small ball. The small ball that Jiang Fei had possessed was part of the Mercury Man's body. According to Jiang Fei's understanding, the Mercury Man was an artificial intelligence robot. His Mercury-like body was made up of a large number of billions of nanobots. Therefore, the small Mercury ball that Jiang Fei had obtained from his body looked like a metal bead. However, it was actually made up of a large number of nanobots. Not only could it float in the air, but it could also move around according to Jiang Fei's consciousness. As the Mercury ball was not large, Jiang Fei appeared in the air and did not attract the attention of the Gamma Space people. In Jiang Fei's eyes, these Gamma Space people were not very different from the people on Earth. Of course, they all had the fourth dimension. However, this dimension was automatically ignored in Jiang Fei's consciousness. Therefore, these creatures that looked completely different from the people on Earth would look very similar to the people on Earth in Jiang Fei's consciousness. In fact, if a pig-headed person from Planet Pig came at this time, if he observed the people in the Gamma Space from his perspective, these people in the Gamma Space would also be shaped like him in his brain. In other words, if the low-dimensional space creatures were unable to understand dimensions that were beyond their understanding, their consciousness would automatically be in their brain and balance everything that they saw. By associating the things that he saw or came into contact with in the high-dimensional space with the things that he knew, making it something that he could understand. To put it bluntly, everyone looked like him. Why aren't Lena and the rest here yet? Am I late? Or did something happen?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He observed them from above for a long time. He did not see anything unusual. He did not know how Lena and the rest had brought an unconscious clone body to the coffee shop. Because he was in the gamma space. Jiang Fei did not know if it was the time that he had agreed with Lena. Perhaps it was earlier. Or perhaps it was not yet time. All he could do now was to wait patiently. After about half a day, a car arrived outside the coffee shop. As the car door opened, two men pushed out a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair had a blank expression on his face. His eyes were lifeless. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to scan it. He knew that this guy did not have a soul. It was either a dead person or a clone that had not yet formed a soul.
It's him,
Jiang Fei thought. If this guy was a dead person, who would push a dead person out to go shopping? Needless to say, this was the carrier that Lena had agreed to verify the goods.
All right. It's him.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then, he controlled the small ball to follow behind these people. There were a total of 5 people escorting the carrier. One of them stayed outside the coffee shop to be in charge of the lookout. The other 2 people were pushing a wheelchair to be in charge of close protection. The other 2 people also entered the coffee shop. However, they did not stay with the wheelchair. Instead, they pretended to be strangers and watched from the side in case anything bad happened.
All right. Very cautious.
Jiang Fei nodded secretly. He was ready to find an opportunity to attach himself to the carrier. However, before he could do anything, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that the cafe was not normal.
TSK. Lena, if you guys can do it, it would be a miracle.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, there was not a single normal customer in the coffee shop. His attention was not there just now. Therefore, he did not notice it. Now that he had observed it, Jiang Fei, who was looking down from above, immediately noticed that these people were not normal. Among the guests present, every single one of them came empty-handed. These people were carrying weapons in their hands or on their bodies. Even the waiters in the coffee shop were not clean. Every single one of them was carrying weapons. Needless to say, the inspection of the goods today must have been leaked again. They knew everything about Lena and her father. They did not touch them at the moment because they wanted them to expose themselves. Moreover, they also wanted to expose the people who were hiding in the dark. Such as the inspection person, who did not even exist today. Since Lena and the others had their plans in hand, Jiang Fei would not be able to hide the fact that he had an informant in the gamma space. They were not in a hurry to make a move. They were definitely waiting for Jiang Fei's informant to appear. The 5 men that Lena had sent out had no idea that they had entered the wolf's den. They followed the original plan and pushed the clone to a table. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they quietly waited for the arrival of the contact.
This matter is really troublesome. Let's just endure it.
Jiang Fei sighed. He could not go down now. Once he attached himself to the clone, he would be caught as soon as he stood up. The room was filled with the Archon's subordinates. Jiang Fei did not have the confidence to escape from the dozens of professional warriors with weapons in their hands. He was no longer in the 3-dimensional space, with just a clone carrier that had just attached itself to him. Even if Jiang Fei had mastered a few new skills, it was impossible for him to escape from the layers of traps. After all, the coffee shop was full of people. How could the outside world not be prepared? Therefore, Jiang Fei made up his mind to stay with these people. He knew that one side would not be able to hold on. Once they started fighting, no one would care about an unconscious clone carrier. At this time, Jiang Fei would quietly possess it. Then, he would take advantage of the chaos to leave. That was the best way. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei let the small ball land on a chandelier. Then, he quietly observed it. Time passed by slowly. The 5 people of Lena's group could not stay any longer. They waited for about 2 hours. But no one came to inspect the goods. Therefore, these people could not help but feel a little panicked. Once they panicked, they looked at everyone as if they were enemies. Everyone looked like they were the ones who had captured them. In fact, they were right. The entire cafe was filled with military police who had captured them.
Miss, the person who inspected the goods hasn't appeared. We feel that there's something wrong with the cafe.
The man who was pushing the clone called Lena. Chapter 2774, Chapter 2763 took advantage of the chaos. Lena was silent for a moment on the phone. Then said,
You guys go back first. If you run into trouble, get rid of that clone in time. Yes, miss.
The man hung up the phone and then signaled to his companions. The 2 people who were supporting him nodded slightly, then continued to drink their coffee
as if nothing had happened. However, their hands secretly touched the weapons under the table. The other man followed the man on the phone and pushed the clone out of the coffee shop. The people at the door had long been prepared to receive them. Do it! When they saw that these people were about to escape, the military police agents in disguise in the coffee shop could not sit still. Although their goal was to catch Jiang Fei's informant, the informant had not appeared yet. They could not let this person escape. Therefore, with a loud roar, the small cafe was in chaos. The military police agents in disguise swarmed over. The two men in charge of supporting them did not even wait to take out their guns from under the table. The agents behind them, who were disguised as customers and waiters, held their guns to their heads. Don't move! The two agents shouted in a low voice. F***CKU. The two men were really ruthless. They did not care about the muzzle on the back of their heads. They turned around forcefully and wanted to fight the people behind them with their lives. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Both of their heads were shot. The two men who were pushing the wheelchair saw that something was wrong. They sped up and rushed to the door. The sentry at the door also opened the door of the coffee shop. Bang! Following a gunshot, the military police and secret agents opened fire. The weapon they used was different from the guns that Jiang Fei had seen before. It was a small cylindrical object. The attack method was also laser-type energy ammunition. However, it was accompanied by loud gunshots. A man fell to the ground. The previous shot had left a bloody hole in his vest. The other man who was pushing the wheelchair suddenly pounced forward. At the same time, he spun the wheelchair with his hand and blocked the clone in front of him. Let's go! The sentry at the door pulled the man who was pushing the wheelchair. The two of them hurriedly ran out of the door. Bang! 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 The man who was pushing the wheelchair fired 3 consecutive shots at the wheelchair. Each shot hit the wheelchair. However, because he was in a hurry, 2 out of the 3 shots did not hit the clone. The remaining shot grazed the clone's shoulder. Although there was a blood pool, the injury was not too serious, because the clone was unconscious. It lay there quietly after taking 1 shot. However, blood stained one of its arms. F***CK! That's mine! Jiang Fei looked at the clone in the dark and felt his heart ache. This clone was the carrier that he needed to use. If it was damaged, what would he use? Go! Go! The military police and secret agents inside chased after him. Their goal was to capture these people and interrogate them to get evidence to point at the sheriff. Otherwise, the sheriff could be considered a high-ranking official in the Gamma Dimension. They could not just arrest him without evidence. The military police and secret agents in the room chased after him. No one cared about the clone in the wheelchair, because the clone had no consciousness. It could not run away. Everyone treated it as a prop. No one paid too much attention to it. Alright, it's my turn! At this time, Jiang Fei controlled the small ball to come down from the chandelier. As there was no one in the cafe now, he landed directly on the clone's body. Then, he released his spiritual power from the small ball. He directly entered the clone's body. Swoosh! The clone opened its eyes. Hiss! Jiang Fei grinned. The wound on his shoulder was still quite painful. Rip! Jiang Fei used force and tore a piece of cloth from the cushion of the wheelchair. Then, he wrapped it around the wound and used force to strangle it. The blood was temporarily stopped. He did not have any better medical means at the moment. He could only make do with it for now. I should not stay here for long. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Now, the military police agents had gone to chase after people. Regardless of whether they had caught up or not, they would soon return to deal with the scene. Once those people came, Jiang Fei would not be able to leave. He looked down at himself and found that he was wearing something similar to a hospital gown. This kind of attire was a little eye-catching. When he looked down again, he saw 3 bodies on the ground. The one who died at the door was shot in the back. There was a big hole in his clothes. It was definitely not usable. As for the 2 guys behind Jiang Fei, they had been shot in the head at close range. Therefore, their clothes were still intact. Jiang Fei kicked the unlucky guy, who was covered in blood, away. He took off the other guy's coat and tried it on. It fit quite well. Thank you, brother! Jiang Fei nodded at the unlucky guy who had his clothes taken off. Then, he quietly slipped out of the back door of the coffee shop. After a while, a few special agents returned to the coffee shop. What bad luck! One of the agents complained. Yeah, I didn't expect these guys to be men of sacrifice. The other agent also had a bad look on his face. They had indeed blocked the 2 people who had escaped just now. However, they did not expect these 2 people to have no other choice. They all shot themselves. Therefore, These agents did not catch any of them alive.
Forget it. It's okay to have the clone. This is also important material evidence,
said the previous agent.
That clone. F***CK. Where's the clone?
As he was speaking, the agent turned around and realized that the clone on the wheelchair was gone.
How is that possible? Did someone come in?
The two agents broke out in cold sweat. Their main target for today's arrest was Jiang Fei's informant. However, this guy did not come. The secondary target was the sheriff's men. These people could interrogate important confessions. But in the end, all of them died. The last item was the clone. Although the illegal production of clones was not enough to beat the sheriff, it was still a crime. However, the clone had actually disappeared into thin air.
Quick! Find him! Look who's here!
The two agents shouted. The military police outside also ran in.
Sir, this guy's clothes are missing.
One of the military police pointed at the unlucky guy who had been stripped by Jiang Fei.
Huh? Could it be that the clone is alive? Then, he put on his clothes and ran away?
Said one of the agents.
Stop talking nonsense. This must be a maze set up by the other party to confuse us. How could the clone be alive?
If the soul is so easy to produce, then the Life Extension Center doesn't need to exist anymore, said another agent. That's true. First, pull up all the surveillance cameras and see what's going on, said an elderly agent. Sir, the surveillance cameras in the cafe have been destroyed.
Soon, a military police ran over. Chapter 2775, Chapter 2764 appeared.
Damn it.
The old agent slammed the table hard. It was obvious that the other party was an expert. It seemed that it would be difficult to find any clues.
Master, what should we do next?
Asked a young agent beside him.
Let's call it a day.
The old agent frowned and handed the investigation to the military police. He had to go back and pursue another lead. While the coffee shop was in chaos, Jiang Fei had already slipped out through the back door. His arm was injured, so it was not good for him to show off on the street. He looked at the sky and estimated the time briefly.
It should be around afternoon.
Afternoon?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was completely lost in the Gamma dimension. The only place he could go now was Natasha's home. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei followed the address Natasha gave him. As the coffee shop was near Natasha's home, it did not take Jiang Fei long to find Natasha's place.
TSK. Looks like Natasha's brother must have some status here.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Natasha's home was a 3-story small building with a garden at the front and back. Although there were small villas on both sides, compared to her house, it was still a lot worse. Crystal Street was already one of the best residential areas in the core area. To be able to have such a house here, his social status must not be low.
Ding dong.
Jiang Fei rang the doorbell.
Who is it?
A cute girl's voice came out from the communicator. Judging from the voice, she should not be very old. She should be around 12 or 13 years old. However, her voice was different from Natasha's. Jiang Fei also knew that the Natasha that he saw was also using a carrier. Therefore, it was normal for her voice and appearance to be different.
Is it Natasha?
Jiang Fei asked.
Who are you?
The little girl's voice was stunned.
I am handsome.
When Jiang Fei said this name, he could not help but feel a little cold.
Handsome? Is it really you? You came to play with me?
The girl's voice suddenly became excited.
Yes.
Jiang Fei laughed.
That's great.
The girl rushed to the door. Just as she was about to open the door, she stopped and asked through the communicator.
Are you a liar? Why would a handsome guy come to visit me? I'm really Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei then casually told her a few things about him and Natasha playing alone.
Wow. It's really a handsome guy.
The girl shouted happily and opened the door.
Handsome guy. Why are you like this?
Natasha looked at Jiang Fei's current appearance and could not help but twitch her lips.
You have to use a carrier when you go to our place. I'm no exception.
Jiang Fei explained.
So ugly. It's not at all as good looking as handsome guy's original appearance.
Natasha pouted and said.
Hee hee. Silly girl.
Jiang Fei smiled and patted Natasha's head.
Handsome. Come in quickly.
Natasha seemed to have suddenly remembered something. She pulled Jiang Fei into the house and looked outside. After making sure that no one was following her, she closed the door.
Handsome. Go to my room.
Natasha pulled Jiang Fei and ran upstairs. The two soon arrived at Natasha's room.
Handsome. Why did you suddenly come to our world?
Natasha asked with a smile.
I came to play with you.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
TSK! You guys just treat me like a child.
Natasha rolled her eyes. Then, she said to Jiang Fei,
Handsome. Although I'm very happy that you came to play with me. I know that your purpose in coming to our world is probably not to find me.
Jiang Fei did not know how to answer Natasha's question. He did not want to lie to Natasha. However, if he directly said his purpose, he would be suspected of using Natasha.
Alright. Handsome. I understand you. You want to save your world. I know that you are a great hero,
Natasha said.
Aren't you worried that I will destroy your world?
Jiang Fei suddenly asked.
Why should I be worried? My handsome brother is a great hero, not a demon. He is here to save his world. Why would he destroy my world?
Natasha tilted her small head and asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. In the past, he had indeed thought of destroying the entire Gamma space more than once. However, he had become more rational now. Although those players had done many evil things in the three-dimensional world, the development team should not use other people's worlds as a game ground. However, more ordinary people were innocent. If Jiang Fei destroyed the entire Gamma dimension for this, how would he be different from those players and the development team? Moreover, there were people like Natasha in the Gamma dimension. She had been helping him from the beginning to the end.
Handsome. Do you have any thoughts about saving your world now?
Natasha asked.
Not yet. I need to know more information,
Jiang Fei said. He had thought that he could easily save his world after entering the Gamma space. However, after entering the Gamma space, he realized that he was blind. He did not even know where the development team was. He also did not know what was going on with them. He also did not know what methods they used to interfere with the three-dimensional world. Therefore, even though he had entered the Gamma space, he still had no way to begin with.
Handsome. You're hurt.
Natasha was chatting with Jiang Fei when she suddenly noticed that there was blood oozing out from Jiang Fei's arm.
Yes. When I just arrived, there was a gunfight at the coffee shop. I was accidentally hurt.
Jiang Fei did not lie. He told Natasha about his body and how Lina's men were ambushed by the military police.
Then, handsome, you can't go to the hospital. That place requires an identity number. Your body is a clone, so it must not be registered. If you are sent to the hospital, your identity will be exposed.
Natasha revealed her wisdom that did not match her age. Jiang Fei had already noticed this situation a few times. It was as if there was another personality lurking in Natasha's body. However, these two personalities seemed to be very kind to Jiang Fei. Especially this wise personality. She was more helpful to Jiang Fei because the little girl's personality was also very close to Jiang Fei. However, she liked to play with Jiang Fei more.
I have treated the wound briefly. Although it is a little bleeding, it should not be a problem.
Jiang Fei nodded and said,
I have a medical bag at home. I will go get it.
Natasha turned around and left her room. A moment later, she returned to her room with a medical bag.